In a rugged frontier town carved from dust and dreams, where the line between life and death blurs under a starlit sky, a solitary figure navigates the shadows of grief and hidden truths. As whispers from beyond stir the air, secrets buried in the town's past awaken, entwining fate with danger. Step into a haunting Western tale, where courage meets the unseen, and every echo carries a price. Listen and discover what lies beyond the threshold. Chapter 1. The Candlelit Veil. The air in the small parlor hung thick and still, heavy with the scent of dried lavender, beeswax, and something else, the faint metallic tang of anticipation, perhaps, or the dust of secrets disturbed. Lila Hawthorne moved through the gloaming, her slippered feet whispering across the worn patterns of the Persian rug her mother had cherished. Outside, the last vestiges of the prairie sunset bled away, leaving the town of Redemption Gulch to the encroaching indigo of night and the secrets it always seemed to hold closer than a miser held his gold. She paused before the heavy, dark wood table that dominated the room, its surface polished smooth by countless hands seeking solace, answers, or perhaps just a moment's respite from the harsh certainties of life on the edge of the known world. 6 chairs were arranged around it, their high backs casting long dancing shadows in the unsteady glow of the dozen beeswax candles she'd lit. Flames trembled, catching the facets of the cut-glass water pitcher, scattering prisms of light like fleeting thoughts across the damask wallpaper. Its pattern faded to gentle suggestions of roses and vines. Lila, at 20, possessed an awareness that seemed older than her years, a quiet gravity forged in the crucible of whispering voices only she could hear, and the sideways glances of a town that didn't know whether to revere her or fear her. Her reflection flickered back at her from the polished table surface, pale face framed by dark, serious hair pulled back severely, eyes wide and dark, holding depths that sometimes startled even herself. She smoothed the dark fabric of her simple dress, a nervous habit she hadn't quite managed to quell. Tonight felt different. A peculiar stillness had settled over the town since noon, a held breath that seemed to echo the tension tightening in her own chest. Redemption Gulch wasn't a place that embraced the unusual, despite its name hinting at second chances. It was a hard town, carved out of rock and resilience, where fortunes were sought in the dust-choked mines and lost just as quickly in the smoky haze of the saloon. People here clung to the tangible, the heft of a coin, the solidity of rock, the bite of whiskey, the reassuring weight of a cult peacemaker. They dealt in facts, hard labor and harder bargains, ghosts, whispers from beyond, the delicate art of communing with the departed. These were commodities viewed with suspicion, relegated to the shadows where Lila conducted her veiled affairs. Yet they came, driven by grief, by unanswered questions, by the desperate human need to believe that death was not the final silence. They sought her out. They came bearing faded photographs, lockets holding strands of hair, hearts heavy with unspoken words. They came to the small house on the edge of town, the one with the lilac bushes her mother had planted, pushing open the gate that always seemed to creak a mournful welcome. She ran a fingertip over the smooth, cool wood of the table. It felt alive beneath her touch, saturated with the echoes of past sessions, the tremors of sorrow, the sharp pangs of regret, the fragile blossoms of hope. It was both her altar and her anchor. She drew a slow, calming breath, letting the familiar scents ground her. The lavender for peace, the beeswax for purity of intent, the faint trace of sandalwood incense burned earlier to clear the space. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. The first arrival. Lila straightened, composing her features into the serene mask she wore for her clients, a mask that hid the tremor of apprehension that always accompanied the descent into the unseen. It wasn't a performance, not entirely. It was a necessary defense, a way to hold herself separate from the torrent of emotions that threatened to overwhelm her when the veil thinned. Mrs. Elmira Dubois swept into the room, a formidable figure swathed in black bombazine, her face a tightly controlled map of sorrow etched around eyes that still held the raw shock of recent loss. Her husband, Josiah, owner of the Mercantile, had been taken by a fever just 2 months prior, swift and unforgiving. "Miss Hawthorne," she murmured, her voice raspy, clutching a worn leather-bound ledger to her chest as if it were a shield. "Mrs. Dubois," Lila greeted softly, inclining her head. "Please be seated." Elmira chose a chair, settling into it with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the world. She placed the ledger on the table before her, her gloved fingers tracing the faded gold lettering of Dubois Mercantile. He kept everything in here, you know. Every transaction, every debt, every promise. But there are things left unsaid. Her gaze lifted to Lila's, pleading and desperate. Lila met her eyes with gentle compassion. "We will try to find some peace for you tonight, Mrs. Dubois." Soon others followed. Old Man Hemlock, the town's retired assayer, his face deeply lined like the rock formations he'd spent his life studying, seeking perhaps a final word from his long-departed wife. Miss Adeline Petty, the seamstress, perpetually anxious, twisting a lace handkerchief in her lap, hoping for guidance about a future that seemed increasingly uncertain. And Silas Croft, the blacksmith, a man whose powerful hands could shape iron but couldn't mend the hole left by his son, lost years ago in a mining accident up Rattlesnake Mine. His presence was always the heaviest, a silent, brooding monument to grief. They sat in near silence, the air thick with unspoken hopes and fears. The candles flickered, casting their faces in shifting relief, highlighting a trembling lip here, a clenched jaw there. The only sounds were the rustle of clothing, the occasional nervous cough, and the low moan of the wind beginning to pick up outside, rattling the window panes like impatient spirits. Lila took her place at the head of the table. She waited until the last rustle had subsided, until the quiet felt deep and expectant. She looked at each face, acknowledging their individual burdens, their collective vulnerability. "We gather tonight," she began, her voice low but clear, resonating in the stillness, seeking connection, understanding, perhaps solace. "I ask that you open your hearts and minds. Hold on to your questions, your love for those who have passed, but release your fear. Fear builds walls where we seek bridges." She extended her hands, palms down over the center of the table. "Let us join hands." Hesitantly at first, then with growing resolve, rough, work-worn hands met delicate, gloved ones. Calloused fingers clasped trembling ones. Silas Croft's large blacksmith's hand enveloped Adeline Petty's bird-like fingers. Elmira Dubois gripped Old Man Hemlock's dry, papery hand. Their circle completed, Lila closed her eyes. She drew another deep breath, then another, centering herself, pushing away the mundane thoughts, the dwindling supply of lamp oil, the overdue bill from the feed store, the persistent creak in the floorboards upstairs. She reached inward, seeking that quiet, receptive space within, the threshold between the world of breath and substance and the echoing realm of shadows and memory. It began subtly, as it often did. A cooling of the air, a prickling sensation on her skin, like the static electricity before a storm. The candle flames seemed to dip and sway in unison, though no draft stirred the heavy velvet curtains drawn across the window. A faint sigh whispered through the room, too soft to be attributed to any of the sitters. Is someone there?" Adeline Petty breathed, her voice tight with fear and anticipation. Patience, Miss Petty, Lila murmured, her eyes still closed. Allow them to draw near. She focused, casting her senses out like a net into the unseen currents. Images flickered at the edges of her mind, fragmented, indistinct. A field of wildflowers under a vast blue sky. The glint of spectacles. The smell of pipe tobacco. She sorted through them, searching for coherence, for a presence trying to form. There is a gentle presence, she said softly. A woman. She shows me flowers, small blue ones, forget-me-nots. Old man Hemlock made a choked sound. My Elspeth, he rasped. She loved them, planted them all along the creek bed behind the old claim. She feels peaceful, Lila continued, relaying the sensations washing over her. She shows me spectacles, resting on a book. She wants you to know she sees you still, watches over you. She paused, concentrating. There's a warmth, contentment, no pain. Tears welled in Hemlock's faded eyes, tracing paths through the dust of ages on his cheeks. He nodded wordlessly, his grip tightening on Mrs. Dubois' hand. Lila allowed the connection to fade gently, turning her attention elsewhere. The air shifted again, growing heavier. A different energy pressed in, colder, tinged with impatience and regret. She felt a knot of frustration, the weight of unfinished business. I sense metal, she murmured, frowning slightly. The clang of a hammer on an anvil. Heat, sweat. She turned her inner gaze toward Silas Croft. The blacksmith sat rigid, his face like granite. A young man, strong, but there was carelessness. A moment's distraction. Croft's knuckles whitened where he gripped Adeline's hand. His breath hitched. He doesn't blame you, Lila said, sensing the father's guilt, like a physical weight. He shows me a flash, a collapsing timber. It was fast. He carries no anger, only sorrow for the leaving, for the words unsaid between you. A single tear escaped Croft's tightly shut eye, carving a slow path down his leathered cheek. He remained silent, locked in his private grief, but the rigid set of his shoulders seemed to ease fractionally. Lila felt the familiar drain, the energetic cost of acting as a conduit. But the session wasn't over. There was still Mrs. Dubois' poignant grief, Adeline's anxieties, and something else. A tension coiling beneath the surface, a presence not yet identified, waiting its turn. She focused on the mercantile ledger lying before Elmira Dubois. She let her awareness drift towards the memory of Josiah Dubois, a fussy man, precise, proud of his business, a pillar of the small community. She sought his energy, the echo he had left behind. A sudden chill permeated the room, far colder than before. The candle flame sputtered violently, casting wild, elongated shadows that leaped and writhed on the walls. Adeline Petty gasped, pulling her hand back instinctively before Silas Croft's grip held her fast. Even old man Hemlock shifted uneasily. What is it, Miss Hawthorne? Mrs. Dubois whispered, her voice trembling. Lila didn't answer immediately, her brow furrowed in concentration. This wasn't Josiah. This energy was sharp, discordant, laced with a bitterness that felt like stale whiskey and desperation. It felt invasive, uninvited. There is another, she said slowly, her voice strained. Someone unexpected. Images flooded her mind, chaotic and disturbing. The flickering gaslight of the Last Chance saloon, the smear of cards across a felt table, a glint of steel, a face obscured by shadow but radiating a palpable malice, the smell of cheap perfume and fear. He speaks of betrayal, Lila breathed, the words feeling alien on her tongue. Deceit, a debt unpaid. The cold deepened, seeping into her bones. He mentions The ledger. Mrs. Dubois recoiled as if struck. The ledger? What does he mean? Josiah was an honest man. This isn't Josiah, Lila repeated, struggling to maintain control as the intrusive presence grew stronger, more insistent. This is someone connected to him, someone wronged. The air crackled. One of the candles nearest Mrs. Dubois suddenly extinguished itself with a soft pop, plunging that corner of the table into deeper shadow. Elmira let out a small cry. He shows me numbers, Lila pressed on, her voice taking on a strange, distant quality. Hidden, written, beneath other entries. A different ink. Mrs. Dubois snatched the ledger, pulling it protectively towards her. No, that's impossible. Josiah was meticulous. Look, the voice seemed to whisper through Lila, cold and sharp. Look beneath the accounts for Miller's Pass. Elmira's face went white. Her hands trembled as she fumbled with the ledger's pages, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The other sitters watched, transfixed by fear and morbid curiosity. The gentle seance-seeking solace had taken a dark, unexpected turn. Lila felt the presence swell, feeding on the fear in the room. It wasn't just seeking connection. It was seeking retribution, exposure. It lashed out with waves of bitterness and accusation. Suddenly, a sharp rapping sound echoed through the house. Not the gentle tap of a visitor, but the hard, authoritative knock of the law. It cut through the charged atmosphere of the parlor like a knife. Every head turned towards the hallway door. The knocking came again, louder this time, insistent. Lila felt the intrusive presence recoil, shrinking back like a creature startled by a sudden light. The oppressive cold lessened slightly, though the tension remained, now mixed with a new kind of apprehension. Who would be calling at this hour? And with such urgency? Silas Croft cleared his throat, his voice rough. Someone's at the door, Miss Hawthorne. Lila pulled her hands back slowly, breaking the circle. The remaining candle flames steadied, though the room still felt unnaturally cold. She felt shaky, depleted, the transition back to the ordinary world, jarring after the intensity of the connection and the shock of the interruption. Stay seated, she instructed, her voice regaining some of its composure, though her heart hammered against her ribs. I will see who it is. She rose, smoothing her dress again, feeling the eyes of her guests follow her as she walked towards the parlor door. The rapping came a third time, impatient. She reached the hallway. The familiar creak of the floorboards underfoot, a strangely comforting sound amidst the lingering unease. Through the lace curtain covering the glass panel of the front door, she could see the silhouette of a man, tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a hat that shadowed his face. The glint of metal, a badge pinned to his coat, caught the flickering light from the parlor. Sheriff Hayes. Why was the sheriff here? He never came to her house, never showed any interest in her affairs beyond the detached curiosity most townsfolk displayed. His presence now, interrupting a seance that had turned dark and accusatory, felt ominous. A premonition, cold and sharp as the presence that had just receded, slithered down her spine. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. She hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the doorknob, the wood cool beneath her fingertips. The silence from the parlor behind her was absolute, a vacuum of held breaths and fearful waiting. Outside, the wind howled softly, a mournful counterpoint to the heavy thudding of her own heart. Taking a steadying breath, steeling herself for whatever awaited on the other side of the threshold, Lila Hawthorne opened the door. Chapter 2. A Lawman's Shadow. Sheriff Daniel Hayes stood on the narrow porch, filling the doorway. The night air clung to his long duster coat, carrying the scent of dust, horse, and the faint, sharp tang of ozone, from the distant, unseen prairie horizon where storms sometimes gathered without warning. Lamplight from the hallway spilled over him, catching the worn leather of his gun belt, the star pinned crookedly on his vest, and the tired lines etched around eyes that seemed to have witnessed too much of Redemption Gulch's gritty reality. He wasn't a young man, perhaps nearing 40, with dark hair showing threads of silver at the temples, and a face that was hard without being cruel, observant without betraying judgment mostly. Tonight, however, a flicker of something sharp like impatience or suspicion glinted in his gaze as it fell on Lila. He removed his hat, revealing more of the weathered lines on his forehead, holding it respectfully but with an air of authority that felt palpable. "Miss Hawthorne," he said, his voice a low baritone, roughened by trail dust and perhaps too many terse commands. It held none of the hushed reverence or fearful curiosity she usually encountered. It was flat, direct, the sound of a man dealing with facts, not phantoms. "Sheriff Hayes," Lila replied, keeping her own voice steady despite the tremor that ran beneath the surface. She stepped back slightly, holding the door open, though not quite offering an invitation. "This is unexpected." His gaze flickered past her into the dimly lit hallway towards the parlor door, from which no sound now escaped. He seemed to take in the scent of lavender and beeswax, the flickering candlelight visible through the gap, and his lips thinned almost imperceptibly. Skepticism radiated from him like heat from a blacksmith's forge. "Apologies for the hour," he said, though the apology sounded more like protocol than genuine regret. "There's been a situation down at the Last Chance Saloon." The name echoed the chaotic images that had flooded Lila's mind only moments before: the shadowed face, the cards, the glint of steel, the malice. A chill colder than the one conjured by the seance traced its way down her spine. "A situation?" she echoed, gripping the doorknob tighter. "Man found dead," Hayes stated bluntly. "Knife wound happened sometime in the last hour or so, looks like." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he studied her face in the lamplight. "Thought you might, well, folks say you have a sense for things others don't see." The way he said it held no conviction, only a weary sort of obligation, as if someone else had suggested he come here. Lila felt a wave of dizziness, the residue of the seance mingling with the shock of his words. A murder. While she sat here trying to offer comfort, violence had been blooming in the smoky confines of the saloon. And the presence she had felt, the cold, bitter energy obsessed with betrayal in the ledger, had it been the victim or the killer? I conduct sessions here, Sheriff," she said carefully, choosing her words, "for those seeking connection with loved ones. I don't pry into the town's darker affairs. Don't you?" His gaze was unnervingly direct. "This man, name's Finn O'Malley, drifter, gambler, caused his share of trouble." He shifted his weight, the floorboards groaning faintly beneath his boots. "Word is he had a run-in with Josiah Dubois, not long before Dubois took sick. Something about money." The air thickened. Behind her, Lila could almost feel the collective gasp from the parlor. Mrs. Dubois, the ledger, the spirit's accusation of hidden entries and unpaid debts. It all converged with a sickening lurch. Josiah Dubois? Lila kept her face carefully neutral, though her mind raced. "My clients tonight include Mrs. Dubois, Sheriff. She is seeking comfort in her grief, nothing more." She deliberately didn't mention the ledger or the disturbing turn the seance had taken, to reveal that now, under the sheriff's cynical gaze, felt dangerous, like handing him a weapon to use against her, or, worse, against the vulnerable widow inside. Hayes raised an eyebrow. "Mrs. Dubois is here?" Now? He glanced towards the parlor door again, a calculating look entering his eyes. Well, isn't that convenient? The implication hung heavy in the air. Convenient for whom? For Mrs. Dubois to have an alibi? Or convenient for Lila, weaving tales in the dark while real darkness unfolded elsewhere? Sheriff, Lila said, her voice gaining a touch of firmness, my guests are here for solace. Your arrival bringing news of violence and casting suspicion. My apologies, Miss Hawthorne, he interrupted, though the sincerity was still absent. Duty calls, even when it's inconvenient for seances. The word dripped with dismissal. I need to speak with anyone who might have seen O'Malley tonight or knew of his dealings. That includes anyone who had recent business with Josiah Dubois, particularly if it involved unsettled accounts. He took a step forward, clearly intending to enter. Lila stood her ground, a small obstacle against his imposing frame. Sheriff, please. My session was deeply personal. My guests are distraught. Mrs. Dubois, in particular, is a potential witness, or at least someone who might shed light on O'Malley's grievances. Hayes finished flatly. I won't take long. He didn't wait for her permission, moving past her into the hallway. The scent of dust and the outdoors followed him, a stark contrast to the carefully curated atmosphere of the house. Lila turned, watching his broad back as he approached the parlor door. She felt a surge of protectiveness towards the people inside, huddled in the candlelight, their grief and fear now compounded by the intrusion of the law. Hayes pushed the parlor door open wider, stepping into the room. The candle flames flickered wildly in the sudden draft, casting his long shadow across the floor and onto the faces of the sitters. And silence greeted him. 4 pairs of eyes stared up at him, wide with apprehension. Elmira Dubois clutched the ledger to her chest, her face pale and drawn. Silas Croft's stony expression hardened further, his eyes narrowed. Adeline Petty shrank back in her chair, twisting her handkerchief relentlessly. Old man Hemlock blinked, adjusting to the sheriff's sudden appearance, his expression wary. Evening, folks, Hayes said, his tone attempting a measure of civility that didn't quite mask the underlying authority. Sorry to disturb your gathering. He scanned the room, his gaze lingering for a moment on the extinguished candle near Mrs. Dubois, then moving to the ledger she held like a shield. Sheriff, Elmira managed, her voice thin. What is the meaning of this? Just need a few words, ma'am, Hayes said, directing his attention to her. About a man named Finn O'Malley. Elmira's breath caught. O'Malley? That dreadful man. You knew him? Hayes pressed. He gambled, Elmira stammered. Caused trouble at the Mercantile more than once. Josiah had words with him. Told him to stay away. Words about what, Mrs. Dubois? Hayes asked, his voice quiet but insistent. Was it about money O'Malley thought your husband owed him? Elmira looked flustered, her eyes darting towards Lila, then back to the sheriff. I don't know the details of every transaction, Sheriff. Josiah handled the books. She clutched the ledger tighter. Lila watched Hayes's eyes fix on the ledger again. He knew, or at least suspected, something was amiss. The spirit's words echoed in her mind, hidden, written beneath other entries. A different ink. Miller's Pass. Had O'Malley been the source of that desperate, angry energy? Had he been cheated and now sought justice from beyond the grave? Or was it something else entirely? Did O'Malley ever mention anything specific? Hayes continued, his focus unwavering on the widow. Any particular debt? Any threats? He was always making threats, Elmira said dismissively, though a tremor ran through her voice. A drunkard and a cheat. No one took him seriously. Someone took him seriously enough to put a knife in his back tonight, Hayes stated grimly. The words landed like stones in the quiet room. Adeline Petty let out a small whimper. Hayes turned his attention to the others. Any of you see O'Malley today? At the saloon? Anywhere else? Silas Croft shook his head, his expression unreadable. Haven't set foot in the Last Chance in months, Sheriff. Been at the forge since sunup. Old man Hemlock squinted. Saw him mid-afternoon, I think. Arguing with someone near the livery. Couldn't make out who. And you, Miss Petty? Hayes asked. Adeline jumped, startled. Me? Oh, no, Sheriff. I stay clear of the saloon. I was delivering Mrs. Gable's new dress lining late this afternoon, then came straight here. She twisted her handkerchief, her knuckles white. Hayes's gaze swept back to Lila, who stood silently near the doorway. And you, Miss Hawthorne? Did your connections offer any insight into Mr. O'Malley's untimely demise? The skepticism was thick in his voice, bordering on sarcasm. Lila met his gaze squarely. As I told you, Sheriff, my work is with those seeking peace, not with solving murders. The spirits I connect with are usually those bound by love and loss, not violence and vengeance. It was a partial truth. The presence she had felt tonight had been anything but peaceful. But admitting she might have brushed against the chilling energy of a murder victim or his killer just moments before the sheriff arrived, felt like stepping onto treacherous ground. He wouldn't believe her, and it would only deepen his suspicion. Usually, he picked up on the qualifier, but not always? The veil between worlds is not always clear, Sheriff, she replied evenly. Sometimes, other energies intrude. Fear and anger are potent forces. He held her gaze for a long moment, searching her face. Lila felt a strange pull, an awareness that went beyond the current situation. She sensed the layers within him, the staunch pragmatist, the weary lawman, but also something deeper, a core of unresolved pain or regret hidden beneath the surface. It was a fleeting impression, like a scent on the wind, but it resonated with her own sensitivities. Did his skepticism stem from a place of personal loss? A refusal to believe in anything beyond the harshness he witnessed daily? Right, he said finally, breaking the connection. He seemed to dismiss her words, turning back to Mrs. Dubois. Ma'am, I'll need to take a look at that ledger. Standard procedure. Need to understand O'Malley's possible motives, and anyone else who might have had reason to silence him. Elmira recoiled, clutching the book tighter. My husband's private accounts? Sheriff, surely that isn't necessary. Murder makes a lot of things necessary, Mrs. Dubois, Hayes said, his voice firm but not unkind. I'll be careful with it. You can come down to my office tomorrow morning, and we can go through it together if you prefer, but I need to see it. Elmira looked trapped, her eyes wide with panic. She glanced desperately at Lila, then at the stern faces of Silas Croft and Old Man Hemlock. There was no escape. Slowly, reluctantly, her hands trembling, she held out the heavy ledger. Hayes took it, his large hand dwarfing the worn leather cover. He tucked it under his arm. Thank you, ma'am. Now I suggest you all head home. It's late, and there's a killer loose in Redemption Gulch. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. Miss Hawthorne, perhaps you could ask your contacts if they saw anything useful. The request was laced with irony, yet a sliver of something else desperation seemed to underpin it. Maybe the lawman wasn't entirely immune to grasping at straws when faced with a brutal killing and few leads. He tipped his hat to the room. Folks, ma'am. He nodded curtly to Lila as he passed her in the hallway, the scent of dust and night air briefly enveloping her again. She watched him walk to the front door, the heavy ledger under his arm feeling like a stolen secret. He opened the door, hesitated for a fraction of a second, and then stepped out into the darkness, pulling the door shut behind him with a quiet click that sounded unnervingly final. Lila leaned her forehead against the cool wood of the parlor door frame, the adrenaline draining away, leaving her feeling hollowed out and shaky. The session, the dark presence, the murder, the sheriff's intrusion, the confiscated ledger. It was too much, too fast. Behind her, the sitters began to stir, scraping chairs, murmuring in low, frightened tones. "A murder," Adeline Petty whispered, her voice barely audible. "Right here in town." "O'Malley," Silas Croft grunted, standing up, his large frame seeming to fill the small space. "Always knew he'd come to a bad end, but like this." Old man Hemlock pushed himself to his feet, looking frail and uncertain. "Best be getting home. Elspeth wouldn't want me out with killers roaming." Elmira Dubois remained seated, staring blankly at the space on the table where the ledger had been. Her face was ashen. "He took it," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. "He took Josiah's ledger." She looked up at Lila, her eyes filled with a dawning horror, mixed with a desperate, unspoken question. Had Lila truly channeled something real? Had she unknowingly revealed a secret her husband had taken to his grave? A secret that might now be connected to a murder? Lila met her gaze, offering what little reassurance she could muster. "The sheriff is just doing his job, Mrs. Dubois. Try not to worry." But the words felt thin, inadequate. Worry was a sensible reaction. The threads connecting the seance, the ledger, O'Malley, and Josiah Dubois were pulling taut, forming a knot that felt dangerous and complex. One by one, her guests departed, slipping out into the windy night like nervous ghosts, leaving Lila alone in the echoing silence of the parlor. The candles had burned low, casting flickering, anemic light on the empty chairs and the polished tabletop. The air still felt cold, charged with the residue of fear and unanswered questions. She sank into one of the chairs, the one Sheriff Hayes had stood near, and dropped her head into her hands. The scent of beeswax and lavender mingled with the faint, lingering scent of the lawman's duster coat. He was a wall of skepticism, a man grounded firmly in the harsh realities she tried to mediate. Yet his presence lingered, a shadow that felt both intrusive and strangely compelling. And beneath his disbelief, she had sensed that flicker of something else, that hidden vulnerability. A sudden image flashed behind her closed eyelids. Hayes, younger, standing beside a freshly dug grave on a windswept hill, his face raw with a grief he now kept carefully hidden. It was gone as quickly as it came, leaving her breathless. Was that the source of his hardened exterior? His refusal to entertain anything beyond the tangible? She pushed the thought away. She couldn't afford to be distracted by the sheriff's hidden pains. She had her own problems. A murder had occurred, casting a pall over the town. A spirit, possibly connected to the crime, had spoken through her, making accusations that were now in the hands of the law, via the confiscated ledger. And Sheriff Hayes, the man tasked with finding the truth, clearly viewed her as at best a harmless eccentric, and at worst a fraud potentially entangled in the very darkness he sought to illuminate. The wind moaned around the corners of the house, sounding like a mournful whisper from the veil she navigated. Tonight, that veil had felt terrifyingly thin, and the shadow of the lawman had fallen across it, bringing the cold, hard reality of Redemption Gulch crashing into her world of whispers and shadows. She had a feeling Sheriff Daniel Hayes's presence in her life was only just beginning, and the path forward looked as dark and uncertain as the prairie night stretching beyond her window. Chapter 3, Voices in the Parlor. The silence left behind by the departed sitters and the abrupt intrusion of the law was profound, deeper than the usual quiet that settled over the house. after a session. It felt bruised, violated, the air usually calming down into a gentle hum of residual energy and fading scents, remained sharp, carrying the metallic tang of fear and the acrid residue of the angry presence that had forced its way in. Lila stood motionless in the center of the parlor, listening to the frantic beat of her own heart gradually slow, feeling the echo of Sheriff Hayes's heavy boots on her floorboards, the weight of his skepticism like a physical pressure. Slowly, deliberately, she began the ritual of closing down the space. She moved to each sputtering candle, pinching the wicks between dampened fingers. One by one, the small flames died, plunging the room into near darkness, save for the weak moonlight filtering through a gap in the heavy velvet curtains. The familiar, comforting scent of extinguished beeswax rose, but tonight it failed to soothe the disquiet within her. Each snuffed flame felt like closing a door on a room full of unanswered questions and lurking shadows. She gathered the used water glasses, the condensation leaving damp rings on the polished mahogany table, where Elmira Dubois' ledger had rested only an hour before. Her fingers brushed over that empty space. A faint coolness lingered there, a psychic fingerprint, left by the convergence of grief, fear, and the sheriff's pragmatic authority. She could almost feel the ghost weight of the ledger, sense the secrets pressed between its pages like dried poisonous flowers. Miller's Pass. The words echoed in her mind, spoken not by her own volition, but through her, by a voice cold with rage and desperation. Finn O'Malley's voice? It felt likely. A drifter, a gambler, a man nursing a grudge against the respectable Josiah Dubois. It fit the sharp, bitter energy. But had that bitterness curdled into murder? Or had he been the victim of the secret he apparently knew? She carried the glasses to the small wash basin tucked in an alcove, the clinking sound sharp in the heavy silence. As she poured water from the pitcher, the moonlight caught the facets, momentarily recreating the scattered prisms of light from the seance. But now they looked less like fleeting thoughts and more like fractured pieces of a truth she couldn't grasp. The house felt different tonight. Usually after a session, there was a sense of gentle release, of energy settling back into equilibrium. Tonight, the walls seemed to hold their breath, listening. The familiar creaks and groans of the old structure sounded less like comfortable settling and more like nervous whispers. Was the angry spirit still lingering, drawn by the unresolved conflict, the violence that had erupted just streets away? She paused, water dripping from her fingers, straining her senses, reaching out tentatively into the quiet darkness. There was nothing, not the peaceful emptiness that usually followed a clearing, nor the insistent pressure of the earlier intrusion, just a heavy, watchful stillness, thick with implication. It was almost worse than feeling an active presence. It felt like being observed from just beyond the veil, by eyes unseen, motives unknown. She finished washing the glasses, drying them carefully with a linen towel, her movements precise, automatic. It was a way to ground herself, to focus on the tangible when the intangible felt so threatening. Her gaze fell on the high-backed chairs, still slightly askew from their recent occupants. Elmira's chair, where she'd clutched the ledger in terror. Silas Croft's, imbued with his stoic, heavy grief. Adeline's, vibrating with nervous energy. Old man Hemlock's, holding the fragile hope of a connection finally made. And her own chair, at the head, the place where she opened herself to the currents between worlds. Tonight it felt less like a position of power and more like one of perilous exposure. She ran a hand over the back of Silas Croft's chair. The wood felt solid, dependable, like the man himself. Yet even his formidable presence hadn't shielded them from the intrusion, from the cold reality brought by the sheriff, Sheriff Hayes. His image rose unbidden in her mind, the tired lines around his eyes, the way his skepticism seemed almost a physical shield, the star glinting on his vest. He represented the world outside this room, the world of facts, evidence, and consequences, a world that had little patience for mediums and whispers from the grave. Why did his disbelief bother her so much? She was used to skepticism. It was the currency of Redemption Gulch. Most people who didn't seek her out viewed her with a mixture of fear, pity, and suspicion. She'd learned long ago to build her own walls against it. But Hayes's dismissal felt different. It wasn't born of simple ignorance or fear. It felt rooted in something deeper, something personal. That fleeting image she'd glimpsed the sheriff beside a grave, young and broken, returned to her. Had loss hardened him against any possibility of solace beyond the veil? Had he closed himself off so completely that he couldn't, or wouldn't, see the legitimacy of her experiences, even when presented with evidence like knowing details of his past, something she hadn't even consciously done yet? But the premise suggested she might. No, tonight had been about O'Malley and the ledger. Her brief interactions with the sheriff had been purely professional, if tinged with his inherent doubt. Yet she felt an unwilling awareness of him, a sense of a complex history hidden beneath the badge and the weary competence. It was a distraction she couldn't afford. He saw her as a fraud, potentially mixed up in the town's dirty laundry. Proving him wrong wasn't the priority. Staying safe, protecting her remaining clients, and understanding the dark currents swirling around Josiah Dubois' legacy were. The wind picked up outside, rattling the window panes more insistently now. It sounded like fingers drumming, impatient. Lila shivered, though the room wasn't cold anymore. She went to the window, pushing aside the heavy velvet curtain just enough to peer out. Redemption Gulch lay quiet under the sliver of moon, but it was an uneasy quiet. Lights burned later than usual in several houses. Down the street toward the center of town, she could see the glow from the Last Chance Saloon, usually dimmed by this hour, still casting a pool of jaundiced light onto the dusty boardwalk. Figures moved near its entrance silhouettes against the light. The sheriff, perhaps his deputy, maybe just morbidly curious townsfolk drawn to the scene of the violence. A horse whinnied somewhere in the darkness, the sound sharp and nervous. Even the animals seemed to sense the shift in the town's atmosphere. Murder wasn't unheard of on the frontier, but in a town as small as Redemption Gulch, it struck closer, fraying the fragile bonds of community, breeding suspicion like tumbleweeds in a dry gulch. And suspicion, Lila knew, could easily turn towards the unusual, towards the woman who spoke with the dead. She let the curtain fall back into place, the heavy velvet muffling the sounds from outside and closing her once more in the charged silence of the house. This house. It had been her mother's and her grandmother's before that. The gift, or burden, depending on the day, had run through the maternal line, a strange inheritance passed down alongside porcelain teacups and faded quilts. Her mother had been more cautious, conducting her readings discreetly, never calling them seances, never drawing the kind of attention Lila now did. But her mother hadn't lived through the slow decline of the mines, the gradual hardening of the town as prosperity dwindled and desperation grew. Lila's more open practice was born partly of necessity. It was how she earned her keep, and partly of a stubborn refusal to hide who she was, a quiet defiance her mother might not have understood. But tonight, that defiance felt fragile. Sheriff Hayes's presence, the murder, the potential scandal surrounding the Dubois ledger, it all threatened the precarious balance she maintained. If the contents of that ledger proved Josiah Dubois was involved in something illegal, something that led to O'Malley's death, and if Lila was seen as the one who brought those secrets to light through means the sheriff openly scorned, the consequences could be severe. Accusations of fraud were one thing. Being implicated, even indirectly, in the events leading to a murder was far more dangerous. She walked slowly through the hallway, checking the latch on the front door. It felt inadequate. She slid the heavy bolt across, the sound echoing in the stillness. It wouldn't keep out spirits, nor would it stop the law if Hayes decided he had more questions. But it was a gesture, a small assertion of control in a situation rapidly spinning beyond her grasp. Returning to the parlor, her eyes scanned the floor near the chairs. Sometimes sitters left small tokens behind a dropped button, a forgotten handkerchief. Tonight, near where Adeline Petty had sat, lay a single dried forget-me-not, crushed slightly as if it had fallen from a lapel or a reticule. Lila Benton picked it up. Its delicate blue faded, but still recognizable. A remnant of old man Hemlock's connection, a symbol of enduring love amidst the fear and darkness that had descended. She held it carefully, the fragile petals a stark contrast to the harsh realities pressing in. Where did the truth lie? Was Josiah Dubois the honest merchant his widow believed him to be? Or had he hidden dark dealings beneath columns of figures, dealings that cost Finn O'Malley his life, and the spirit O'Malley's ghost, burning with righteous anger? Or something else? A manipulator using the raw emotions of the seance for its own ends. Her own abilities felt suddenly unreliable, a flickering candle in a gale force wind. She could sense emotions, echoes, fragments of the past, but interpreting them, separating truth from the static of grief and fear, was fraught with uncertainty. She needed more information. She needed to understand what was in that ledger, what connection Miller's pass had to Josiah Dubois and Finn O'Malley. But the ledger was gone, taken by a man who held her abilities in contempt. Asking Mrs. Dubois directly felt cruel, possibly dangerous for the widow if she truly didn't know her husband's secrets. Approaching the sheriff was out of the question. He would twist her inquiries into further proof of her charlatanism, or, worse, her involvement. A wave of weariness washed over her, profound and bone deep. It wasn't just the drain of the seance. It was the weight of the secrets, the burden of her gift, the isolation of her path. She sank back into her own chair at the head of the table, the polished wood cool beneath her forearms. She closed her eyes, not seeking spirits this time, but simply trying to find a moment of quiet within herself. The silence deepened, stretching out. The wind outside seemed to die down slightly, and then faintly, so faintly she thought she might be imagining it, a whisper brushed against the edge of her hearing. Not the cold, demanding voice from the seance, but something softer, sadder. Lost, so lost. It wasn't directed at her, more like a sigh carried on an unseen current. Lila stiffened, her senses instantly alert. Was it one of the departed sitter's loved ones lingering? Elspeth Hemlock? Silas Croft's son? Cold. The water. The words fragmented, laced with confusion and a deep, pervasive sorrow. It wasn't O'Malley's bitter rage. This felt older, quieter, steeped in a different kind of tragedy. Lila focused, trying to grasp the source, but the whisper faded as quickly as it had come, leaving only the heavy silence and the lingering scent of beeswax. Another layer. Another voice in the parlor, unheard by anyone but her. Was it connected to the night's events, or just a stray echo caught in the charged atmosphere? Redemption. Gulch was built on land that had seen its share of sorrow long before the first prospector struck rock native trails crossed here. Battles had been fought, lives lost to the harshness of the elements and the cruelty of men. The soil itself seemed saturated with memory. Lila opened her eyes, staring into the moonlit darkness. The single crushed forget-me-not lay on the table before her. a symbol of remembrance, of things not wanting to be forgotten. O'Malley, Josiah Dubois, Miller's Pass, and now this new sad whisper of cold water and being lost. The threads were multiplying, tangling, leading deeper into a mystery that felt far larger and more dangerous than a simple gambling debt gone wrong. Sheriff Hayes thought he was investigating a straightforward murder. He thought he held the key in Josiah Dubois's ledger, but Lila suspected the truth was far more complex, hidden not just in ink and numbers, but in the echoing voices only she could hear, voices crying out from the shadows of Redemption Gulch's past. And she, the town medium, the suspected fraud, might be the only one positioned to hear them, caught between the skepticism of the law and the perilous whispers beyond the veil. A cold certainty settled in her heart. Ignoring those whispers was no longer an option. Whatever the cost, she had to find a way to listen. Chapter 4. The Skeptic's Unraveling. The stale air of the sheriff's office tasted like dust, cheap coffee gone cold, and the lingering residue of too many desperate confessions and hopeless disputes. Sheriff Daniel Hayes slumped into his chair, the scarred wood groaning under his weight. The chair had belonged to the previous sheriff, a man who'd died not from a bullet, but from a bottle, his cynicism finally drowning him. Sometimes Hayes felt the undertow of that same current, pulling at his own boots. He tossed his hat onto the cluttered desk beside a stack of wanted posters offering meager rewards for hard-faced men lost to the vastness of the territory, and ran a hand over his face, scrubbing at the weariness that felt ground into his bones. Outside, the first pale streaks of dawn were painting the eastern sky above the jagged silhouette of the distant mountains, but the light brought no relief, only the promise of another long, harsh day in Redemption Gulch, a day that had started with a dead body cooling in the sawdust of the Last Chance Saloon. Finn O'Malley. Hayes hadn't known the man well, but he knew the type. A restless spirit, chasing easy money and finding only trouble. His presence in town a low-grade irritant that had now escalated into a full-blown homicide. A knife in the back. Quick, dirty, and likely fueled by bad whiskey, bad blood, or both. Usually these things unraveled quickly, a drunken argument overheard. A known rival with fresh blood on his sleeve. A discarded weapon found nearby. But O'Malley's death felt quiet. Too quiet. The saloon regulars claimed ignorance. The barkeep swore he saw nothing, and the only tangible lead sat heavy and foreboding on the corner of Hayes's desk, Josiah Dubois' ledger. He stared at the leather-bound book, its respectable facade seeming almost mocking in the gritty reality of his office. He hadn't wanted to take it, especially not from a grieving widow in the middle of that performance at Lila Hawthorne's house. God, that woman. He scrubbed his face again, trying to erase the image of her standing in the candlelit parlor, her dark eyes wide and serious, spouting nonsense about intruding energies and whispers from beyond. Charlatan. That's what she was. Preying on the grief-stricken, weaving tales for coin. He'd seen her type before in bigger towns, slicker operators fleecing desperate fools. Yet there was something different about Hawthorne. A lack of showmanship, perhaps. A disconcerting stillness that felt less like performance and more like conviction. It irritated him more than outright trickery would have. And the way Mrs. Dubois and the others hung on her every word, he shook his head. Grief did strange things to people, made them grasp at shadows, willing to believe almost anything if it offered a sliver of comfort or a sense of control in a world that offered precious little of either. He knew that feeling, knew it intimately. The raw, gaping wound left by loss, the desperate yearning for one more word, one more sign. He'd walked that path himself, years ago after Martha. No, he slammed that door shut in his mind. He dealt in facts now, evidence, tangible proof, not whispers in the dark or the unsettling gaze of a young woman who seemed to see more than she let on. He reached for the ledger, the worn leather cool beneath his fingertips. It felt strangely intimate, holding the private records of a man's life, his business, his town standing. Josiah Dubois, pillar of the community, owner of the mercantile, deacon at the fledgling church, a man whose propriety was as starched as his collars. Hayes had respected him as much as he respected any man who managed to carve out a decent life in this unforgiving place. But O'Malley's grudge, Mrs. Dubois' obvious panic when the ledger was mentioned during that bizarre seance, it suggested Dubois' respectable veneer might have concealed something less pristine. With a sigh, he opened the cover. The pages were filled with Dubois' neat, precise script, columns of figures, names of customers, dates of transactions, inventory lists, everything meticulously recorded, just as Elmira had said. Flour, sugar, nails, lamp oil, credit extended to ranchers waiting on cattle sales, miners buying blasting powder on hope, the mundane rhythm of commerce in a frontier town. He started from the most recent entries, working backward, looking for Finn O'Malley's name. He found it easily enough. Several entries over the past few months. Small amounts, mostly tobacco, a bottle of whiskey, canvas sheeting, marked paid. But then, about 6 weeks ago, a larger entry. Credit F. O'Malley, $50 prospecting supplies. $50. A significant sum. Enough to stake a man for a decent try at a claim, and beside it, no mark indicating payment. Hayes leaned back, chewing on the inside of his cheek. $50 was certainly enough to cause bad blood, especially for a man like O'Malley, likely living hand to mouth. Had O'Malley been demanding payment from Dubois, claiming some share of a strike made with those supplies? Or was Dubois pressing O'Malley for repayment of the debt? The latter seemed more likely, given Dubois' reputation and O'Malley's apparent lack of funds. But why would O'Malley be angry enough to threaten Dubois, as Elmira claimed? He flipped further back, scanning the pages, his eyes growing gritty from lack of sleep. The script remained consistent, precise. Then he remembered the words Lila Hawthorne had spoken, or rather the words the Spirit had supposedly spoken through her, hidden, written beneath other entries. A different ink. Miller's Pass. Miller's Pass. Hayes frowned. That was an old, played-out mining area about 10 miles east of town, abandoned years ago after a flash flood swept through the canyon, taking a few prospectors with it. Why would Dubois have dealings there? And hidden entries. Different ink? It sounded like pure theatrics. Something Hawthorne cooked up to impress her gullible audience, feeding off Mrs. Dubois' fear. Still, a good lawman followed every lead, even the ridiculous ones whispered by, fetching young charlatans in dimly lit parlors. He turned the pages slowly now, his eyes scanning not just the main entries, but the spaces between lines, the margins, looking for any irregularity. He held a page up to the grimy window, letting the weak dawn light filter through the paper. Nothing obvious. The ink looked uniform, the spacing consistent. Dubois' precision seemed absolute. He kept going, page after page. Accounts settled, debts recorded, the quiet commerce of Redemption Gulch laid bare. Then, tucked away in the records from nearly 8 months ago, he found it. An entry for General Supplies Miller's Pass Freight Company. Not a large amount, but clearly marked. Below it, several lines detailed mundane purchases, rope, tools, foodstuffs. But Hayes's eye caught something else. A faint discoloration beneath the main entry for the freight company. almost imperceptible, as if something had been carefully scraped away or overwritten, and the ink of the general supplies line itself, holding it close to the light, tilting it this way and that, Hayes could just discern a very slight difference in its tone, a blackness that was subtly deeper, less faded than the ink around it. His heart gave a slight lurch. Different ink? Beneath other entries? Miller's Pass? He leaned closer, his skepticism warring with a growing unease. Coincidence? Or had Lyle Hawthorne somehow stumbled onto something real? He ran a calloused fingertip over the faint discoloration. It felt infinitesimally rougher than the surrounding paper. Had Dubois altered his own meticulous records? Why? What was he trying to hide concerning Miller's Pass Freight Company, an outfit Hayes hadn't even heard of? He flipped through more pages, searching for other mentions of Miller's Pass or the freight company. Nothing. Just that single, subtly altered entry. It was thin, damn thin. Hardly enough to suggest Dubois was involved in anything nefarious, let alone something that would lead to Finn O'Malley getting knifed in a saloon months later. Frustration gnawed at him. He pushed the ledger away, the scent of old paper and ink filling his nostrils. Maybe Hawthorne had just gotten lucky. Maybe she'd overheard gossip about Dubois and Miller's Pass, though who would be gossiping about obscure 8-month-old freight transactions? Or maybe she really did have some uncanny sense. The thought made him deeply uncomfortable. It challenged the solid ground of facts and evidence he relied upon. It brought back memories of things he couldn't explain, things he'd buried long ago with Martha, whispers in the night, a feeling of presence, fleeting certainties that defied logic. He'd dismissed them then as grief-induced delusions. He had to dismiss Hawthorne's abilities now. There had to be a rational explanation. A sharp knock on the office door jolted him. "Sheriff?" Deputy Miller's voice, young and eager. "Yeah, come in, Charlie," Hayes called out, rubbing his temples. Charlie Miller entered, holding 2 steaming mugs. He was barely 25, still possessing an earnestness Hayes envied and distrusted in equal measure. "Brought you coffee, Sheriff. Figured you were up all night." "Thanks, Charlie." Hayes took the offered mug, the warmth seeping into his cold hands. The coffee was black, bitter, and scalding, just the way he needed it. "Anything new down at the saloon?" "Cleaned up, mostly," Charlie reported, perching on the corner of the desk opposite Hayes. "Doc Evans confirmed the time of death, like you thought, sometime between 9 and 10 last night. Single stab wound, back left side, pierced the lung. Quick killer, or a lucky one. No weapon found nearby. Barkeep and the usual drunks still swear they saw nothing, heard nothing except O'Malley complaining about his cards earlier." Hayes nodded slowly, sipping the coffee. Standard. Fear and liquor, sealed lips tighter than wax. "Anyone mention who O'Malley was arguing with near the livery yesterday?" "Old man Hemlock mentioned seeing him." Charlie frowned. "Hemlock? He came by?" "No, Sheriff. No one mentioned seeing O'Malley arguing. Just saw him drinking steady most of the afternoon, playing cards, losing mostly." Losing. So the $50 debt to Dubois likely still stood. Motive enough for Dubois to be angry? Maybe. But hardly motive for murder. Unless O'Malley had something on Dubois, something related to Miller's Pass. "Did you ask around about Finn O'Malley's known associates?" Hayes asked. "Anyone he ran with? Anyone who might have backed him in a fight or held a grudge against him?" "Not really," Charlie admitted. "Folks mostly described him as a loner. A mouthy one when drunk, but kept to himself otherwise. No known enemies except maybe half the town he owed small debts to. Nothing serious enough for a knife in the back, far as anyone admits." He glanced at the ledger on the desk. Find anything in Dubois' books? Hayes hesitated. Revealing the faint discrepancy, the mention of Miller's past tied to Lila Hawthorne's seance pronouncements, it felt foolish. Charlie was a good deputy, solid and dependable, but he was young and prone to gossip. Hayes didn't want Hawthorne's name tangled further in this until he had something concrete. Just confirms O'Malley owed Dubois $50, Hayes said evasively. Seems Dubois hadn't pressed him for it recently, though. Nothing else jumps out. He closed the ledger deliberately. Keep asking around, discreetly. See if anyone heard O'Malley mention Miller's Pass recently, or if anyone knows anything about a Miller's Pass freight company. Charlie looked puzzled. Miller's Pass? Ain't nothing out there but rattlesnakes and ghosts, Sheriff. Hasn't been for years. Just ask, Charlie, Hayes said tiredly. Cover all the bases. Right, Sheriff. Charlie finished his coffee and stood up, putting the empty mug on the desk. What about the medium? Hawthorne? He lowered his voice slightly. Folks are already whispering, saying maybe she conjured up more than spirits last night. Hayes felt a muscle twitch in his jaw. Folks will whisper about the wind changing direction, Charlie. Miss Hawthorne held a seance for some grieving townspeople. Happened she had the bad luck for it to coincide with O'Malley meeting his maker. Doesn't mean she's involved. He heard the defensiveness in his own voice and inwardly cursed. Why was he defending her? He didn't believe a word she said. Still, Charlie persisted, she deals with weird stuff. And O'Malley getting killed right when she's holding court. It's got tongues wagging. Let them wag, Hayes snapped, harsher than he intended. We deal with facts. Go see what else you can dig up. Charlie looked slightly taken aback, but nodded quickly. Yes, sir. He escaped the office, leaving Hayes alone again with the cold coffee, the heavy ledger, and the unsettling memory of Lila Hawthorne's dark, serious eyes. He leaned back in his chair, the springs groaning in protest. The lack of sleep was making him edgy, blurring the lines. But the unease persisted. The altered entry in the ledger, Miller's Pass, O'Malley's death, and Lila Hawthorne, standing at the center of it like a lightning rod, drawing connections he couldn't logically explain but couldn't entirely dismiss either. He thought of her claim. Sometimes other energies intrude. Fear and anger are potent forces. Had she simply sensed the ambient tension surrounding O'Malley and Dubois, the undercurrents of debt and potential deceit, and woven them into her act? It was possible. Highly sensitive people could pick up on subtle cues, body language, unspoken tensions. Maybe her gift was nothing more than a highly developed intuition, honed by years of observing grieving, vulnerable people. But the specificity, Miller's Pass, different ink, beneath other entries, that went beyond intuition. It felt like knowledge. How could she know? The simplest explanation was usually the right one. Someone told her. Someone who knew about Dubois' dealings, perhaps O'Malley himself, looking for leverage or trying to expose the respectable merchant. Maybe O'Malley had confided in someone, and that someone whispered it to the town medium, hoping she could use it. Or maybe, just maybe, she wasn't entirely a fraud. The thought sent a jolt through him, unwelcome and deeply disturbing. If she wasn't a fraud, then what she did was real. Spirits, whispers, connections beyond the grave. It opened doors he had nailed shut years ago, doors that led to pain and confusion and the terrifying boundlessness of grief. He couldn't go back there. He wouldn't. He stood up abruptly, needing air, needing distance from the ledger and the thoughts swirling in his head. He walked to the window, looking out at Redemption Gulch waking up under the pale morning sun. Dust motes danced in the light slanting across the boardwalk. A wagon rumbled past. Life went on. Oblivious to the dead man lying on a slab in Doc Evans's back room, oblivious to the secrets potentially hidden in a dead merchant's accounts, oblivious to the strange currents emanating from the little house with the lilac bushes on the edge of town. His job was to find the killer, to restore order, to deal in the cold, hard facts. Yet the facts felt elusive, slippery, and the one person who might, however improbably, hold a key piece of the puzzle was the one person his entire rational mind screamed to distrust, Lila Hawthorne. He found himself thinking about her house again, the scent of lavender and beeswax, the intense quiet of the parlor. Had she felt his skepticism as keenly as he'd felt her unnerving composure? Had she sensed the ghost of his own past grief, the reason behind his rigid disbelief? The idea that she might have seen that vulnerability in him was galling. He turned back to the desk, his gaze falling once more on the ledger. He had to know more about Miller's past. He had to understand that altered entry. And maybe, just maybe, he needed to talk to Lila Hawthorne again. Not as a suspect, not yet anyway, but perhaps as someone who, against all logic, might have seen something he couldn't. The thought felt like a betrayal of everything he believed in, a crack in the solid foundation of his world. The skeptic was unraveling. Just a thread, perhaps, but the pull was undeniable, unsettling, and pointed directly towards the woman who spoke to the dead. Chapter 5, A Silence, Too Profound. Dawn crept into the parlor, not with the gentle promise of renewal, but as a pale, accusing light, revealing the dust motes dancing in the stillness and the lingering disorder of the previous night. Lila sat huddled in a shawl by the cold hearth, a cup of chicory coffee grown lukewarm in her hands. Sleep had been a fleeting, troubled thing, haunted by fragmented images, the glint of candlelight on Sheriff Hayes's badge, the panicked widening of Elmira Dubois's eyes, the spectral coldness of the angry presence, and beneath it all, that fainter, sadder whisper lost, cold, the water. The house itself seemed to be holding its breath. The usual comforting creaks and groans were muted, replaced by an oppressive silence that felt heavier than any sound. It was the silence of waiting, of secrets settling like dust in the corners, of a tension that hadn't dissipated with the departure of her guests or the sheriff, but had instead sunk deeper into the very fabric of the place. Even the familiar scents of lavender and beeswax felt thin, overlaid by the phantom chill of the intrusion and the metallic tang of fear. Lila took a sip of the bitter coffee. Usually, the morning after a seance, even a difficult one, brought a sense of quiet accomplishment, of having facilitated a connection, offered some measure of peace. Last night left only exhaustion and a gnawing unease. She hadn't offered peace. She had stumbled into a hornet's nest of secrets, accusations, and now murder. And the spirit she had channeled, O'Malley, it hadn't felt like a soul seeking rest. It felt like rage given voice, a raw, desperate energy that had used her as a mouthpiece for its earthly grievances. The mention of the ledger, the hidden entries, Miller's past, it was too specific, too targeted to be mere psychic static. But had it been the truth, or a final malicious act of a bitter man trying to ruin Dubois' reputation, even from beyond the grave? And then there was the other whisper, the one that had come after, soft and sorrowful, lost, cold, the water. It felt distinctly different, female perhaps, older, weighted with a different kind of tragedy. It hadn't felt connected to O'Malley or Dubois, yet it had surfaced in the wake of the night's turmoil. Was it just a stray echo, snagged in the heightened sensitivity of the house, or another thread in the increasingly tangled skein? Miller's pass, known for the flash flood that had wiped out the settlement years ago. Cold water, lost. The connection seemed plausible, yet utterly obscure. What did a long-forgotten flood have to do with a gambler knifed in the Last Chance saloon? She rose, pulling the shawl tighter around her shoulders, and began tidying the parlor with mechanical movements, plumping cushions, straightening the rug, dusting surfaces that didn't need it, trying to impose order on the room, hoping it might seep into the chaos within her own mind. Her reflection in the polished table surface looked pale and strained, her eyes shadowed with sleeplessness and worry. The town medium, the woman who supposedly bridged worlds. Right now she felt adrift, caught between a world of tangible dangers, a murderer, a suspicious sheriff, fearful townsfolk, and a world of intangible whispers that offered more questions than answers. She had to go out. Staying cloistered in the house, surrounded by the charged silence, would only amplify her fears. She needed supplies, yes, but more than that, she needed to feel the pulse of the town, to see how Redemption Gulch was breathing after the shock of the murder. She needed to gauge the currents of gossip and suspicion, see where they flowed, towards her, towards the Dubois family, or elsewhere. Changing out of her simple house dress into something slightly more substantial, a sturdy skirt and a plain high-neck blouse, she pinned her dark hair back securely, tucking away any stray wisps. She paused at the small mirror in the hallway, studying her reflection. Could they see it in her eyes? The things she heard? The fear that coiled in her stomach? She smoothed her features into a semblance of calm neutrality, the mask she wore for the outside world, but today it felt thin, brittle. Stepping outside was like stepping into a different kind of silence. The usual morning sounds of Redemption Gulch, the clang of Silas Croft's hammer from the smithy, the rattle of wagons, the distant shouts of children seemed muted, subdued. People moved along the boardwalks with a purposeful quiet, their faces grim, their eyes darting nervously. Conversations, when they happened, were conducted in low murmurs, heads bent close together. The news of O'Malley's death had spread like wildfire, casting a pall over the town more effectively than any dust storm. As Lila walked towards the Mercantile, the silence seemed to follow her, radiating outwards. Heads turned as she passed. Conversations ceased abruptly. Eyes slid away, refusing to meet hers, or held her gaze for a fraction too long, filled with an unnerving mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Charlie Miller's words echoed in her mind. Folks are already whispering, saying maybe she conjured up more than spirits last night. She felt the weight of their stares like physical blows. They saw her not just as the odd woman who spoke to ghosts, but now, potentially as someone connected to the darkness that had claimed Finn O'Malley. Had her seance somehow unleashed this violence? Had she, in her perceived communion with the dead, meddled in affairs that were best left buried? The thought was absurd, yet she could feel the tendrils of that suspicion reaching for her. She reached the Dubois Mercantile. A simple wooden sign, closed, hung crookedly in the window. The drawn blinds gave the storefront a blank, unseeing face. So Elmira wasn't facing the town today. Lila couldn't blame her. Grief, compounded by the sheriff confiscating her husband's ledger and the whispers undoubtedly surrounding O'Malley's connection to Josiah. It was too much for anyone to bear publicly. Lila felt a pang of sympathy, mixed with a helpless frustration. Mrs. Dubois might hold pieces of the puzzle, consciously or not, but she was locked away behind her grief and fear, inaccessible. Lila continued down the boardwalk, her gaze drawn towards the bat-wing doors of the Last Chance saloon. Even in the morning light, the place looked sordid, weary. Sawdust, darker and damper in patches near the entrance, spilled onto the wooden planks, a grim testament to the previous night's cleanup. Two men loitered nearby, smoking cigarettes and talking in low tones, their eyes scanning everyone who passed. Guards? Or just ghoulishly curious onlookers? She saw Deputy Miller emerge briefly, speak to the men, then duck back inside. The investigation was clearly ongoing. She needed flour, coffee, lamp oil. The feed store further down also served as a rudimentary general store for basic necessities. When the main mercantile was closed, she quickened her pace, wanting to conclude her business and retreat back to the relative sanctuary of her house. Inside the feed store, the air smelled strongly of grain, leather, and manure. A few ranchers stood near the counter, talking quietly with Mr. Henderson, the proprietor. Their conversation stopped dead the moment Lila entered. All eyes turned to her. The silence stretched, thick and uncomfortable. "Miss Hawthorne," Henderson said finally, his tone carefully neutral, betraying none of the usual gruff friendliness. "Mr. Henderson," Lila replied, keeping her voice even. "I need some flour, please. Coffee beans." He nodded curtly, turning to scoop the flour into a sack. The ranchers pointedly turned their backs, resuming their conversation in hushed tones, though Lila caught fragments. "Knife right there. Hayes ain't saying much. Always knew O'Malley." She paid for her goods, acutely aware of the silence that fell again as she counted out the coins. No one met her eye. As she turned to leave, clutching her parcels, one of the ranchers, a burly man named Jedediah Smith, whose wife sometimes consulted Lila about herbal remedies, cleared his throat. "Heard you had folks over last night, Miss Hawthorne," he said, not looking at her, addressing the air in front of him, talking to the other side. Lila froze, her hand on the doorframe. "I offer comfort to those who seek it, Mr. Smith," she said quietly. "Comfort," Smith scoffed, finally turning to look at her. His eyes narrowed. "Or stirring up trouble. Seems mighty coincidental, O'Malley getting killed just when you're communing." "Coincidence is all it was," Lila stated, forcing a firmness into her voice she didn't entirely feel. "Finn O'Malley's death has nothing to do with my work." Smith spat a stream of tobacco juice onto the dusty floor near her feet. "Maybe, maybe not. Best be careful what kind of spirits you invite into this town, ma'am. Some doors, they shouldn't be open." The veiled threat hung in the air. Lila met his hostile gaze for a moment, then turned and pushed the door open, stepping back out into the muted sunlight, her heart pounding. The suspicion wasn't just whispers. It was hardening into open accusation. They saw her as a potential source of the darkness, a conduit for trouble. Hurrying back along the boardwalk, she kept her eyes fixed straight ahead, ignoring the curious or hostile glances. The weight of the town's fear felt suffocating. They needed someone to blame, an explanation for the violence that had shattered their uneasy peace. And she, the outsider, the woman who dealt in shadows, was an easy target. As she neared her own street, she saw a familiar figure walking towards her, Sheriff Hayes. He moved with that same weary determination she'd noted the night before, his duster coat catching the breeze, his eyes scanning the street, missing nothing. He carried no ledger today, but the weight of his office, of the murder investigation, seemed to settle heavily on his shoulders. For a moment, their paths seemed destined to cross. Lila's steps faltered. Should she speak to him? Ask about the ledger? Offer the little information she had the specific words? The second sadder whisper? But his face was grim, unapproachable. And Jedediah Smith's warning echoed in her ears. Approaching the sheriff now might only feed the narrative that she was somehow entangled in this. He would dismiss her evidence as nonsense, confirming his belief in her fraudulence, perhaps even marking her as someone desperate to divert suspicion. Just as they were about to draw a level, Hayes abruptly changed direction, cutting across the street towards the assay office, nodding curtly to someone standing in the doorway. He didn't even glance in her direction. It wasn't necessarily a deliberate snub. He was clearly preoccupied with his investigation, yet the lack of acknowledgement felt profound. Another silence. The law, the embodiment of fact and order, had no time for her, no space for the ambiguities she represented. She was irrelevant to his world, unless she became a suspect. She reached her gate, the familiar creak sounding loud in the unnerving quiet. She hurried inside, bolting the door behind her. Leaning against it, her parcels clutched tight. The brief foray into town had confirmed her fears. She was isolated, suspected, adrift in a sea of fear and ignorance. The silence surrounding the murder wasn't just a lack of answers. It was an active suppression, a closing of ranks, a pointing of fingers towards the easiest scapegoat. She put her supplies away in the kitchen, the mundane tasks failing to soothe her frayed nerves. Her gaze kept drifting towards the parlor. The room felt expectant, waiting. Had the whispers stopped because the sheriff had intervened, disrupting the flow? Or was this silence a prelude to something else? She found herself drawn back to the parlor, standing again in the center of the room where the seance had taken place. The pale sunlight illuminated the space where the ledger had lain. Miller's Pass, cold water, lost. The fragments looped in her mind, refusing to coalesce into a coherent message. Closing her eyes, she deliberately reached out, not with the focused intensity of a formal seance, but with a quiet, receptive listening. She pushed past the fear, the town's judgment, the sheriff's skepticism. She simply listened to the silence of the house. For a long time, there was nothing but the sound of her own breathing, the distant bark of a dog, the faint sigh of the wind. The silence felt absolute, profound. Had the connection been severed? Had the spirits withdrawn, frightened off by the violence or the intrusion of harsh reality? Then, almost imperceptibly, a thread of coldness wound through the air. Not the aggressive chill of the previous night, but something infinitely sadder, more desolate. It carried the scent of damp earth, of decaying leaves, of stagnant water. And with it, the whisper returned, clearer this time, imbued with a heartbreaking weariness. So cold, down by the broken sluice. No marker. No one knows. Broken sluice. Miller's Pass had been a mining area. Sluices were used to wash ore, and the flood, had someone been lost there, their body never recovered, forgotten. A woman? It felt like a woman's sorrow, deep and enduring. Lila opened her eyes, shivering despite the mildness of the day. This wasn't O'Malley. This wasn't directly related to the murder in the saloon. This was something else. An older grief bleeding through, perhaps drawn to the surface by the recent turmoil. Yet, could there be a connection? Was the secret Josiah Dubois had tried to hide in his ledger somehow linked to this older tragedy at Miller's Pass? The silence of the town, the silence of the sheriff, the silence surrounding O'Malley's death. It all felt like a heavy shroud, but beneath it, these faint, persistent whispers suggested a deeper hidden narrative, a truth obscured by time, by fear, perhaps by deliberate deception. No one else was listening. The townsfolk were lost in their fear and suspicion. The sheriff was focused on the tangible evidence, the ledger, the knife wound. No one else could hear the plea from the cold water, the whisper by the broken sluice. A resolve began to form within her, fragile but determined. Jedediah Smith's warning, the sheriff's dismissal, the town's suspicion they were all reasons to withdraw, to keep silent, to protect herself. But the whispers, the fragments of truth brushing against the veil, demanded attention. If she didn't listen, if she didn't try to understand, who would? The silence surrounding the truth was too profound, too dangerous. It had to be broken. And it seemed, terrifyingly, that she was the only one capable of doing it. The path led towards Miller's Pass, towards the place of cold water and forgotten sorrows, and whatever secrets lay buried there alongside the dead. Chapter 6. Accusations Like Dust Devils. 2 days passed under the weight of Redemption Gulch's simmering fear. 2 days in which the oppressive silence Lila had felt within her own house seemed to have seeped out, infecting the entire town. The initial shock of Finn O'Malley's murder had curdled into a sour suspicion, a restless unease that sought an outlet, a focus, and increasingly, Lila felt the invisible tendrils of that suspicion tightening around her. She tried to maintain a routine, tending the small herb garden behind the house, the familiar scents of sage and thyme, usually a comfort, now failing to penetrate the knot of anxiety in her chest. She swept the porch, polished the already gleaming seance table, read from her mother's worn book of pressed flowers and folk remedies, mundane tasks, anchors in the storm, but every creak of a floorboard elsewhere in the house made her jump. Every shadow pooling in the corners seemed to hold watching eyes. The whispers from Miller's Pass, the sorrowful voice speaking of cold water and the broken sluice, remained silent now, as if sensing the hostile energy radiating from the town, retreating deeper into the veil. Or perhaps, Lila thought with a shiver, they were waiting. She knew she couldn't remain hidden indefinitely. Supplies would dwindle again. More importantly, staying inside felt like conceding defeat, allowing the unfounded accusations whispered on the wind to solidify into accepted truth. She needed to show her face, project an image of normalcy, however false it felt. Steeling herself, she put on her bonnet, picked up her empty market basket, and stepped out into the brittle afternoon sunlight. The change was immediate and palpable. It wasn't just averted gazes and ceased conversations anymore. As she walked down the dusty street towards the center of town, the mercantile remained closed, so the feed store was still her only option. She felt eyes on her back, not just curious, but hostile. A group of children playing jacks on the boardwalk fell silent as she approached, scrambling up and darting away as if she were contagious. Their mother, Mrs. Gable, the very woman whose dress lining Adeline Petty had delivered just before the seance, watched from her doorway. Her arms crossed, her expression hard and unforgiving. She didn't return Lila's hesitant nod. Further on, outside the assayer's office, old man Hemlock sat on his usual bench, whittling. He, at least, had found some solace during the seance. But as Lila drew near, he seemed to become intensely focused on the piece of wood in his hands, his shoulders hunching slightly. He didn't look up. Even the frail connection forged in the candlelight seemed broken, overwhelmed by the prevailing tide of fear. The air felt thick with unspoken words. Accusations hung there like dust devils swirling in the heat haze, sudden, blinding, stinging. She could almost hear them. Witch, troublemaker, meddler, conjurer of violence. She reached the feed store. Mr. Henderson was behind the counter, tallying figures in a ledger far less ominous looking than Josiah Dubois. 2 miners stood nearby, examining coils of rope. They glanced up as Lila entered, their conversation dying instantly. One nudged the other, jerking his chin subtly in her direction. Their faces were grim, streaked with grime, their eyes holding a mixture of weariness and raw suspicion. Lila ignored them, walking directly to the counter. "Mr. Henderson, a bag of oats, please, and twine." Her voice sounded unnaturally loud in the sudden quiet. Henderson looked up, his expression carefully blank. He nodded slowly, avoiding her eyes, and moved to fill her order. The silence stretched, broken only by the rustle of oats pouring into the burlap sack. Lila could feel the miner's stares boring into her back. "Heard the sheriff ain't found the killer yet," one of the miners said, his voice deliberately loud, clearly meant for her ears. "Nope," the other replied. "Maybe he's looking in the wrong places. Maybe the evil ain't from out of town. Maybe it was summoned." Lila's hand tightened on the handle of her basket. Summoned. The word struck her like a physical blow. Henderson finished tying the sack of oats and placed it on the counter alongside a ball of twine, still avoiding her gaze. "That be all, Miss Hawthorne?" "Yes, thank you." She fumbled slightly with the coins in her reticule, her fingers suddenly clumsy. As she counted out the payment, the first miner spoke again, his voice laced with malice. "Funny things happen when folks mess with things they oughtn't, stirring up the dead, letting dark things loose." Lila straightened, forcing herself to turn and face them. The two men stood watching her, their expressions challenging, hostile. They were big men, hardened by their labor, their faces set in grim lines. "My work," she said, her voice trembling slightly despite her efforts to keep it steady, "is about bringing peace, not summoning evil. What happened to Finn O'Malley was a tragedy born of earthly motives, not supernatural ones." The second miner scoffed, taking a step closer. He smelled of sweat, blasting powder, and stale beer. "Easy for you to say. You talk to spirits, don't you? How do we know what kind of spirits you talk to? How do we know O'Malley didn't cross one of your ghosts?" "That's ridiculous," Lila snapped, fear warring with indignation. "Is it?" the first miner challenged, moving to flank her on the other side. She felt trapped between them, Henderson watching impassively from behind the counter, making no move to intervene. "Maybe O'Malley knew something you didn't want to know. Maybe one of your spook friends silenced him for you. The accusation was direct, ugly. It hung in the dusty air, thick and poisonous." Lila felt a cold dread wash over her. This wasn't just gossip anymore. This was open, dangerous hostility. "You're wrong," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "You know nothing about me or my work." "We know O'Malley's dead," the second miner growled. "And we know you were holding one of your devil sessions right when it happened. Looks mighty suspicious to us." Suddenly, the store door swung open and Silas Croft filled the entrance. The blacksmith's imposing frame blocked the afternoon light, casting the miners into shadow. His face was set in its usual granite lines, but his eyes, sharp and assessing, took in the scene instantly. Lila, pale and cornered, the two miners looming over her. Henderson silent behind the counter. "Henderson," Croft's deep voice rumbled, cutting through the tension. "Got that order of iron stock ready?" The miners shifted uneasily, glancing at the blacksmith. Croft was not a man easily intimidated. His silence often held more weight than other men's threats. "Right here, Silas," Henderson said quickly, visibly relieved by the interruption. Croft stepped further into the store, his gaze sweeping over the miners with quiet contempt before settling briefly on Lila. He gave a minuscule, almost imperceptible nod, not of warmth, but of acknowledgement, an understanding, perhaps, of the currents she navigated. He hadn't spoken a word to her since the seance, hadn't offered support, but in that moment, his mere presence felt like a shield. The miners muttered something under their breath and shuffled away from Lila, turning their attention back to the ropes, though their hostility still radiated off them in waves. Lila quickly gathered her purchases, her hands shaking. "Thank you, Mr. Henderson," she murmured, not waiting for a reply. She practically fled the store, her heart hammering against her ribs. Silas Croft's intervention had saved her from further confrontation, but the ugliness of the miners' words, the raw suspicion in their eyes, clung to her like burrs. She hurried home, blind to the few people still out on the street, her mind racing. Summoned evil, silenced him for you. The accusations were becoming bolder, more dangerous. It wouldn't take much for this kind of talk to reach Sheriff Hayes, further cementing his view of her as, at best, a charlatan, and at worst, somehow complicit. She needed to find proof, something tangible to counter the whispers, something to explain O'Malley's death that had nothing to do with her. The ledger, Miller's pass, the sad whisper by the broken sluice. The answers had to lie there. But how could she investigate when the town itself seemed poised to turn on her? Going to Miller's Pass alone was risky under normal circumstances. Now it felt potentially suicidal. What if someone followed her? What if they saw her searching the abandoned ruins and twisted it into further proof of her guilt? Back within the seeming safety of her house, she bolted the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. The silence here no longer felt watchful, but suffocating. She felt trapped, besieged. The dust devils of accusation were swirling tighter, threatening to pull her down. Later that evening, as twilight bled purple and indigo across the sky, she sat by the window, watching the shadows lengthen and deepen in her small garden. A flicker of movement caught her eye. Not in the garden, but further out, near the dilapidated fence that separated her property from the open scrubland beyond. A figure silhouetted against the fading light stood partially concealed behind a stand of gnarled juniper, watching the house. Lila's blood ran cold. She couldn't make out who it was, man or woman, townsperson or stranger. They stood perfectly still for a long moment, a dark shape against the dying day, then melted back into the deeper shadows and were gone. Was it one of the miners from store, Jedediah Smith? Someone else entirely, drawn by the increasingly lurid gossip? Or was it something connected to the murder itself? Someone ensuring she didn't uncover anything incriminating? The possibilities were equally terrifying. She quickly drew the curtains, her hands trembling. The feeling of being watched intensified, prickling at the back of her neck. The house, her sanctuary, suddenly felt terribly exposed, vulnerable. The accusations weren't just words anymore. They were taking physical form, manifesting as hostile stares, menacing confrontations, and now, potentially, surveillance. A sudden, sharp crack echoed from outside, the sound of a rock hitting the wooden siding of the house. Lila gasped, jumping back from the window, her heart leaping into her throat. Silence followed. No shouts, no further sounds, just the single violent impact, a clear message of intimidation. She stood frozen in the center of the room, listening, every nerve stretched taut. The silence pressed in, heavier than ever, but now it felt charged with imminent threat. They weren't just whispering anymore. They were throwing stones. How long before those stones were aimed directly at her? How long before the dust devils coalesced into a mob? Panic threatened to overwhelm her. She wanted to run, to escape Redemption Gulch and its suffocating fear, its blind accusations. But where would she go? This house, this life, was all she knew, and running would only confirm their suspicions, paint her as guilty in their eyes. No, she couldn't run. She wouldn't be driven out by ignorance and fear. The whispers she heard, the ones the town couldn't or wouldn't acknowledge, held the key. The sad spirit by the broken sluice, the secrets in Dubois' ledger, the truth behind O'Malley's death. They were all tangled together. Unraveling them was her only path forward, not just to clear her own name, but perhaps to bring a measure of real peace to the troubled spirits, both living and dead, haunting Redemption Gulch. But the watchers, the thrown stones, The open hostility they made investigation almost impossible. She needed help, an ally, someone who could move through the town without suspicion, someone who could ask questions, perhaps even someone who could access the ledger. Her thoughts, reluctantly, inevitably, turned back to Sheriff Daniel Hayes, the skeptic, the man grounded in facts. He distrusted her, dismissed her abilities, but he was also the law. He was sworn to uncover the truth regardless of where it led, and despite his hardened exterior, she had sensed that flicker of something else, that buried pain, that hint of complexity beneath the badge. Was it possible? Could she make him listen? Could she convince him that the whispers she heard weren't just shadows, but signposts pointing towards the real killer? It was a desperate gamble. Approaching him again, especially now with the town's mood turning uglier, could backfire spectacularly. He might see it as a ploy, an attempt by a cornered fraud to muddy the waters. He might dismiss her outright, leaving her more exposed than ever. But what other choice did she have? The accusations were closing in, tangible threats replacing whispers. Staying silent, staying hidden, was no longer an option. She had to act. She had to try to bridge the chasm between her world of whispers and his world of facts. She had to face the sheriff, face his skepticism, and pray that somewhere beneath the lawman's shadow, there was a man willing to consider that the truth might lie in a place he refused to believe existed. The dust devils were swirling, and she had to find solid ground before they tore everything apart. Chapter 7, The Sheriff's Burden. Sheriff Daniel Hayes walked the length of Redemption Gulch's main street, his boots kicking up puffs of the fine, pale dust that seemed to coat everything. The boardwalks, the false fronts of the buildings, the weary spirits of the inhabitants. The midday sun beat down with relentless intensity, baking the already parched land and drawing sweat onto Hayes's brow beneath the brim of his hat. But the heat felt secondary to the chill that had settled over the town since Finn O'Malley's body was discovered. It was a coldness born of fear, suspicion, and the ugly human instinct to find blame, preferably somewhere outside oneself. He nodded curtly to the few people he passed, his face set in the impassive mask of authority he wore like a second skin. But behind the mask, he felt the weight of their expectant, anxious eyes. They looked to him for answers, for reassurance, for the swift justice that would restore the town's fragile equilibrium. And Hayes had precious little to offer them. 3 days since the murder, and he was no closer to finding the killer than he'd been when he first stepped into the blood-spattered sawdust of the Last Chance Saloon. O'Malley had been a drifter, a man with few ties and likely many hidden grievances. Anyone passing through could have done it. Anyone in town nursing a grudge over cards or coin could have done it. The possibilities felt frustratingly vast, while concrete leads remained stubbornly scarce. The knife hadn't been found. No witnesses admitted to seeing anything beyond O'Malley, drinking and losing at cards. The saloon's denizens were a close-mouthed bunch at the best of times. With a murder investigation underway, they'd clammed up tighter than oysters at low tide. His thoughts inevitably circled back to the two unsettling elements that defied easy categorization: Josiah Dubois' ledger and Lila Hawthorne. He'd spent hours poring over the ledger back in his office, the neat columns mocking him with their seeming propriety. Yet that single, subtly altered entry regarding Miller's Pass Freight Company continued to snag at his mind like a burr under a saddle blanket. It was small, almost insignificant in the grand scheme of Dubois' business, but Lila Hawthorne had named it. Miller's Pass, different ink, beneath other entries. How? He'd pressed Charlie Miller to discreetly ask around about the freight company, but no one seemed to remember it. An outfit that came and went 8 months ago, likely serving some short-lived mining hope in the abandoned pass, then vanished. Nothing sinister on the surface, but Dubois' apparent attempt to obscure or alter the record felt wrong. A man that meticulous didn't make sloppy changes unless he had a reason. Was O'Malley somehow connected to that reason? Had he known something about Dubois' dealings, related to Miller's past? It was a tenuous thread, almost invisible, yet it was the only thread he had that felt remotely different. And then there was the medium herself. Hayes prided himself on being a man of logic, of tangible evidence. He'd built his life, especially after Martha's death, on the solid ground of things he could see, touch, prove. Seances, spirits, whispers from beyond it was all dangerous foolishness, seductive lies that preyed on the vulnerable. He'd seen grief twist perception, make desperate people believe in comforting fantasies. He'd experienced it himself in the raw aftermath of losing Martha, the nights he'd thought he heard her sigh in the next room, the moments he'd imagined her presence just beyond his vision. He'd fought hard to crush those illusions, to accept the brutal finality of death, the cold silence that followed. Believing otherwise felt like a betrayal of reality, a surrender to weakness. Lila Hawthorne represented everything he'd trained himself to reject. Yet he couldn't shake the image of her in that candlelit room, her unnerving calm, the way she'd spoken those specific words about the ledger. Coincidence? A lucky guess based on overheard gossip? He kept telling himself that, but the explanation felt increasingly thin. And there was something in her eyes, not calculation, not the slickness of a practiced fraud, but a strange, deep sincerity that was profoundly unsettling. It made his skepticism feel defensive. He reached the sheriff's office, the small wooden building offering little respite from the heat or the town's oppressive mood. Charlie Miller looked up from a stack of paperwork as Hayes entered, his young face looking unusually troubled. "Morning, Sheriff," Charlie mumbled. "What is it, Charlie?" Hayes asked, pouring himself a cup of the perpetually lukewarm coffee from the pot on the stove. "You look like you swallowed a sour pickle." Charlie hesitated, fiddling with a pen. It's the talk, Sheriff. About Miss Hawthorne." Hayes took a slow sip of the bitter coffee. "What about her now?" "It's getting worse," Charlie said, lowering his voice. "Jed Smith and a couple of the miners cornered her in Henderson's yesterday. Accused her straight out of, well, summoning O'Malley's killer or having him silenced by spirits." Hayes felt a surge of anger, surprising in its intensity. Ignorant fools. Scared men looking for someone to blame. "Anyone lay a hand on her?" he asked sharply. "No, sir. Silas Croft walked in, kind of broke it up. But she looked real spooked. And then," Charlie leaned forward conspiratorially, "last night, someone threw a rock at her house. Broke one of Mrs. Gable's prize-winning preserves she had cooling on the windowsill inside, apparently. Mrs. Gable's furious, saying Hawthorne's bad luck is spreading." Hayes slammed his mug down on the desk, coffee sloshing over the rim. Damn it! A rock? This was escalating faster than he'd thought. Whispers were one thing. Physical intimidation was another. It was lawlessness breeding in the vacuum of fear. "Folks are scared, Sheriff," Charlie said defensively. "O'Malley dead, no killer found. They ain't thinking straight. And Hawthorne, she's different. Easy target." "She's a resident of this town, Charlie," Hayes snapped. "Under my protection, whether I believe she talks to ghosts or not. We can't have people throwing rocks and making threats." He paced the small office, agitation thrumming through him. He distrusted Lila Hawthorne, suspected her of fraud, but the thought of her being harassed, potentially harmed by a frightened mob churned his gut. It was his job to maintain order, to protect the innocent, or at least those not proven guilty. And regardless of her profession, Lila Hawthorne hadn't broken any laws he knew of. Her only crime was being strange in a town that feared strangeness. "What do you want me to do, Sheriff?" Charlie asked. "Warn folks off?" "It wouldn't do any good," Hayes sighed, stopping his pacing. "Just make them more suspicious. Think she's got the law protecting her because she is involved somehow. No, we need to find the killer. Cut the root of the fear." He ran a hand through his hair, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility settle heavier on his shoulders. The burden of the badge. It wasn't just about chasing criminals. It was about holding the thin line of civilization against the encroaching chaos, both external and internal. He looked again at the ledger lying on his desk. Miller's Pass. A played-out mining camp. A flash flood years ago. An altered entry in a dead man's book. A whisper from a medium. It all felt disconnected, nonsensical. Yet, "Charlie," he said slowly, "tell me again about that flood at Miller's Pass. When was it?" Charlie frowned, thinking. "Before my time here, Sheriff. Must be 15, maybe 20 years ago. Heard stories. Came down the canyon like a wall of water after heavy rains up in the mountains. Wiped out most of the camp. Few prospectors caught there never made it out." "Any women?" Hayes asked, the medium's faint whisper echoing unexpectedly in his mind. "Female, perhaps?" Charlie shrugged. "Don't know. Mostly rough men out prospecting back then. Why?" "Just thinking," Hayes said evasively. "A woman lost in a flood 20 years ago. What possible connection could that have to Finn O'Malley getting knifed in a saloon?" It was madness. Grief-fueled fantasy bleeding through the medium, most likely. Except, why would Dubois alter an entry related to a freight company serving that area, months before O'Malley was even killed? He felt caught in a frustrating loop. Logic dictated he focus on O'Malley's known associates, his gambling debts, recent arguments. But those trails were cold. The only anomaly, the only thing that felt slightly off, was the ledger and its tenuous, potentially nonsensical link to Lila Hawthorne's words and the old tragedy at Miller's Pass. His duty demanded he follow facts, but the facts were scarce. His skepticism screamed that Hawthorne was a fraud, deliberately or unconsciously misleading him. But the town's escalating hostility towards her presented a different kind of duty, the need to protect her, and by extension, the rule of law itself, from mob fear. And beneath it all, a deeper, more personal conflict churned, his own rigid rejection of anything beyond the tangible felt brittle, challenged not just by Hawthorne's unsettling pronouncements, but by the raw, undeniable power of the grief and fear swirling around him, echoes of the abyss he'd faced when Martha died. He'd chosen logic and denial as his shield back then. Was it still serving him, or was it blinding him? He walked to the window, looking out at the dusty street. He saw Silas Croft crossing towards the smithy, his face impassive. Croft had intervened for Lila at the store. Did the blacksmith, a man as grounded and pragmatic as they came, sense something more to her than charlatanism? Or was it just his innate sense of decency, protecting the vulnerable from bullies? Hayes needed answers. He needed a break in the case, something solid to divert the town's fear, to stop the accusations swirling around Lila Hawthorne like buzzards over carrion. Following the thread to Miller's Pass felt like chasing shadows, indulging the very nonsense he despised, yet leaving that stone unturned, letting that subtly altered entry in the ledger remain unexplained. It felt like ignoring the only potential clue that deviated from the dead ends he'd encountered so far. Maybe a ride out there wasn't entirely illogical. It was Dubois' ledger that pointed there, after all. Even if Hawthorne's words were pure coincidence, the discrepancy in the dead man's accounts warranted investigation. He could check the ruins, see if anything remained of a freight operation, look for anything out of place. At the very least, it would get him out of the stifling atmosphere of the town for a few hours. He made his decision. "Charlie," he said, turning back from the window, "I'm riding out for a bit. Going to take a look at Miller's Pass." Charlie blinked, surprised. "Miller's Pass, Sheriff? You think O'Malley?" "I think Josiah Dubois made a strange entry in his ledger concerning that place, and I want to see if there's anything left out there that might explain why." Hayes cut him off, unwilling to voice the other, less rational motivations churning within him. "Keep an eye on things here. And Charlie," he hesitated, the words feeling foreign on his tongue, "keep an extra eye towards Miss Hawthorne's place. No more rocks, no more threats. Make it known discreetly that harassing her won't be tolerated. Not because I believe her stories," he added quickly, defensively, "but because she's owed the law's protection like anyone else." Charlie nodded, though a flicker of confusion remained in his eyes. "Yes, sir. Understood." Hayes strapped on his gun belt, settling the familiar weight of the Colt Peacemaker on his hip. He grabbed his hat and headed for the door, the ledger remaining closed on his desk. He was going to Miller's Pass based on a dead man's questionable bookkeeping, spurred more than he cared to admit by the unsettling words of a woman he believed to be a fraud, and driven by a town's fear that threatened to boil over into violence against her. The burden felt heavier than ever, a tangled mess of duty, skepticism, memory, and a profound, weary uncertainty. He stepped out into the blinding sun, the dust rising around his boots, heading towards the livery and the long, quiet ride into the ghosts of the past. Chapter 8, Secrets Beneath the Floorboards. The silence in the house after the rock struck was worse than the sharp, violent sound itself. It was a listening silence, the kind that prickled the skin and made every nerve ending feel raw and exposed. Lila stood frozen in the near darkness of her parlor, the drawn curtains doing little to dispel the feeling of being watched, of being besieged within her own home. The single impact had been terrifyingly precise. A calculated act of aggression meant not just to frighten, but to warn. Stay quiet. Stop meddling. Stop stirring things best left buried. Sleep offered no escape that night. Every creak of the old house sounded like a footstep on the porch, every sigh of the wind through the eaves like a hostile whisper. She lay rigid in her bed, clutching the covers, straining her ears in the darkness, waiting for the next rock and the next escalation. It didn't come. Only the suffocating silence returned, pressing down on her, isolating her further. By morning, exhaustion warred with a desperate, frantic energy. The town had shown its teeth. The whispers had turned to stones. Remaining passive was no longer just unwise. It felt suicidal. Yet the thought of venturing out, of facing those narrowed eyes and hostile murmurs, or worse, another direct confrontation, paralyzed her. Even the short walk to the necessary felt fraught with potential menace. Her home, once a sanctuary built by generations of women who understood the unseen, now felt like a fragile island in a sea of hostility, its shores rapidly eroding. She paced the narrow confines of the house from the parlor with its charged memories, through the small hallway, into the kitchen where the mundane tasks of preparing coffee and simple food felt absurdly inadequate against the backdrop of fear. Her gaze kept returning to the windows, scanning the dusty street, the stretch of open land beyond her fence where the watcher had stood. Nothing. Just the ordinary, harsh light of a prairie morning, throwing long shadows that seemed to harbor unseen threats. The need to act, to uncover the truth that seemed intertwined with O'Malley's murder, and the whispers from Miller's Pass burned within her. But how? Going to Miller's Pass alone was unthinkable now. Approaching Sheriff Hayes, she kept circling back to it, the idea both repellent and desperately necessary. He was the law. He had Dubois' ledger. He had the authority to investigate, to offer protection. But the memory of his ingrained skepticism, the dismissal in his eyes, held her back. Handing him her fragile spectral clues, the words spoken through her in the seance, the sad whisper of the lost woman, felt like offering flimsy cobwebs to a man demanding iron chains as proof. He would likely see it as a desperate ploy by a cornered woman, confirmation of her guilt or her delusion, and revealing what she suspected about Miller's past might inadvertently place the sad spirit, the lost woman, under his harsh, unbelieving scrutiny. That felt like a betrayal. Trapped, frustrated, she found herself drawn to the small, carved wooden box where her mother had kept her most treasured possessions, not valuables in the monetary sense, but items imbued with memory and significance. A faded tintype of her grandmother, stern-faced but with kind eyes. A lock of Lila's own baby hair tied with a blue ribbon, pressed flowers, brittle with age, and a small leather-bound journal, its pages filled with her mother's elegant looping script. Lila rarely looked through it. Her mother had been a more reserved woman than her grandmother. Her entries often brief, practical notes about herbs, remedies, weather patterns, town occurrences. She hadn't documented her own tentative explorations into the unseen world with the same openness Lila sometimes felt compelled towards. Her mother had believed in caution, in keeping the veil undisturbed unless absolutely necessary, fearing the consequences of drawing too much attention, either from this world or the next. Perhaps she had been right. She sat on the floor by the window, the journal open in her lap, the scent of old paper and dried ink familiar and comforting. She ran a finger over her mother's handwriting, a tangible link to the woman who had navigated this same strange inheritance, this same wary town before her. Was there anything here? Any clue, any hint her mother might have recorded about the Dubois family, about Miller's past, about the tragedies Redemption Gulch tried so hard to forget? She turned the pages slowly, scanning entries from years past, notes on difficult births attended, remedies for croup, observations about particularly harsh winters or dry summers, mentions of townsfolk, usually brief. Silas Croft finished the new hinges, sturdy work. Elmira Dubois ordered extra lavender for soaps, seems anxious. Josiah Dubois expanding the mercantile again, ambitious man. Nothing out of the ordinary, nothing about secrets or hidden dealings. Then an entry from just over 20 years ago caught her eye. It was longer than usual, the handwriting slightly less controlled, as if written in haste or distress. Terrible news from Miller's Pass. The storm, the flood came down the canyon without warning. The camp is gone. They say prospectors were caught. Praying for survivors, though hope is slim. Heard young Thomas Ashton was working a claim up there. His poor mother. Lila frowned. Thomas Ashton. She didn't recognize the name. Below it, another entry, dated a few days later. No survivors found at the pass. Just devastation. Thomas Ashton confirmed among the lost. His mother is beside herself. And Elias Thorne? Vanished too. Left a wife and child back east, they say. Such tragedy. The ground itself feels heavy with sorrow up there. Elias Thorne. Another unfamiliar name lost to the flood. Her mother had clearly felt the tragedy keenly, the echo of that sorrow perhaps reaching her even then. But there was no mention of a woman lost. No hint of the specific whisper Lila had heard. Cold water, broken sluice, no marker. She continued reading, moving into the entries from the following months and years. Her mother's notes returned to their usual brevity. Daily life reclaimed its rhythm. The Miller's Pass tragedy seemed to fade from the pages, just as it had faded from the town's active memory, becoming another ghost story whispered about the abandoned canyon. Disappointment settled in. Her mother's journal held sorrow, yes, but no secrets, no direct link to the current darkness. She was about to close the book when her fingers brushed against something tucked deep within the binding at the very back. Something that wasn't a page. Carefully, she worked it loose. It was a small, folded piece of heavy paper, brittle and yellowed with age, tucked away as if deliberately hidden. Not a letter, not a formal document. It looked like a page torn hastily from a ledger or notebook. Her breath caught. Unfolding it with trembling fingers, she saw rows of figures, calculations, written in a precise masculine hand she didn't recognize. Names were listed, Ashton, Thorne, and a few others she vaguely recalled as prospectors from that era. Beside the names were figures, dollar amounts, calculations involving ounces of gold dust, assay values. It looked like an informal accounting of mining claims or discoveries. But it was the notation at the bottom, scrawled in the same hand, that made her blood run cold. J.D. final tally. His share secured. The rest, washed away clean. Flood provides perfect cover. Ensure E.D. never suspects origin of funds. J.D. Josiah Dubois. The handwriting wasn't the same meticulous script Hayes had described from the main ledger, but this looked older, perhaps from his younger, more ambitious days. His share secured. Whose share? Ashton's? Thorne's? Both? The rest washed away clean. Had Dubois somehow profited from the flood? From the deaths of those men? Flood provides perfect cover. It was a chilling admission. Ensure E.D. never suspects origin of funds. E.D. Elmira Dubois? Had Josiah built his mercantile empire, his respectable life, on a foundation of stolen gold and covered up death, deceiving his own wife from the start? Lila stared at the faded ink, her heart pounding. This hidden page suggested a crime far older and colder than O'Malley's murder, a crime potentially committed by the pillar of the community himself, concealed by a natural disaster. Why had her mother kept this? Had she found it? Been given it? Did she suspect? The journal entry only mentioned sorrow. There was no hint she knew of this potential treachery. Had she hidden it away, perhaps sensing its danger, unsure what to do with it? And how did Finn O'Malley fit in? Had he somehow stumbled upon this old secret, perhaps found evidence linking Dubois to the stolen gold, or maybe even to the Miller's Pass Freight Company, which might have been used to discreetly move the illicit gains? Was that the debt O'Malley felt he was owed? Not just $50 for prospecting supplies, but a share of a much larger, darker fortune? Had he threatened to expose Dubois, leading the respectable merchant, or someone acting for him to silence him permanently? The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. It wasn't just about hidden entries in a recent ledger. It was about a foundational lie, a secret festering for 20 years. The cold presence Lila had felt during the seance O'Malley's rage wasn't just about a $50 debt. It was the fury of someone cheated out of potentially life-changing blackmail leverage, silenced before he could collect. And the other whisper, the sad woman by the broken sluice, lost, cold, the water, no marker, no one knows. Elias Thorne, one of the names on the damning page, had left a wife and child back east. Could the whisper belong to his wife, her spirit still searching, sensing the injustice, drawn to the place where her husband met his end, perhaps even suspecting foul play beyond the flood itself? Had Dubois' actions contributed directly to the deaths, not just profited from them? The note was ambiguous, but chilling. Lila carefully refolded the brittle page, her mind reeling. This changed everything. This wasn't just a hunch or a whisper. It was tangible, albeit circumstantial, evidence of a profound deception connected to Josiah Dubois, Miller's Pass, and potentially O'Malley's murder. But what now? This yellowed piece of paper was explosive. Taking it to Sheriff Hayes was still fraught with peril. Would he even believe it was authentic? Could he connect this older potential crime to O'Malley's recent death? Or would he dismiss it as another fabrication, perhaps even planted by Lila herself to divert suspicion, revealing it could also put her in even greater danger? If someone had killed O'Malley to protect this secret, they wouldn't hesitate to silence her too, especially if they suspected she held proof. The watcher outside her house, the rock throne, perhaps they weren't just random acts of fear, but targeted warnings from someone who suspected she might know too much. She needed to hide the paper, keep it safe. But where? Her mother had tucked it into the journal, hidden deep in a box. That hadn't felt secure enough. Her eyes scanned the familiar parlor, the hearth, the bookshelves, the seance table. Nothing felt truly safe. Her gaze fell to the floor, to the worn Persian rug her mother had cherished. She remembered as a child, playing on this rug, noticing a particular floorboard near the corner, beneath the edge of the carpet, that always seemed slightly loose, creaking differently than the others. Her mother had always discouraged her from playing there, saying it was just old wood settling, but Lila had always wondered. Driven by a sudden instinct, she knelt and carefully rolled back the heavy edge of the rug. The floorboards beneath were dark, aged wood, scarred and worn by time. She ran her fingers along the seams until she found it. The board she remembered. It did feel slightly looser than its neighbors. Using the tip of a small pair of sewing scissors from her mother's box, she carefully worked at the edge, prying it upwards. It resisted for a moment, then lifted with a soft groan of protesting wood, revealing a narrow, dark space beneath. It wasn't deep, just the gap between the floorboards and the joists below, thick with dust and cobwebs. But tucked into the far corner, almost invisible in the dim light filtering from the window, was a small, cloth-wrapped bundle. Her heart pounded so hard it felt like a trapped bird against her ribs. With trembling fingers, she reached into the dusty space and retrieved the bundle. It was wrapped in simple, faded calico, tied securely with twine, the same kind of twine she'd just bought from Henderson. The bundle was small, fitting into the palm of her hand, and surprisingly heavy for its size. Sitting back on her heels, the loose floorboard resting beside her, the damning page clutched in one hand, the mysterious bundle in the other, Lila felt a wave of dizziness, secrets upon secrets. Her mother hadn't just hidden the incriminating page. She had hidden something else beneath the floorboards, something she felt needed even greater concealment. What was inside? More documents. Something belonging to Thomas Ashton or Elias Thorne. Or something connecting her mother, her family, more directly to the events at Miller's Pass. The possibilities terrified and compelled her in equal measure. Outside, the sounds of Redemption Gulch seemed distant, muffled. The real danger, the real secrets, felt contained within these four walls, hidden beneath the floorboards, whispering from the past. She held the key, or at least part of it, in her hands. The brittle page detailing Dubois' potential crime in this unknown bundle, placed here by her own mother for reasons Lila couldn't yet fathom. The decision was no longer whether to act, but how. The evidence she held was too significant, too dangerous to ignore. It pointed towards a darkness rooted deep in the town's history, a darkness that had likely claimed Finn O'Malley and now threatened her. She had to reveal it. But to whom? And how? Taking it to the sheriff felt like walking into a lion's den armed with only a prayer. Keeping it hidden felt like waiting for the killer to silence her permanently. She carefully replaced the loose floorboard, smoothing the rug back over it, concealing the empty space where the bundle had rested for years. She tucked the folded page in the cloth-wrapped bundle securely into a hidden pocket inside her skirt. Tangible secrets, heavy against her skin. The weight felt both like a burden and a weapon. Her path forward was still uncertain, fraught with peril, but it was no longer completely blind. She had found something solid amidst the whispers and shadows, a secret unearthed from beneath the floorboards, demanding to be brought into the light, whatever the cost. Chapter 9, Cemetery Whispers at Midnight. The weight of the secrets felt physical against Lila's skin, the brittle, folded page detailing Josiah Dubois' potential treachery tucked into one hidden pocket, the small, heavy, cloth-wrapped bundle from beneath the floorboards nestled in another. They were anchors in the swirling chaos of fear and speculation, tangible proof that the darkness haunting Redemption Gulch wasn't just a figment of her sensitivities or the town's hysteria, but they were dangerous anchors, threatening to pull her under if she revealed them unwisely. All day she wrestled with the dilemma. The sheriff remained the most logical, yet most perilous option. What if she could present the evidence in a way he couldn't dismiss? Not as psychic intuition, but as discovered artifacts, found amongst her mother's belongings. It might force him to look beyond his skepticism, to investigate the older crime and its potential link to O'Malley. But the risk remained immense. He could confiscate the items, dismiss their significance, or worse, see her possession of them as proof of her own entanglement. As dust settled, painting the sky in shades of bruised purple and smoky orange, another thought began to form, insidious and compelling. If the law couldn't be trusted, or was too blind to see, perhaps she needed to seek answers elsewhere, not from the living who were proving hostile and unreliable, but from the source of the whispers themselves. The sad spirit from Miller's Pass, the woman lost by the cold water near the broken sluice. No marker, no one knows. Her grief felt ancient, profound yet insistent, as if yearning for acknowledgement, for resolution. And the name Elias Thorne, listed on the damning page, lost in the flood, leaving a wife behind. Could the whispering spirit be Thorne's wife, drawn across miles and years by love and unresolved sorrow, perhaps sensing the injustice surrounding her husband's demise? It was a leap, connecting the spectral whisper to a name on a hidden document. But Lila's intuition, honed by years of listening at the veil, resonated with the possibility. If this spirit was Mrs. Thorne, perhaps she held more knowledge. Perhaps she knew more about what truly happened at Miller's Pass, more about Dubois' involvement than the cryptic note revealed. Perhaps she could confirm the link to O'Malley, or guide Lila towards the truth. But how to reach her? The whispers had come faintly within the house, drawn perhaps by the charged atmosphere, or the presence of the hidden items. To seek a clearer connection, Lila needed a place where the veil was naturally thinner, where the echoes of the past lingered more strongly, a place resonant with both sorrow and the town's history. The cemetery. Redemption. Gulch's small cemetery lay on a windswept hill overlooking the town, a lonely collection of weathered headstones and rough wooden markers tilting at weary angles against the vast expanse of the prairie sky. It was a place most townsfolk avoided after dark, associating it with morbid thoughts and uneasy superstitions. But for Lila, cemeteries held a different kind of energy, not inherently frightening, but quiet, contemplative, saturated with the residue of lives lived and loves lost. It was a place where the boundary between worlds often felt permeable, where quiet listening could sometimes yield results. Tonight, under the sliver of a waning moon that offered more shadows than light, the idea of going there felt both necessary and reckless. The watcher, the thrown rock venturing out alone after dark, courted danger from the living as much as from the dead. Yet the need for answers, for clarity outweighed the fear. If she could connect with the spirit of Elias Thorne's wife, perhaps she could gain the leverage, the specific information needed to force Sheriff Hayes's hand, or at least to understand the full scope of the danger she was in. Waiting until the town had settled into a deep, uneasy sleep, long after the last lamp in the saloon had been extinguished, Lila slipped out the back door of her house. She wore her darkest dress and shawl, moving like a shadow through her own neglected garden, her feet silent on the dusty path, leading away from the main streets. The air was cool, carrying the scent of dry grass and distant wood smoke. The moon cast long skeletal shadows from the sparse junipers and stunted pines dotting the landscape. She avoided the main road, cutting across the open scrubland, her senses hyper-alert. Every rustle in the dry grass sounded like footsteps, every hoot of a distant owl like a warning. The weight of the hidden page in the bundle felt heavy, reminding her of the stakes. She kept glancing back toward the town, a collection of dark, silent shapes huddled under the indifferent stars, half expecting to see a pursuing figure detaching itself from the shadows. But there was only the vast, empty quiet of the prairie night. The climb up Cemetery Hill was steep, the path uneven. Loose stones skittered underfoot. The wind sighed mournfully through the tall, dry weeds surrounding the burial ground, whispering secrets only it knew. Reaching the crest, Lila paused, catching her breath, surveying the lonely landscape of the dead. Moonlight glinted off a few polished marble stones belonging to the town's more prosperous, like the Dubois family plot, marked by a rather ostentatious angel, but most markers were simple weathered wood or rough-hewn sandstone, their inscriptions faded by sun and time. Some graves were marked only by a cairn of stones, their occupants forgotten or unknown. It was a stark, poignant place, a testament to the harsh realities of frontier life and the finality of death. Lila moved slowly among the graves, her shawl pulled tight against the wind and the deeper chill that always seemed to linger in such places. She wasn't looking for a specific grave. Elias Thorne wouldn't have one here, having perished at Miller's Pass. She was seeking a nexus of energy, a place where the residual sorrow felt strongest, or where the connection to the past felt particularly thin. Her feet led her towards the older section of the cemetery, where the earliest settlers lay, their markers leaning precariously, almost swallowed by the encroaching prairie grass. Here, the names were different names from before the bigger mines opened, families who had tried to farm the unforgiving land or run small ranches. Ashton. She remembered the name from her mother's journal, the young man lost in the flood alongside Thorne. She scanned the tilting stones, and there it was, a simple sandstone marker, Martha Ashton, beloved mother, gone too soon. Below it, a smaller, rougher stone, Thomas Ashton, lost at Miller's Pass, remembered. So Thomas Ashton's mother was buried here. Had her grief anchored something of the Miller's Pass tragedy to this spot? Lila stopped near the graves, closing her eyes, extending her senses tentatively, listening beyond the mournful sigh of the wind. She felt sorrow, yes, a mother's enduring grief for a lost son, the weary resignation of a life spent struggling against the harsh land. But it wasn't the specific whisper she sought, not the cold water, not the broken sluice. This was the quiet sadness of accepted loss, not the restless yearning of an unresolved fate. She moved on, deeper into the shadows cast by a gnarled and ancient cottonwood tree that stood sentinel near the cemetery's edge. The wind seemed stronger here, whipping strands of hair across her face, carrying faint, fragmented sounds, or were they voices? She stopped again, concentrating, filtering out the wind, the rustle of leaves, the distant coyote howl. There, faint, elusive, like a melody heard from far away, carried on the night air. A woman's voice, humming a lullaby, sad, sweet, achingly familiar, yet Lila couldn't place it. It seemed to emanate not from a specific grave, but from the air itself, a residue of tenderness left behind. Intrigued, she tried to follow the sound, moving slowly around the base of the cottonwood. The humming faded, then returned slightly stronger, near a cluster of unmarked children's graves, small mounds barely visible in the overgrown grass. A wave of profound sadness washed over Lila, the collective grief of parents mourning futures that never bloomed. But still, not the voice she sought. Where else? Where would a spirit connected to Miller's past linger? Perhaps near someone else who held secrets about that time. Her gaze drifted towards the imposing Dubois family plot, marked by the marble angel whose blank eyes seemed to stare accusingly into the darkness. Josiah lay there now beside his parents. Elmira would join them eventually. Did the proximity of the man potentially responsible for the Miller's past treachery draw the grieving spirit? Hesitantly, Lila approached the Dubois plot. The air here felt different. Colder, yes, but also stagnant, heavy with unspoken things, with the weight of respectability built perhaps on rotten foundations. She stood before Josiah's grave, the polished granite gleaming faintly in the moonlight. Josiah Dubois, respected merchant, devoted husband, at rest. The words felt hollow, ironic, especially with the damning page burning a hole in her pocket. She closed her eyes again, focusing her intent, reaching out specifically towards the energy. She sought the sorrowful woman, the connection to Elias Thorne, to the cold water, the broken sluice. Are you here? She projected silently. Do you seek justice? Do you know what happened? For a moment, only the heavy silence of the Dubois plot answered. Then a tremor ran through the air, a distinct drop in temperature that made Lila shiver violently. It wasn't the aggressive cold of O'Malley's presence, but a deep, penetrating chill, saturated with loss and a profound sense of being wronged. Cold, the whisper curled around her, clearer now than it had been in the house, tinged with confusion and fear. He promised, said it was safe. Lila held her breath, concentrating fiercely. Who promised? She whispered into the darkness. Was it Dubois? The water, rising so fast. Timbers, splintering, trapped. The voice wasn't recounting a memory. It felt like experiencing it. The raw terror immediate, visceral. Were you there? Lila breathed. At Miller's Pass? Were you with Elias Thorne? A wave of confusion washed over Lila, blurring the voice. Elias? Waiting. Back east. The letter never came. Not Thorne's wife, then. This spirit was at Miller's Pass. A woman who had been there during the flood, who had died there. But who? And why was her presence so faint? Her fate seemingly unknown. No marker. The whisper confirmed her earlier sense. Downstream, tangled, cold. Who were you? Lila pressed gently, desperately. Why were you there? The energy flickered unstable. He brought me work, promises, then the rain, the shouting. He ran, left me. He, Dubois, or someone else. The spirit's confusion and trauma made the connection fragile, the details elusive. But the core of it was clear. A woman, lured to the doomed mining camp by promises, abandoned to die in the flood by a man who escaped. And her body never recovered, never marked. A forgotten victim. Could this be the secret Dubois was protecting? Not just stolen gold, but direct responsibility for this woman's death? Perhaps she had known too much about his dealings even then. Had O'Malley discovered not just the financial treachery, but this darker secret too? It would explain the desperation to silence him. Suddenly another energy intruded, sharp and discordant, slicing through the sorrowful connection. It felt familiar, the bitter, angry coldness from the seance. O'Malley. Liar. The snarl ripped through the quiet air, directed not at Lila, but seemingly at the Dubois grave. Cheated me. Took it all. Left him nothing. Left him nothing? Who was him? She knows. The angry energy seemed to turn its focus towards Lila, malevolent, accusatory. The medium prying, shouldn't have listened. Lila recoiled, the shift abrupt, jarring. O'Malley's spirit wasn't just lingering. It was actively aware, territorial, enraged by her attempts to uncover the truth. Had he been watching her? Was he the watcher by the fence? The air crackled with hostility. The wind whipped around the gravestones, carrying O'Malley's spectral rage. The marble angel seemed to loom larger, its stone face menacing in the shifting moonlight. Then, another sound intruded, sharp and undeniably real. The crunch of a boot on gravel, somewhere near the cemetery gate. Lila froze, her blood turning to ice water. Someone was here. Not a spirit, but flesh and blood. Had she been followed after all? Was it the watcher, or someone else drawn by the commotion, spectral or otherwise? She ducked instinctively behind the large, ornate Dubois monument, pressing herself against the cold marble, peering around the edge. A dark figure stood near the entrance, barely visible against the backdrop of the night. They paused, listening, head tilted, then began moving slowly, deliberately, among the graves, heading deeper into the older section. Was it the sheriff? Had he somehow tracked her here? Or was it someone far more dangerous? Someone connected to Dubois' secrets, drawn here by her presence, intent on ensuring the past remained buried, along with anyone who threatened to unearth it. The figure stopped near the Ashton graves, pausing for a moment, then continued towards the ancient cottonwood tree where Lila had heard the humming lullaby. They seemed to be searching for something or someone. Lila remained hidden, her heart pounding against the cold stone. O'Malley's angry presence seemed to have receded slightly in the face of the physical intrusion, the immediate threat, overriding the spectral one. The sorrowful woman's whisper was gone entirely, submerged again beneath layers of time and trauma. She was trapped, caught between the ghosts of the past and a potentially lethal threat in the present. The secrets in her pockets felt less like weapons now and more like millstones, dragging her down into the dangerous currents, swirling through the moonlit cemetery. She could only wait, hidden in the shadows of the Dubois grave, praying the searcher wouldn't find her, praying the whispers would eventually yield a truth that wouldn't cost her life. The silence of the cemetery was broken, replaced by the terrifying sound of approaching footsteps on the dry earth. Chapter 10. The space between doubt and belief. Pressed against the cold, unyielding marble of the Dubois family monument, Lila felt the stone leach the warmth from her body, leaving behind a chill that had little to do with the night air. Her breath hitched in her throat, held captive by a fear so sharp it tasted metallic. Every nerve was stretched taut, listening to the slow, deliberate crunch of boots on the gravel path weaving through the older graves. The sound was terrifyingly real, grounding the spectral encounters of the night in the immediate threat of flesh and blood danger. Moonlight filtered through the branches of the ancient cottonwood, dappling the ground in shifting patterns of silver and black. The figure moved out of the deepest shadows near the cemetery gate, still indistinct but undeniably solid, a dark shape against the muted landscape. They moved with a certain purpose, scanning the rows of tilted headstones, pausing occasionally as if listening or searching. Not the furtive movements of a grave robber, nor the aimless wandering of a drunk. This felt like a search for her hiding place. Behind the ostentatious marble angel with its sightless eyes felt both substantial and terrifyingly inadequate. It offered concealment from a distance, but if the searcher approached this plot, she would be easily discovered. O'Malley's angry, spectral energy seemed to have retreated, or perhaps it was simply drowned out by the immediate, primal fear of physical discovery. Even the sorrowful whisper of the lost woman from Miller's Pass had faded, leaving Lila utterly alone in the tangible darkness. The figure drew closer, moving with a familiar gait, a certain weary set to the shoulders visible, even in the poor light. The way they held their head, scanning the surroundings with practiced vigilance. Lila's heart hammered against her ribs with a sickening lurch of recognition. It couldn't be. Not here. Not now. But as the man stepped into a patch of clearer moonlight near the Ashton graves, the silhouette became unmistakable. Tall, broad-shouldered, the long lines of a duster coat, the glint of starlight on the badge pinned to his vest, the angle of the hat shadowing his face. Sheriff Daniel Hayes. Relief warred violently with a fresh wave of panic. Why was he here? Had he followed her? Had the watcher reported her movements? Or was his presence here related to his own investigation? A grim coincidence that placed them both amongst the dead at midnight. His appearance felt like an intrusion, a violation of the fragile space she had sought, yet simultaneously, a tiny, treacherous spark of hope ignited within her. The law, however skeptical, was here. Protection, perhaps, or accusation. He paused near the Ashton plot, head bowed slightly, looking at the simple sandstone markers. Lila remembered the fleeting image she'd glimpsed of him, younger, beside a fresh grave. Was he thinking of his own loss, surrounded by the town's accumulated sorrow? Or was he merely scanning for clues, his pragmatic mind searching for tangible evidence, even here? The ambiguity of his presence, his motives, was almost as unsettling as the outright threat of an unknown assailant. He straightened, turning his attention towards the Dubois plot, towards the looming marble angel, towards her hiding place. He started walking again, his steps slow, measured, deliberate. He wasn't searching randomly. He was coming towards the monument. Did he know she was here? Lila pressed herself flatter against the cold stone, making herself as small as possible. She could hear his breathing now, steady and low, the soft scuff of his boots on the dry earth. He stopped just feet away, his shadow falling long and dark over the grave of Josiah Dubois, partially engulfing Lila's hiding spot. He stood silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the inscription. Lila could feel the intensity of his presence, the weight of his thoughts, even though she couldn't see his face clearly beneath the hat brim. Was he contemplating the dead merchant's secrets? Or was he listening, sensing something amiss? The silence stretched, thick with unspoken questions, with the charged energy of the place, with Lila's frantic, silent prayers that he would simply turn and leave. "Might as well come on out, Miss Hawthorne," Hayes said, his voice quiet but resonant in the stillness, startlingly close. He didn't turn, didn't raise his voice, just spoke towards the monument, as if addressing the marble itself. Hiding behind gravestones at midnight only makes folks wonder what you've got to hide. Lila froze, caught. He knew. How could he know? Had he seen her enter the cemetery? Had he tracked her? Or was it just a lawman's instinct, a sense honed by years of dealing with people in the shadows? Slowly, painfully, forcing muscles rigid with fear to move, she straightened up from behind the monument. She stepped out into the moonlight, pulling her shawl tighter around her, feeling terribly exposed, vulnerable. Her heart hammered so loudly she felt sure he could hear it across the few feet separating them. Hayes turned slowly to face her, his expression, shadowed by his hat, was unreadable, but the set of his jaw looked grim. His eyes scanned her face, taking in her pallor, the tremor she couldn't quite control, the way she clutched her shawl like a shield. "Sheriff," she managed, her voice thin, unsteady. I I didn't expect the sheriff to be checking the cemetery after reports of vandalism and folks seeing lights up here," he countered, his tone dry, skeptical. "Or just didn't expect to get caught? Vandalism, lights. Was that his official reason for being here? Or was it a pretext?" "I wasn't doing anything wrong," Lila insisted, trying to inject strength into her voice. "I often come here to think. It's quiet." Hayes made a sound that might have been a scoff, low in his throat. "Quiet? Maybe for some. Seems you attract a different kind of company." He gestured vaguely towards the surrounding graves. "Or maybe you bring it with you." The accusation, though veiled, stung. "That's unfair, Sheriff." "Is it?" He took a step closer, and Lila had to fight the instinct to retreat. "Let's see. A man is murdered hours after leaving your session. Town spooked, whispering your name. Someone throws a rock through your window. And now I find you lurking amongst the dead at midnight. Doesn't paint a picture of quiet contemplation, Miss Hawthorne." His words laid out the stark reality, the web of circumstance tightening around her. Defending herself felt futile against his ingrained disbelief. "I came here because I was frightened," she said, the admission costing her pride. "Because my house doesn't feel safe. Because someone watched me. Someone threw that rock. Because the town, they look at me like I'm the killer." He considered her words, his gaze unwavering. She couldn't tell if he believed her fear, even if he didn't believe its source. "Charlie told me about the rock," he admitted gruffly. "And the threats. That's partly why I came out. Can't have citizens intimidating each other, regardless of—" He hesitated, searching for the word. "Their beliefs." A small measure of relief flickered through her. He had come, at least partly, out of a sense of duty, of protection. But the skepticism remained, a hard wall between them. "What were you doing hiding behind Dubois' grave?" he pressed, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Paying your respects? Or looking for something?" Lila's hand instinctively went to the hidden pocket holding the damning page. Did he suspect? Could he somehow sense the secrets she carried? "I heard you coming," she deflected. "I didn't know who it was. I was scared." He didn't seem entirely convinced. He looked past her, at the imposing monument, then back at her face, his expression thoughtful, troubled. "Seems like trouble follows that name," he murmured, almost to himself. He shook his head slightly, as if clearing away unwanted thoughts. "So you came to the cemetery because you were scared at home? Seems counterintuitive." "Sometimes," Lila said softly, meeting his gaze directly, "the company of the dead feels safer than that of the living." She saw a flicker in his eyes then, something beneath the skepticism, a shadow of understanding, of remembered pain. It was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by his usual guarded expression. "Maybe," he conceded, his tone still gruff, "or maybe you were hoping your contacts here could tell you who threw that rock, or perhaps point a finger towards O'Malley's killer." The sarcasm was back, a defense mechanism against the vulnerabilities she glimpsed. Lila flinched inwardly but held her ground. "Perhaps I was just seeking peace, Sheriff. Something in short supply in Redemption Gulch right now." She decided to risk it, to offer a piece of the truth, test the waters. "Something feels unresolved, connected to O'Malley, yes, but older too, like a sadness clinging to this place." She deliberately avoided mentioning Miller's pass or the whispers, keeping it vague, intuitive. Hayes stared at her for a long moment, the silence stretching between them, filled only by the sighing wind. He seemed to be weighing her words, wrestling with something internally. The space between doubt and belief felt almost tangible, a shimmering, unstable field separating his world of facts from her world of feelings and echoes. "I was out at Miller's Pass today," he said abruptly, surprising her. Lila's breath caught. "You were—" He nodded, his gaze distant, looking out over the moonlit graves. "Based on that discrepancy in Dubois' ledger." He didn't mention her seance prediction, attributing his actions solely to the ledger, clinging to his rational explanation. "Found nothing much, ruins mostly. Places picked clean, swallowed by the canyon." He paused. "Found the remains of an old sluice gate, though, tangled in the creek bed downstream from the main camp ruins. Looked like it had been there a long time. The broken sluice, downstream, cold water." Lila felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. The sorrowful spirit's words, corroborated by the sheriff's own observation. He had seen the physical location, yet he couldn't hear the voice crying out from it. He stood on the edge of the truth, blinded by his refusal to look beyond the tangible. "Did you find anything else?" she whispered, daring to hope he might have sensed something, seen something out of place. He turned back to her, his eyes sharp again, suspicious. "Like what, Miss Hawthorne? Grave markers for people who weren't supposed to be there? Signs of foul play from 20 years ago? No, just rocks, dust, and silence." He emphasized the last word, a clear dismissal of the whispers she dealt in. Whatever happened there, the flood washed it away clean, just like that note probably said. Lila stiffened, just like that note probably said. Was he guessing? Fishing? Or did he somehow know about the page she carried? The thought sent a fresh wave of fear through her. "Note?" she asked, trying to keep her voice steady. "What note?" Hayes watched her intently. His eyes narrowed. "Just a manner of speaking. Point is, Miller's Pass is a dead end, literally." He seemed satisfied with her reaction, perhaps concluding his probe had yielded nothing. He shifted his weight, becoming the lawman again. "Look, Miss Hawthorne, whatever you think you're doing out here, it isn't safe. The town's on edge. You're drawing the wrong kind of attention. Go home. Lock your door. Stay put until I find O'Malley's killer." It was an order, softened slightly by a grudging concern, but an order nonetheless. He wasn't offering to help her investigate the whispers, the older secrets. He was telling her to retreat, to leave the fact-finding to him, implicitly warning her away from meddling further. He still saw her as a liability, a potential victim perhaps, but certainly not a partner or a credible source. The secrets she carried felt heavier than ever. Showing him the page now, after his dismissive attitude about Miller's Pass, felt impossibly risky. He might connect it to her presence here, assume she'd planted it or fabricated it. And the bundle, she couldn't even begin to explain that. "All right, Sheriff," she said quietly, defeated for the moment. The space between doubt and belief was too wide to bridge tonight. "I'll walk you back," he said gruffly. "See you get there safe." It wasn't a question. Lila nodded silently, falling into step beside him as they started back towards the cemetery gate, leaving the Dubois monument and its unseen spectral companion behind. They walked without speaking, two solitary figures moving through the landscape of the dead, separated by a chasm of understanding, yet bound by the violence and secrets that held Redemption Gulch in their grip. As they reached the gate, Hayes paused, turning to face her one last time in the thin moonlight. "Miss Hawthorne," he said, his voice low, serious. "You said you felt a sadness here. Old trouble." He hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. "You ever Sense anything around my family plot? The question hung in the air, unexpected, intensely personal. He was asking about Martha, asking the medium he scorned if his lost wife lingered, if she had found peace. It was a crack in his armor, a glimpse into the raw grief he kept so fiercely guarded, a step into the very space between doubt and belief he so vehemently denied. Lila looked at him, seeing not just the sheriff, but the man beneath, burdened by loss, by duty, by the harshness of the world he navigated. She could offer him platitudes, comforting lies like so many other mediums might, or she could offer him the truth, as she sensed it. "No, Sheriff," she said softly, honestly. "Your wife, Martha, she feels peaceful, at rest. There's no lingering sorrow around her, only quiet love." He stared at her, his face completely shadowed now, unreadable. He didn't thank her, didn't acknowledge the answer. He simply nodded curtly, then turned and gestured towards the path leading back down to the silent, sleeping town. The unspoken question, the moment of vulnerability, vanished as quickly as it had appeared, the wall of his skepticism firmly back in place. But Lila knew she had seen behind it, just for an instant, and it left her wondering if the space between doubt and belief within the sheriff himself was perhaps wider and more turbulent than even he realized. Chapter 11. Ghosts of a Tarnished Badge. The walk back from Cemetery Hill was a silent affair, the space between Sheriff Daniel Hayes and Lila Hawthorne charged with unspoken words and the vast, echoing quiet of the prairie night. He kept a respectable distance, his stride measured, his senses alert not just for external threats, but for the turmoil within himself. Her parting words about Martha, peaceful, at rest, quiet love, resonated with a clarity that defied his ingrained skepticism. It wasn't the fanciful reassurance he might have expected from a fraud. It was simple, direct, and disturbingly aligned with the desperate hope he'd buried beneath layers of cynicism and pragmatism years ago. He saw her safely to her gate, watched her slip inside the small house that seemed both the epicenter of the town's current unrest and a strangely isolated sanctuary. He lingered for a moment, listening, ensuring the heavy bolt slid home. The thought of her alone in there, with the town's mood turning ugly and someone throwing rocks, sat poorly with him. It scratched at his sense of duty, the fundamental contract of his badge, to protect and serve, even those who dealt in shadows and whispers, especially those, perhaps, when fear turned ignorant men into bullies. Turning away, he walked back towards the center of town, the weight of his cold peacemaker a familiar pressure on his hip, the star pinned to his vest feeling heavier than usual tonight. The waning moon offered little comfort, casting long, distorted shadows that seemed to writhe with secrets, redemption. Gulch slept an uneasy sleep around him, its dreams likely troubled by murder, ghosts, and the gnawing fear of the unknown. Hayes wished he could find oblivion in sleep himself, but he knew it would be elusive. His mind was a churning cauldron of conflicting thoughts. The frustrating lack of leads in O'Malley's murder, the unsettling alignment of Lila Hawthorne's pronouncements with his own findings at Miller's Pass, the whispers of town hostility escalating towards violence, and overlaying it all, the ghost of his own past, stirred by a few quiet words spoken in a moonlit cemetery. He let himself into the dark, stale air of his office. He didn't bother lighting the lamp immediately, standing instead by the grimy window, looking out at the deserted street. The silence here wasn't like the cemetery's contemplative quiet. It was the silence of frustration, of questions beating against impenetrable walls. He could almost feel the town holding its breath, waiting for him to act, to produce a killer, to restore the comfortable illusion of order, and he had nothing. He finally lit the lamp, the flame casting flickering, Inadequate light on the cluttered desk, the wanted posters, the cold coffee pot. His reflection stared back at him from the window pane, a weary, shadowed figure. He unpinned the badge from his vest, holding the small piece of tin in his palm. It felt cool, solid, a symbol of authority, a fact of the hard line he tried to walk. But tonight, under the lamplight, it looked dulled, tarnished, not by corruption, not in the way some badges he'd known had been. Hayes had always prided himself on his honesty, his adherence to the law, however rough-edged justice might be on the frontier. The tarnish wasn't external. It was internal. It was the accumulated grime of compromises made, of cases unsolved, of truths that remained stubbornly hidden. It was the weight of knowing that maintaining order sometimes meant overlooking smaller transgressions, making deals with unsavory characters for information, accepting the limitations of law in a lawless land. It was the residue of seeing too much violence, too much greed, too much despair, until the clear lines between right and wrong sometimes blurred into shades of weary gray. And it was the ghost of failure, the faces of victims whose killers were never found, the pleas for help he couldn't answer, the times his judgment had been flawed, his certainty misplaced. He'd learned early on, under a sheriff in a booming mining town further west, a man whose badge gleamed brightly while his soul, rotted from graft that blind faith in authority, was a fool's game. Hayes had left that post disgusted, seeking something cleaner, ending up here in Redemption Gulch, a place that was quieter but no less burdened by its own secrets and sorrows. He'd tried to build his tenure here on solid ground, facts, evidence, procedure, a deliberate rejection of the gut feelings and easy assumptions that could lead a man astray, or worse, down the path his former boss had taken. His rigid skepticism, his dismissal of anything intangible, wasn't just philosophical. It was a defense, a shield forged in the fires of disillusionment and personal grief. After Martha, the world had fractured. The solid ground had given way to an abyss of pain so profound that any hint of solace beyond the veil felt like a cruel mirage. He'd seen fellow mourners cling to mediums, to seances, seeking comfort, finding only, in his view, expensive lies or self-delusion. He'd chosen the opposite path, brutal acceptance, the finality of death, the cold silence. Anything else felt like a betrayal of her memory, a weakening of his own resolve to endure. He would honor her by facing reality head on, however harsh. And now Lila Hawthorne, speaking of peace, of quiet love, offering the very comfort he'd systematically denied himself for years, and doing so with an unnerving sincerity that bypassed his defenses, touching that old raw wound. He wanted to dismiss it, to label her a cunning fraud who'd somehow guessed his vulnerability. But her description of the sluice gate at Miller's Pass, tangled downstream, it mirrored exactly what he'd seen only hours before. How? Had someone else been out there recently and told her? Or was it, as she claimed, a whisper from the unseen? The possibility sent a chill down his spine that had nothing to do with the night air. He sank into his chair, the worn leather groaning. He picked up the Dubois ledger again, opening it to the entry for Miller's Pass Freight Company. He stared at the faint discoloration, the slightly different ink. A dead man's attempt to hide something. Something connected to a played-out mining camp and a 20-year-old flood. Something O'Malley might have known. Something Lila Hawthorne seemed to sense. Facts. He needed facts. He'd sent a telegram yesterday to the Territorial Marshal's office in Prescott, inquiring about Miller's Pass Freight Company and any records pertaining to the old mining claims held by Ashton or Thorne. An answer might take days, if one came at all. Records from that far back, especially for transient operations, were notoriously unreliable. He thought about O'Malley's meager possessions collected from his rented room above the saloon. A change of clothes, worn boots, a deck of greasy cards, a few dollars, a tarnished silver locket containing no picture, nothing useful, no letters, no diary, no map pointing to a hidden claim or a secret collaborator, just the sad detritus of a rootless life cut short. He leaned back, closing his eyes, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Maybe he was chasing ghosts. Maybe O'Malley's death was simple, a card game gone bad, a drunken brawl, a random act of violence by another drifter passing through. Maybe the Dubois ledger, Miller's pass, Lila Hawthorne's seance, maybe it was all just noise, distracting him from a straightforward, albeit obscured, truth. But the rock thrown at her window, the open hostility, that wasn't noise. That was real. That was danger escalating. Whether she was a fraud or not, someone saw her as a threat. Someone was trying to silence her or scare her off. Why? Because they believed she could actually conjure the truth? Or because they feared what she might know? Or what others thought she knew? His duty was clear. Protect her. Find the killer. But the path was obscured by fog. The fog of the town's fear. The fog of the past. The fog of his own rigidly held beliefs being subtly undermined. He felt like he was walking a tightrope between the solid world he trusted and the abyss of the unknown that Lila Hawthorne represented. A faint scratching sound at the door made him sit bolt upright, his hand instinctively going to his Colt. Who's there? Sheriff, it's Charlie. The deputy's voice was hesitant, subdued. Come in, Hayes growled, relaxing slightly, but still tense. Charlie Miller pushed the door open, looking pale and shaken in the lamplight. He held a small, dirty canvas pouch in his hand. Sheriff, I was doing another search of O'Malley's room. Thought maybe we missed something small. Looked under the loose floorboard near the bed. Hayes leaned forward, suddenly alert. Another loose floorboard, just like at Lila Hawthorne's house, though Charlie wouldn't know that. Found this, Charlie said, placing the pouch on the desk. It landed with a soft, heavy thud. Hayes picked it up. It was heavier than it looked, cinched tight with a leather thong. He pulled the thong loose and tipped the contents onto the dusty surface of his desk. Several small rough nuggets of gold rolled out, gleaming dully in the lamplight. Not dust, not flakes, but actual nuggets. Alongside them lay a folded piece of paper, much newer and cleaner than the one Lila carried, but still clearly aged. Gold, Charlie breathed. O'Malley had gold hidden away. Not much, maybe, but more than a down-on-his-luck gambler should have. Where'd he get it? Hayes ignored the question for the moment, his attention fixed on the folded paper. He picked it up carefully, his fingers suddenly feeling clumsy. He unfolded it. It wasn't a letter. It was a crude, hand-drawn map, a map of Miller's Pass Canyon. His blood ran cold. He recognized the contours, the creek bed, the markings indicating the ruined camp. But there was more. A specific spot marked with a rough X. Further down the canyon near a crudely drawn representation of a broken sluice gate. Beside the X, a single word was scrawled in O'Malley's rough hand, hers. Hayes stared at the map, then at the nuggets, and back at the map. O'Malley hadn't just known about Miller's Pass. He'd been there. He'd found something. Gold nuggets, hidden near the broken sluice. Hers. Whose? The woman Lila claimed to have sensed? The woman abandoned in the flood? Had O'Malley found her long-lost hiding place, or perhaps even her remains with the gold? The implications hit Hayes like a physical blow. O'Malley wasn't just blackmailing Dubois over old financial dealings or a $50 debt. He had likely found physical proof, the gold itself, possibly linked to the forgotten victim that could expose Dubois' darkest secret. This was motive for murder, sharp and undeniable. And Lila Hawthorne. She had led him, indirectly, to this. Her whispers about the broken sluice, the sadness, the lost woman, they weren't just vague feelings. They pointed directly to the spot marked on O'Malley's map, the source of the gold that likely got him killed. His carefully constructed wall of skepticism crumbled, leaving him exposed, reeling. He looked at the tarnished badge lying on the desk, then back at the map and the gold. The ghosts weren't just in the cemetery. They were right here, in his office, demanding attention, demanding justice. Ghosts of greed, of murder, of forgotten victims. Ghosts that whispered through a young woman he'd dismissed as a fraud. Ghosts that pointed toward a pillar of the community and a crime buried for 20 years. The tarnish on his badge suddenly felt deeper, etched not just by past failures, but by his own willful blindness in the present. He had the facts now, or at least the beginning of them, laid out before him. O'Malley's gold, O'Malley's map, and they aligned chillingly with the pronouncements of the town medium. The space between doubt and belief had collapsed into a single terrifying point of convergence. He had to accept the unacceptable, believe the unbelievable, if he was going to unravel the truth and stop the killing. The burden of his badge demanded it, ghosts and all. Chapter 12, Unspoken Promises, in the Air. The discovery of Finn O'Malley's hidden gold and the crude map of Miller's Pass shifted the ground beneath Sheriff Hayes's feet. The neat categories he used to navigate his world, facts versus fantasy, evidence versus intuition, the living versus the dead, had blurred into an uncomfortable, undeniable gray. The map, with its T's marking the spot near the broken sluice gate, the very place Lila Hawthorne had seemed to describe through his spectral whispers, was a piece of tangible evidence he couldn't ignore. It linked O'Malley directly to the canyon, to a hidden stash of gold, and implicitly to the 20-year-old tragedy that seemed to underpin everything. Hers, O'Malley had written. Whose gold was it originally? The lost woman's? Stolen by Dubois? Or something else entirely? Hayes spent the rest of the night wrestling with the implications, the nuggets in the map laid out on his desk like pieces of a puzzle whose picture kept changing. He re-examined the Dubois ledger, the altered entry feeling more sinister now. He thought about the rock thrown at Lila's window, the escalating hostility. It wasn't just random fear. It was likely targeted intimidation by someone desperate to keep the Miller's Pass secrets buried. Who? Josiah Dubois was dead. Had he confided in someone? His wife? Elmira? Unlikely, given the notation on the hidden page Lila now carried, though Hayes didn't know about that specific page yet. Someone else connected to his business? Someone who had perhaps helped him silence O'Malley? By the time the first weak rays of dawn filtered through the grimy office window, Hayes knew he could no longer proceed with his investigation. Blinkered by his skepticism, he needed information that wasn't likely to be found in ledgers or witness statements alone. He needed insight into the older tragedy, into the identity of the lost woman, into the nuances of the relationships and secrets that festered beneath Redemption Gulch's dusty surface. He needed, however reluctantly, to talk to Lila Hawthorne again. Not just to warn her or dismiss her, but to consult. The word felt alien, wrong, yet unavoidable. She held pieces of the puzzle he couldn't access through conventional means. Her intuition, her whispers, had proven disturbingly accurate about the sluice gate. What else did she know or sense? He also knew he couldn't approach her directly about O'Malley's map and gold. Not yet. It would reveal too much, potentially place her in even greater danger if word got out, and muddy the waters of whatever fragile trust, or lack thereof, existed between them. He needed to gauge her knowledge subtly, to see if her insights could guide his interpretation of the physical evidence without revealing its existence. And he needed to offer her protection, real protection, not just grudging duty. The threat against her was palpable, and his badge demanded he shield her, regardless of his personal discomfort with her methods or the unsettling effect she had on his carefully constructed worldview. He found himself standing outside her small house later that morning, the scent of lilac bushes heavy in the air, feeling profoundly out of place. He raised his hand to knock, then hesitated. What was he even going to say? Miss Hawthorne, ignore my previous dismissals. Turns out your ghost might be onto something. It sounded ludicrous even in his head. He knocked, firmer than intended, the sound echoing slightly in the morning quiet. The door opened after a moment, and Lila stood there framed in the doorway. She looked pale, tired, the shadows under her dark eyes deeper than before. There was a wariness in her expression as she saw him, a guardedness that hadn't been there quite so strongly before the cemetery encounter. He couldn't blame her. "Sheriff," she said, her voice quiet, neutral. She didn't step back or invite him in. "Miss Hawthorne," Hayes began, removing his hat, feeling awkward, exposed. Could I have a word? Privately?" She hesitated for a fraction of a second, her eyes searching his face, likely finding none of the usual hard certainty there. Then she nodded slowly and stepped back, allowing him into the narrow hallway. He followed her into the parlor, the room where it had all begun just nights before. Sunlight streamed through the window now, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, chasing away some of the shadows but not the lingering tension. The scent of lavender and beeswax was still present, but fainter, overlaid by a sense of waiting, of unease. She gestured towards one of the high-backed chairs around the polished seance table. "Please." She remained standing near the window, watching him, her posture subtly defensive, her hands clasped loosely in front of her. Hayes sat, placing his hat on the table. The polished surface reflected the room, distorted, unreal. He cleared his throat. "Miss Hawthorne, I wanted to apologize." Her eyebrows rose slightly in surprise. "Apologize, Sheriff?" "For my manner," he clarified, stumbling slightly over the unfamiliar words of contrition. "Last night, and before, I've been dismissive of your experiences, your fears." He focused on the fear, the tangible part. "What happened with that rock, the threats you faced? It's not acceptable. I want you to know I'm taking it seriously. Deputy Miller is making inquiries, letting folks know such behavior won't be tolerated." She nodded slowly, her expression still guarded. "Thank you, Sheriff. I appreciate that." But the wariness didn't leave her eyes. She didn't trust him yet. Why should she? "I also wanted to ask," he paused, choosing his words carefully. "You mentioned feeling an older sorrow connected to this trouble, a sadness clinging to the cemetery." He leaned forward slightly, trying to convey sincerity, trying to bridge the gap between them. "Can you tell me more about that? Anything specific? Names, places?" He deliberately didn't mention Miller's past, wanting to see if she would bring it up independently based on her own senses. Lila watched him, her dark eyes searching his. He saw the internal debate, how much to reveal, how much to trust this sudden shift in his demeanor. She turned slightly, looking out the window at the sunlit street, as if gathering her thoughts. or perhaps listening to something only she could hear. "It's fragmented, Sheriff," she said finally, her voice low, hesitant, like piecing together a broken mirror. "There's a deep grief, yes, tied to loss sudden and violent. Water, cold water." She glanced back at him, gauging his reaction. He kept his face carefully neutral, though her mention of water sent a chill through him, echoing the map hidden back in his office. "And there's a sense of injustice," she continued, her gaze becoming more distant, focused inward, "of promises broken, of abandonment." She wrapped her arms around herself, as if warding off a chill. "I sensed a woman's presence most strongly. Someone forgotten, left behind, her fate unmarked, unknown." Her words mirrored the feelings he'd had looking at O'Malley's map. The word hers scrawled by the X. A forgotten woman, abandoned, unmarked. He felt the hair on the back of his neck prickle. Coincidence? Or something more? "Did you sense a name?" he asked, keeping his voice even. She shook her head slowly. "No name, just the feeling. And the place, it felt strongest near water. Rushing water and broken wood like an old structure near the creek." Broken wood. Near the creek. The sluice gate. Hayes felt a muscle twitch in his jaw. He had to force himself not to react, not to reveal that her feelings were aligning with startling accuracy to the physical evidence he possessed. "And you believe this? This forgotten woman is connected to O'Malley's death?" he pressed gently. Lila hesitated again, clearly weighing her words. "I don't know how, Sheriff, but the energies feel tangled." O'Malley's anger felt directed towards the same source as this older sorrow, towards deception, towards secrets kept for a long time. She looked directly at him now, her gaze intense. Secrets connected to Josiah Dubois. She had named him. Not just hinted, but stated it plainly. Hayes held her gaze, seeing the conviction in her eyes, the fear mingling with a desperate need to be believed. He thought of the ledger, the altered entry. He thought of the hidden page Lila likely still carried, the one her mother had saved. He thought of O'Malley's gold. The tangle was real, complex, dangerous. "Dubois," he repeated neutrally. "Respected man, pillar of the community." "Appearances can be deceiving, Sheriff," Lila said quietly. "Sometimes the deepest darkness hides behind the most respectable facade." He couldn't argue with that. He'd seen it too many times. The question was, could he trust her perception of that darkness? His skepticism warred with the undeniable, unsettling accuracy of her descriptions. The space between doubt and belief yawned before him. "Miss Hawthorne," he said, his voice low, serious, "this is dangerous territory. Accusing a man like Dubois, even posthumously. Stirring up old tragedies. It makes people nervous. Angry. People who might have benefited from those old secrets, or who have secrets of their own." He leaned forward again, his gaze locking with hers. "The threats against you are real. I need you to understand that. You need to be careful. Extremely careful." Was he warning her off again? Or was this something different? A genuine expression of concern. An implicit acknowledgement of the danger she was in because she might be close to the truth? "I understand the danger, Sheriff," she replied, her chin lifting slightly, a spark of defiance in her eyes. "But ignoring it won't make it go away. Ignoring the whispers, ignoring the injustice, it feels like letting the darkness win." He admired her courage, even while fearing for her safety. She was navigating treacherous waters with only her intuition and a handful of spectral clues, while he, the lawman, felt adrift despite his badge and his gun. An idea began to form in his mind, risky, unconventional, Born of the unsettling convergence of his evidence and her insights, he couldn't deputize a medium. He couldn't officially sanction her methods, but perhaps they could help each other, operating in the uneasy space between their two worlds. He held the tangible clues, the map, the gold, the ledger. She held the intangible ones, the whispers, the feelings, the potential key to understanding the why behind the physical evidence. Miss Hawthorne, he began slowly, choosing his words with extreme care. I'm investigating O'Malley's murder using the methods I know. Facts, evidence, following the trail where it leads. He paused, meeting her gaze directly. That trail, it seems to be leading towards old secrets, towards Miller's Pass, towards questions about Josiah Dubois that are hard to ignore. He wasn't admitting she was right, not explicitly, but he was acknowledging the convergence. If, he continued, the word hanging heavy in the air, in the course of your thinking, you happen to sense anything further, anything specific that might corroborate a factual line of inquiry, or anything that suggests an immediate threat to yourself or others, I would ask you to tell me, directly, without hesitation. It wasn't an endorsement. It wasn't an alliance. It was an opening, a carefully worded request for information, acknowledging her potential access to knowledge he couldn't obtain while maintaining his official stance. It was a subtle shift. A crack opened in the wall between them. Lila stared at him, absorbing his words, her expression shifting from wary defensiveness to surprise, then to a cautious, calculating consideration. He could almost see her weighing the risks, the potential benefits, the degree of trust she could place in this truce, however fragile. And you, Sheriff? She asked quietly, turning the tables. If your factual inquiries uncover something that sheds light on the whispers I hear, on the fate of the lost woman, on the injustice I feel, will you share it? He hadn't expected the reciprocity. He hesitated. Sharing details of an ongoing murder investigation, especially with someone viewed with suspicion by the town, was against protocol, against his instincts. Yet, her insights had already proven valuable, disturbingly so. Keeping her completely in the dark might hinder both their efforts and potentially leave her more vulnerable. Within reason, he conceded gruffly. If it pertains directly to your safety, or if it helps clarify the overall picture without compromising the investigation. It was a heavily qualified agreement, but it was more than he would have offered yesterday. An understanding seemed to pass between them, fragile, unspoken, not quite trust, not yet friendship, but a recognition of mutual need, of shared peril, of the strange convergence of their disparate paths towards the same dark truth. It was an unspoken promise hanging in the air to share what they could, to protect where possible, to navigate the treacherous space between doubt and belief together, because neither could find the answers alone. All right, Sheriff, Lila said finally, a flicker of something unreadable determination, relief in her eyes. I will tell you if I learn anything more. Good, Hayes said, rising to his feet, picking up his hat. The air in the room felt subtly different now, less charged with antagonism, more with a shared, albeit uneasy, purpose. And Miss Hawthorne, he added, pausing at the parlor door, lock this door behind me, and don't hesitate to use the shotgun I assume you keep. It was practical advice, but also another implicit acknowledgement of the danger and perhaps a grudging respect for her resilience. He stepped out into the bright sunlight, leaving Lila standing in the quiet parlor. The conversation had been unsettling, challenging his core beliefs, setting him on a path he wouldn't have thought possible days ago. But as he walked back towards his office, towards the map and the gold and the cold facts of the murder, he felt something else, too. Something he hadn't felt since O'Malley's body was found. A faint, dangerous glimmer of hope. Hope that by combining his world with hers, by listening, just maybe, to the whispers he couldn't explain, he might finally break the silence surrounding the ghosts of Redemption Gulch. Chapter 13. The Gathering Storm Clouds. The uneasy truce forged between Lila and Sheriff Hayes, fragile and unspoken though it was, did little to calm the troubled atmosphere of Redemption Gulch. If anything, the lack of a swift arrest following O'Malley's murder seemed to allow the town's underlying anxieties and suspicions to fester like poison seeping into the parched earth. The sheriff's quiet inquiries, Deputy Miller's discreet warnings against harassment, these were seen not as diligent police work, but as signs of ineptitude, or worse, deliberate obfuscation. And Lila Hawthorne, the strange woman on the edge of town, remained the focal point for much of that festering unease. Lila felt the shift. The open hostilities she'd encountered in the feed store subsided slightly, replaced by something perhaps more insidious, a cold, watchful waiting. People still avoided her gaze. Conversations still ceased when she approached, but the outright accusations seemed to have retreated, driven underground by the sheriff's implicit warning. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, a prickling awareness at the back of her neck whenever she ventured outside, even just to tend her garden. The watcher by the fence hadn't reappeared. The thrown rock hadn't been repeated, but the threat felt coiled, dormant, waiting for the right moment to strike. She clung to the memory of Hayes's awkward apology, his grudging request for information, the unspoken promise to share what he could. It was a thin thread of hope in the encroaching darkness. He hadn't dismissed her entirely. He had acknowledged the convergence, the strange alignment of his facts and her feelings. He had even shown a flicker of personal vulnerability, asking about Martha. It wasn't trust, not yet, but it was a start, a potential bridge across the chasm separating their worlds. Holding on to that fragile connection, Lila tried to heed his warning, staying close to home, locking her doors diligently, keeping the heavy shotgun her father had left her loaded and within reach a cold, unfamiliar weight that felt both necessary and terrifying. But staying passive felt impossible. The secrets she carried, the damning page from her mother's journal, the mysterious cloth-wrapped bundle, demanded action. And the whispers, though quieter now, still brushed against the edges of her awareness, particularly the sorrowful presence tied to Miller's past, the lost woman yearning for her recognition. She needed to understand the bundle. Tucked away again beneath the loose floorboard, it felt like a sleeping serpent, potent and dangerous. What had her mother hidden with such care? Driven by a need for answers, for leverage, for anything that might break the stalemate of fear and suspicion, Lila retrieved it one quiet afternoon when the town seemed lost in the heavy stupor of midday heat. Sitting on the floor, the heavy parlor curtains drawn against the harsh sunlight, she carefully untied the twine securing the faded calico wrapping. Her fingers trembled slightly. Inside, nestled in the cloth, were several items. First, a small, exquisitely carved wooden bird, a robin, perhaps its paint faded, but its form still delicate. It felt warm to the touch, imbued with a faint, lingering energy of affection, of love. Beside it lay a small, leather-bound tin-type case. Lila opened it carefully. It didn't contain a portrait of stern-faced pioneers or awkward family groupings. Instead, it held two images, side by side. On the left, a young woman, barely older than Lila herself, with soft eyes, dark hair piled high, and a gentle, hopeful smile. On the right, a man, handsome in a rugged way, with laugh lines around his eyes and an air of adventurous optimism. Lila didn't recognize either of them. Beneath the tintype lay the heaviest object, a geologist's hammer, smaller than a blacksmith's tool, designed for chipping at rock, its head tarnished, its wooden handle smooth and dark from use. Tucked alongside it was a small, tightly rolled oilskin pouch. Lila unrolled it carefully. Inside, wrapped in a scrap of velvet, was a single spectacular gold nugget, far larger and purer looking than the rough ones O'Malley had hidden. It gleamed even in the dim light, radiating a faint, almost proprietary energy. And finally, tucked into the very bottom of the bundle, was a small stack of letters, tied with a faded blue ribbon, the same shade as the ribbon on the lock of Lila's baby hair in her mother's memory box. Lila stared at the collection, her mind racing. The geologist's hammer, the exceptional nugget, the tintype of the unknown couple, the little carved bird, the letters tied with a familiar ribbon. What did it mean? Whose were these items? Why had her mother hidden them so securely? She picked up the letters, her heart pounding. The ribbon felt fragile beneath her fingers. Slipping it off carefully, she unfolded the top letter. The paper was thin, the ink faded but legible, the handwriting distinctly female, elegant yet strong. "My dearest Elias," it began. Lila's breath caught. Elias Thorne. The name from her mother's journal, the man lost at Miller's Pass, the name on the damning page detailing Dubois' treachery. These were letters to him, likely from the wife he'd left back east. She read quickly, her eyes scanning the delicate script. The letters spoke of everyday life back home, of missing him, of prayers for his safety and success in the gold fields. They spoke of their young child, asking when Papa would be coming home rich with gold. They were filled with love, longing, and a growing anxiety as the time between his own letters grew longer. The last few letters were particularly poignant, marked by unanswered questions, by a dawning fear that something was wrong. The final one, dated months after the flood, was heartbreaking in its desperate plea for news, any news, refusing to believe he was truly gone. These were the letters of the wife Elias Thorne had left behind. Why did her mother have them? Had they been sent here, hoping someone might know his fate? Had her mother intercepted them? Or had Elias himself carried them, rereading them in his lonely prospecting camp, only for them to be recovered somehow after his death? And the other items? The geologist's hammer, likely Thorne's. The large nugget, perhaps the fruit of his labor, the discovery he never got to report. The tintype Thorne and his wife. Lila compared the woman in the tintype to the handwriting, the loving tone of the letters. It fit. The hopeful young woman was Mrs. Thorne, the adventurous man her husband Elias. But the carved bird? It felt different, more personal, perhaps a token made by Elias for his wife or child. And why hide all this? If these were simply the recovered possessions of a man lost in the flood, why conceal them beneath the floorboards? Unless their recovery itself was suspicious, unless they hadn't simply washed ashore, unless someone else had recovered them. Someone like Josiah Dubois? Lila looked again at the note hidden in her other pocket. J.D. final tally. His share secured. The rest washed away clean. Had Dubois found Thorne's body or his camp after the flood? Had he taken not only Thorne's gold, but these personal effects as well? Perhaps keeping the large nugget, hiding the letters and tintype to erase Thorne's presence, his connection to the claim Dubois now controlled? And had her mother somehow come into possession of these hidden items later, recognizing their significance, their danger? It was speculation, leaps of logic based on fragmented evidence and intuition. But the pieces felt like they were falling into place, forming a picture far darker than simple theft. It suggested Dubois hadn't just profited from the flood. He might have actively concealed evidence, erased identities, perhaps even... Lila shivered, pushing the thought away. Had he ensured Thorne and Ashton stayed lost? And the lost woman? The whisperer by the sluice gate? She wasn't Mrs. Thorne. Who was she? Was she connected to Dubois, too? Another loose end washed away clean? Lila carefully rewrapped the bundle, her mind buzzing. The letters, the tintype, the nugget they were proof that Elias Thorne existed, loved, and likely found significant gold before he disappeared. Proof that contradicted the narrative of him simply vanishing without a trace in the flood. This, combined with the page detailing the final tally, painted a damning portrait of Josiah Dubois. She felt a surge of empowerment, quickly followed by a fresh wave of fear. This evidence was far more potent, far more dangerous than she had realized. Possessing it made her an undeniable threat to whoever was protecting Dubois' legacy, whoever had silenced O'Malley. Showing this to Sheriff Hayes, it was unavoidable now. This wasn't just intuition. This was physical evidence demanding investigation. But could she trust him with it? Could she trust him to protect her once he knew what she held? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden commotion outside. Raised voices, angry shouts, the sound of running feet on the boardwalk. It sounded like it was coming from the center of town, near the saloon or the mercantile. Lila crept to the window, peering cautiously through a gap in the curtains. A crowd was gathering, mostly men miners, ranchers, saloon regulars, their faces grim, angry. They seemed agitated, gesturing, shouting. She couldn't make out the words clearly, but the tone was unmistakable, hostile, volatile. Then she saw Deputy Miller pushing his way through the throng, trying to restore order, looking overwhelmed. Where was Hayes? Suddenly the crowd surged, moving with a shared ugly purpose down the street, away from the saloon, heading towards her house. Lila's blood ran cold. They were coming for her. Something had happened. Something had ignited the simmering resentment, broken the fragile peace enforced by the sheriff's warnings. Had someone spread a new rumor? Had O'Malley's hidden gold been discovered and somehow twisted into evidence against her? Or was this something else entirely? A spontaneous eruption of fear and frustration finding its easiest target? Panic seized her. She looked wildly around the parlor. The shotgun. She ran to the corner where it leaned, grabbing the heavy weapon. It felt alien in her hands, cold and menacing. Could she use it against her own neighbors? The shouts grew louder, closer. She could hear individual voices now, raw with anger. The witch, bringing trouble. Hayes ain't doing nothing. Run her out of town. They weren't just throwing rocks anymore. This was a mob. She backed away from the door, clutching the shotgun, her knuckles white. The flimsy wooden door, the locked bolt, felt like tissue paper against the rising tide of fury outside. She glanced at the back door escape, but where would she run? Into the open prairie. They would hunt her down. Her eyes fell on the seance table, the epicenter of her strange life, the place where she communed with whispers from beyond. Could she find help there? Could she reach the sorrowful woman, O'Malley? Anyone? Conjure something to deter them? It felt insane, desperate. Using her abilities not for solace, but for defense? It went against everything she believed in. The pounding started on the front door, heavy rhythmic blows shaking the entire house. Mingled with the shouts, the raw, ugly sound of mob anger, baying for blood. Hawthorne, come out. Face us, witch. We know you're involved. Lila squeezed her eyes shut, pressing herself against the wall, the shotgun heavy in her trembling hands. The gathering storm clouds had finally broken, not with rain, but with a deluge of human fear and hatred. The unspoken promises, the fragile truce with the sheriff, seemed meaningless now, swept away by the terrifying immediacy of the mob at her door. She was alone, trapped, with only the ghosts of the past and a cold piece of steel between her and the fury of Redemption Gulch. The pounding grew louder, the wood splintering. Time had run out. Chapter 14, A Trail of Cold Ashes. While the mob's fury beat against Lila Hawthorne's door, Sheriff Daniel Hayes was miles away, riding hard through the desolate, sun-baked landscape that stretched east of Redemption Gulch. He wasn't heading towards Miller's Pass this time. His destination was more specific, guided by a telegram that had arrived just an hour after his unsettling truce with Lila, a brittle piece of paper that had blown his investigation wide open and sent a chill colder than any cemetery whisper down his spine. The telegram was the delayed response from the Territorial Marshal's office in Prescott. It contained two crucial pieces of information. First, regarding Miller's Pass Freight Company. No official records existed under that name. However, there were records of several short-lived freight outfits operating in the region around that time, often dissolving or changing names quickly. One such outfit, briefly contracted by the Army for supply runs before vanishing from the books, was run by a man named Josiah Dubois. Before he became Redemption Gulch's respectable merchant, Dubois had apparently dabbled in the rougher, more transient business of frontier freighting, a fact conveniently omitted from his later carefully curated history. The second piece of information was more explosive, cross-referencing the names Elias Thorne and Thomas Ashton with mining claims and missing persons reports from the era of the Miller's Pass flood yielded nothing official, their disappearances likely written off as unfortunate casualties of the disaster. But a diligent clerk in Prescott, prompted by Hayes' specific mention of the flood and potential irregularities, had searched older archived Army patrol reports from the region. One report, filed weeks after the floodwaters subsided, detailed a patrol discovering evidence of a recent, hastily abandoned campsite downstream from the main Miller's Pass devastation. Significantly, the patrol found signs of struggle, discarded mining tools matching the description of Thorne's geologist hammer, a detail Hayes hadn't known until Lila's discovery, and most disturbingly, traces of burned documents and clothing near a cold fire pit, as if someone had deliberately tried to erase evidence of the camp's occupants. The patrol, finding no bodies and having other urgent duties, had noted the anomaly but hadn't pursued it further. Burned documents, erased evidence. Josiah Dubois running a freight company in the area at the time. O'Malley finding gold near the downstream sluice gate, marking it hers. Lila sensing a forgotten woman, abandoned, unmarked, near that same spot. The pieces weren't just falling into place. They were slamming together with the force of a physical blow, painting a picture of calculated, cold-blooded murder disguised as a natural disaster. Dubois hadn't just profited from the flood. He had likely used it as cover. Perhaps Thorne and Ashton hadn't been caught in the main flood at all. Perhaps they, along with the unknown woman, had been at that downstream camp. Perhaps Dubois, running his freight operation, had discovered their rich strike Thorne strike, the large nugget Lila now held proof of, and decided to secure it for himself. The struggle, the burned evidence. It pointed towards a brutal silencing, with the flood serving as the perfect alibi. The rest, washed away clean. The chilling words from the hidden page resonated with horrific clarity. And Finn O'Malley? He hadn't just stumbled onto financial irregularities. He had likely found the location of that hidden camp, found the gold, perhaps even found remains or evidence Dubois missed 20 years ago. He didn't just have blackmail material, he had proof of murder, making his own murder not just likely, but almost inevitable. The telegram also contained one final, crucial detail. The Army Patrol report mentioned the downstream campsite was located near a distinctive geological formation known locally as Coyote Jaw Rock, about 5 miles further down the canyon from the main Miller's Pass ruins. Hayes knew the formation. It was a desolate, rarely visited spot. He'd left Charlie Miller in charge with strict instructions to maintain order and watch over Lila, grabbing fresh ammunition and his rifle before riding out immediately. He hadn't stopped to inform Lila of the telegram's contents. The information felt too raw, too dangerous. The implications too vast. His instinct now screamed for concrete proof, the kind he could only find at the site itself. He needed to see the cold ashes, the remnants of that 20-year-old crime scene, connected definitively to O'Malley's map and Dubois' past before confronting the ramifications back in Redemption Gulch. He needed to follow the trail himself, guided by the ghosts of the past and the hard facts of the present. The ride was brutal under the relentless sun. The terrain grew rougher, the trail dwindling to barely more than a game path, winding through broken rock and thorny scrub. The silence was profound, broken only by the rhythmic hoofbeats of his horse, the buzz of unseen insects, and the occasional cry of a hawk circling overhead. Hayes pushed his horse hard, driven by an urgency that bordered on obsession. He felt like he was racing against time, though the crime itself was 2 decades cold. But the recent violence, the threat against Lila, the instability simmering in town, it all felt connected, like ripples spreading from that single violent act at Miller's Pass. He finally reached the lip of the wider canyon downstream from the main pass. Below, the creek bed, mostly dry now except for a thin trickle of water snaked through sun-bleached boulders and sparse vegetation. He scanned the landscape, searching for the distinctive rock formation. There it was, further down, unmistakable. 2 jagged pillars of sandstone leaning towards each other like the gaping maw of a predator, Coyote Jaw Rock. He urged his horse down the steep, treacherous slope, dismounting near the creek bed, where the ground leveled out slightly. He tethered the horse to a stunted juniper, pulling his rifle from its scabbard. The air here felt heavy, stagnant, unnaturally quiet even for this desolate place. The silence seemed to press in, thick with unspoken history, with the residue of violence and sorrow. He could almost understand how Lila sensed things in places like this. The atmosphere itself felt charged, watchful. Following the creek bed downstream towards Coyote Jaw Rock, his boots crunching on loose gravel, Hayes scanned the area meticulously. He saw the broken, waterlogged timbers of the old sluice gate tangled among the rocks, just as he'd seen on his previous visit, just as Lila had described. He moved past it, his eyes searching the banks, the small, relatively flat areas tucked against the canyon walls where someone might have made camp. And then he saw it. Tucked under an overhang, partially sheltered from the elements, was a patch of ground subtly different from its surroundings. The earth was darker, harder packed, and scattered across it. Almost invisible against the dirt were tiny, dark flecks. Ash, cold ash. Hayes knelt, his heart pounding. He touched the ground. It felt sterile, different. He carefully scraped at the surface with his knife. Beneath the top layer of dust and grit, the ash layer was thicker, mixed with tiny fragments of charcoal. A fire pit, deliberately scattered and covered, but unmistakable. He dug gently, carefully, his fingers probing the cold ashes. He found small calcified fragments bone, animal bone most likely, from cooking, but then something else, small metallic objects, buttons, Simple corroded metal buttons, the kind used on work shirts or canvas trousers common among prospectors. He found several, scattered through the ash. Then something different, a smaller, more delicate button made of mother of pearl, likely from a woman's blouse or dress. The lost woman, she had been here. His fingers brushed against something harder, smoother. He worked it free from the compacted ash. It was a small piece of melted glass, warped and blackened by intense heat. Near it, another fragment scorched leather, possibly from a boot or a pouch. And then the unmistakable, acrid scent, clinging faintly to the disturbed earth, the scent of burned cloth, burned paper, burned flesh. Hayes recoiled, scrubbing his hand against his trousers, a wave of nausea washing over him. This wasn't just a campsite where documents were burned. This was a pyre. Someone hadn't just tried to erase evidence. They had tried to obliterate the victims themselves. The flood hadn't washed everything away clean. It had served as the perfect distraction while the killer, likely Dubois, meticulously destroyed the bodies and belongings of Thorne, Ashton, and the unknown woman right here. He stood up slowly, surveying the scene, the full horror of it sinking in. This desolate spot wasn't just a campsite. It was an unmarked, desecrated grave. The brutality of it, the cold calculation, was staggering. Josiah Dubois, the respected merchant, the church deacon, had been capable of this. It seemed almost unbelievable, yet the evidence was chillingly persuasive. He thought of O'Malley's map. The X marked this exact area. O'Malley had likely found this spot, perhaps digging idly near the sluice, and uncovered not just the hidden gold, hers, maybe the woman's life savings, or her share of Thorne's strike, but also evidence of the fire pit, the burned remnants. That discovery had signed his death warrant. Hayes's gaze swept the area again. He needed more. He needed something to definitively link Dubois to this spot, something O'Malley might have missed, something the killer might have overlooked in his haste 20 years ago. He began a wider search pattern, moving outwards from the fire pit, his eyes scanning every rock, every patch of ground, every crevice in the canyon wall. He found spent rifle cartridges, old vintage, difficult to trace but suggestive of the violence that occurred here. He found more scattered sun-bleached bone fragments, too small to identify easily. Then, lodged deep in a narrow fissure in the rock face near the overhang, something glinted dully. He worked it free carefully with the tip of his knife. It was a belt buckle, heavy brass, tarnished green with age. It was intricately engraved with a scrolled initial. Not T for Thorne, not A for Ashton. The initial was a J flowing into a D, JD. Josiah Dubois' belt buckle, dropped perhaps during the struggle, during the frantic effort to destroy the evidence, lost in the shadows, missed in the cleanup. Tangible proof, placing Dubois himself at the scene of the gruesome disposal. Hayes held the buckle in his palm, its weight feeling immense. The trail of cold ashes had led him here, to this final, damning piece of evidence. He finally had the proof he needed, the connection between the past and the present, between the respected merchant and the murdered gambler, between the flood and the fire. A sudden sharp crack echoed down the canyon. Not thunder, rifle fire. Hayes dropped instantly, shoving the buckle into his pocket, scrambling behind a cluster of large boulders near the creek bed. His own rifle brought up, scanning the canyon rim above him. Had someone followed him? Or was someone else out here, hunting, unaware of his presence? Another shot cracked closer this time, whining off the rock face above his head, showering him with stone fragments. This was no hunter. Someone was shooting at him. He peered cautiously over the boulder. He saw a movement, high up on the canyon rim, near the spot where he'd descended. A figure silhouetted against the harsh blue sky, raising a rifle. Too far away to identify clearly, but the intent was unmistakable. Someone knew he was here. Someone knew what this place represented. Someone had followed him, waited for him to find the evidence, and now intended to ensure neither he nor the secrets of Coyote Jaw Rock ever left this canyon. Was it the same person who had silenced O'Malley? The same person protecting Dubois's legacy? Hayes chambered around, the metallic click sharp in the sudden silence. He was pinned down, exposed, miles from town, with a killer holding the high ground. The ghosts of Miller's Pass weren't just whispering anymore. They were actively trying to claim another victim. He hunkered down behind the boulders, the tarnished buckle heavy in his pocket, the cold ashes of the past suddenly erupting into the deadly fire of the present. Chapter 15. The Serpent in Saloon Light. The pounding on Lila's front door intensified, the wood groaning, splintering under the assault. Shouts raw and indistinct, merged into a single terrifying roar, the voice of the mob, stripped of reason, fueled by fear and blame. Lila stood frozen in the center of her parlor, the heavy shotgun feeling impossibly heavy, impossibly alien in her trembling hands. Her sanctuary had become a cage, the walls closing in, the roar outside promising violence. Hawthorne, open up. Face us, coward. Burn the witch out. Burn her out. The words struck a primal terror deep within her. She thought of the cold ashes Sheriff Hayes might be finding out at Miller's Pass, the evidence of bodies destroyed by fire. Was that her fate, too? To be consumed by the town's fear, turned to ash like the secrets they refused to confront? Panic threatened to paralyze her. She couldn't fight them all. The shotgun felt useless against so many. Escape through the back seemed impossible. They would surely have surrounded the small house. Her gaze darted around the room, seeking what? An answer. Deliverance. Her eyes fell on the seance table, polished and waiting. The whispers. Could they help? It felt like madness, like succumbing to the very accusations the mob hurled at her door. Yet, what other weapon did she possess? A particularly violent crash echoed from the front porch as someone threw their weight against the door again. A hinge shrieked in protest. It wouldn't hold much longer. Decision made. Born of desperation rather than faith, Lila lowered the shotgun, leaning it against the wall. She couldn't shed blood, not even in self-defense against her neighbors, however maddened they were. She sank into her chair at the head of the table, the familiar wood cool beneath her palms. She closed her eyes, shutting out the terrifying roar, the splintering wood, trying to find that quiet space within. The threshold. It was almost impossible. The fear, the adrenaline, the sheer volume of noise they formed, a roaring static that drowned out the subtler frequencies she usually sought. She forced herself to breathe, slow, deep breaths, pulling the fragile calm around her like a threadbare shawl. She didn't consciously call out to any specific spirit. She simply opened herself, a desperate, silent plea cast into the unseen currents. Help. Outside, the door finally gave way with a rending crash. The roar surged as the mob spilled into the narrow hallway, their angry shouts echoing off the plaster walls, the tramp of heavy boots shaking the floorboards. Shadows filled the parlor doorway, resolving into the hard, furious faces of men she recognized: miners, ranchers, saloon patrons. Jedediah Smith, the rancher who had confronted her in the feed store, seemed to be at the forefront. His face flushed, his eyes narrowed with righteous anger. Behind him, the two miners who had menaced her stood ready, their expressions grim. They stopped short as they saw her, sitting calmly at the table, eyes closed, hands resting palms down on the polished surface. The sheer unexpectedness of the scene, the absence of the cowering fear they likely anticipated, seemed to momentarily check their momentum. A confused, uncertain murmur rippled through the men crammed in the doorway and hallway. "What? What's she doing?" one of the miners muttered. "Devil worship," someone shouted from the back. "She's trying to curse us," another voice cried, laced with fear. Jedediah Smith recovered first, his face hardening again. He took a step into the parlor, his fists clenched. "Enough of your tricks, Hawthorne. We know you're behind this. O'Malley's death, the trouble, it all started with you." Lila didn't open her eyes. She kept breathing, kept reaching, pushing past the wall of noise and hatred, seeking something, a flicker, a presence, anything. And then she felt it. Not the sorrowful woman from Miller's Pass, not O'Malley's bitter rage. Something else, something cold, calculating, and reptilian. It slithered into her awareness, smooth and invasive, carrying the scent of stale whiskey, cheap perfume, and profound, chilling amusement. It felt familiar, yet terrifyingly different. It wasn't a ghost yearning for peace or vengeance. It felt like active, conscious malice, observing the scene with detached interest. "Such delicious chaos," a voice whispered in her mind, smooth as oiled silk, cold as a snake's belly. "They blame the messenger, don't they? Predictable fools." Lila recoiled inwardly, though her outward composure remained unchanged. Who was this? This energy felt intelligent, manipulative, and utterly devoid of empathy. It wasn't a victim. It felt like a predator. "Get her!" Smith roared, taking another step forward, gesturing to the men behind him. "Drag her out!" The men surged forward, hands reaching for her. Lila braced herself, still keeping her eyes closed, focusing desperately on the cold presence, trying to understand it, trying to find a way to use it or deflect it. Suddenly, a commanding voice cut through the uproar, sharp and authoritative, freezing the men in their tracks. "Hold it! Right there! All of you!" Through the packed bodies in the hallway, Deputy Charlie Miller pushed his way forward, his hand resting on the butt of his revolver, his young face pale, but set with determination. He hadn't drawn the weapon, but the implication was clear. "What in God's name is going on here?" Charlie demanded, his voice tight with adrenaline but carrying the weight of the sheriff's authority. "Breaking down a citizen's door? Threatening her? Have you all lost your minds?" Jedediah Smith turned, momentarily thrown off balance by the deputy's intervention. "She's the cause of it, Charlie. The murder, the bad luck. She brought it on us." "That's crazy talk, Jed," Charlie shot back. "The sheriff's investigating. You let him do his job. Now clear out, all of you, before I start making arrests for unlawful assembly, breaking and entering, and threatening behavior." The mob hesitated, caught between their fear-fueled anger and the ingrained respect, however grudging, for the badge Charlie represented, even in the sheriff's absence. They muttered, shuffled their feet, glancing uncertainly at each other. It was then that the cold, serpentine presence in Lila's mind spoke again, its whisper laced with dark amusement. "Ah, the law arrives. Too late, perhaps? Seeds are sown." It seemed to address Lila directly now. "They fear you, little medium, but they should fear the one who truly pulls the strings, the one who watched O'Malley bleed, the one who benefits from Dubois' silence." Lila's eyes snapped open. The one who watched O'Malley bleed, benefited from Dubois' silence? This wasn't a ghost. This felt like the killer, or someone intimately connected to them. Someone still alive, observing, manipulating. The presence seemed to sense her sudden awareness, her focus. It recoiled slightly like a snake startled in the grass. Then it projected a single vivid image into her mind before withdrawing completely, leaving only a faint, cloying scent like stale cigar smoke and decay. The image was of the Last Chance Saloon, not the main bar area, but the small, smoke-filled back room where serious card games often took place. Gaslight flickered over worn velvet upholstery, half-empty glasses, scattered chips, and seated at the table, dealing a hand with unnervingly smooth, precise movements, was a figure Lila knew but had never suspected. Silas Croft, the blacksmith. His usual stony expression was softened slightly by the dim light, but his eyes held a cold, calculating glint she had never seen before, a look of absolute control, utterly devoid of the stoic grief he usually projected. Across from him, O'Malley, looking drunk and agitated, slammed his cards down, and standing behind O'Malley, unseen by the gambler, blending into the shadows near the door, was another figure slighter, holding something that glinted briefly in the gaslight. The image dissolved before Lila could identify the second figure or the object, leaving only the chilling imprint of Croft's cold eyes and the overwhelming sense of betrayal. Silas Croft, the stoic blacksmith, the grieving father who had seemed almost a protector, involved in O'Malley's murder? It seemed impossible. Yet the cold presence, the whisper of chaos, had shown her that image, planted that seed of doubt. Was it the truth, or a deliberate misdirection by the real killer, trying to frame the blacksmith? Outside, the confrontation between Charlie and the mob continued, though the deputy's firm stance seemed to be slowly diffusing the immediate threat. Men were starting to grumble, to back away, their righteous fury dissolving into sullen resentment under the eye of the law. "Go on home," Charlie ordered again. "Sheriff Hayes will handle this. Go on." Slowly, reluctantly, the crowd began to disperse, melting back into the street, casting dark looks towards Lila's broken door and the deputy's standing guard. Jedediah Smith lingered for a moment, spitting onto the porch, then turned and stalked away, defeated but still simmering. Charlie watched them go, then turned, his shoulders slumping slightly with relief, running a hand through his sweat-dampened hair. He looked at Lila, still sitting at the table, her face pale, her eyes wide and unfocused from the psychic intrusion and the lingering shock. "Miss Hawthorne, you all right?" he asked, his voice regaining some of its youthful concern. They didn't hurt you?" Lila shook her head, struggling to process the image she'd been shown, the chilling whisper. Croft? Could it be? He was at the seance. He knew O'Malley. He was strong enough to... But the motive? Why would Croft care about Dubois' secrets? Unless his own past was somehow entangled. His son, lost in the rattlesnake mine years ago? Was there a connection she'd missed? "Thank you, Deputy," she managed, her voice husky. "You came just in time." Charlie surveyed the splintered door frame, the mess in the hallway. "Damn fools," he muttered, "scared and stupid. Sheriff Hayes ain't gonna be happy about this." He hesitated. "You sure you're okay? Maybe you should come down to the jailhouse, just till the sheriff gets back? Might be safer." Lila considered it. Safety felt incredibly appealing right now. But leaving her house, leaving the place where she sensed the whispers, felt wrong. And the image of Croft, she needed time to think, to understand, to potentially test that horrifying possibility. "No," she said, finding her resolve. "I'll be all right here. I need to fix the door." Charlie looked uncertain, but didn't press her. "All right, but I'll stick around outside for a bit. Keep watch. Just holler if you need anything." He backed out onto the porch, keeping a wary eye on the street, where the last of the mob was disappearing. Lila slowly got to her feet, her legs shaky. She went to the broken door, examining the damage. It would need more than a simple repair. She looked out at Charlie pacing on the boardwalk, a lone figure representing a fragile order. Her mind raced. The cold presence. The image of Croft. Was it real? A genuine insight from a dark source? Or manipulation? The serpent in the saloon light? Was it Croft himself, hiding his true nature behind a mask of grief? Or was the serpent the unseen whisperer, the manipulator, trying to frame the blacksmith? She thought back to the seance. Croft's heavy grief for his son had felt real, palpable. Yet, he had also been present when the spirit claiming to be O'Malley had spoken of the ledger, the secrets. Had he been gauging the reactions, learning what others knew? And his intervention at the feed store, had it been protection or a way to ensure the miners didn't reveal something incriminating in their anger? The pieces shifted again, forming a new, disturbing pattern. What if Croft's grief was real, but intertwined with something darker? What if his son's death at Rattlesnake Mine wasn't the simple accident everyone believed? Mines held secrets. Mines held gold. Mines collapsed, just like Miller's Pass. Could there be a connection between the two tragedies, between Dubois' suspected crimes and whatever happened to Croft's son? Had O'Malley stumbled onto that connection as well? It was a wild theory based on a fleeting, potentially malicious psychic image and layers of speculation, but it felt possible. It explained Croft's presence, his potential motive, protecting a secret about his son's death, his strength. The cold whisperer. Who was it? Someone who knew about Croft, about O'Malley, about Dubois. Someone who enjoyed the chaos. Someone still alive, moving unseen through Redemption Gulch, pulling strings from the shadows. The serpent. Lila knew she couldn't trust the image implicitly, but she couldn't ignore it either. It was another piece of the puzzle, however treacherous. She needed to find a way to verify it, to test it. Approaching Croft directly was unthinkable. Talking to the sheriff, could she tell him she suspected the blacksmith based on a psychic vision planted by a malevolent entity? He would surely think she'd finally lost her mind. No, she needed to be cautious, observe, listen, wait for an opportunity. The serpent had revealed itself, perhaps unintentionally, perhaps as a gambit. Now Lila had to track it, expose it, before it, or the fear it manipulated consumed her entirely. The storm clouds hadn't dispersed. They had merely changed shape, revealing the glint of scales in the saloon light. Chapter 16, Trust Kindled Like Embers. The aftermath of the mob's attack left Lila's house physically scarred and her nerves frayed thin as worn thread. The splintered door frame was a constant, jagged reminder of the violence that lurked just beneath Redemption Gulch's dusty surface. A violence that had targeted her directly. Deputy Miller had managed to wedge the broken door shut and nail a few boards across the worst of the damage before finally departing, leaving Lila in a house that felt less like a sanctuary and more like a besieged outpost. The silence that descended wasn't peaceful. It was watchful, tense, echoing with the phantom roar of the crowd and the chilling whisper of the serpent in the saloon light. Sleep was impossible again that night. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind seemed to carry a threat. The image the cold presence had shown her, Silas Croft dealing cards in the back room of the Last Chance, his eyes holding that calculating glint, O'Malley arguing, the shadowy second figure with the glinting object played over and over in her mind. Was it truth or manipulation? Croft, the stoic blacksmith, the grieving father, a killer, or a pawn in a darker game orchestrated by the unseen serpent. The uncertainty was agonizing. She clutched the secret she possessed, the damning page from her mother's journal, the bundle containing Elias Thorne's possessions and the large gold nugget like talismans against the encroaching fear. They were proof, yes, but proof of a crime that seemed to be spawning new violence, new deceptions. Sharing them, especially now, felt incredibly perilous. Who could she trust? Charlie Miller was earnest but young, perhaps easily manipulated or overwhelmed. The townsfolk had shown their true colors. And Sheriff Hayes, her thoughts kept returning to him, to their last encounter in the moonlit cemetery. His gruff apology, his grudging request for information, his qualified promise to share what he could, his unexpected, vulnerable question about Martha. It had been a crack in his armor, a glimpse of the man beneath the tarnished badge. Had it been genuine, or just a lawman's tactic to gain her confidence? She didn't know. But compared to the open hostility of the town or the chilling manipulations of the serpent, Hayes, with all his skepticism and burdens, felt like the only potential anchor in the storm. Their truce, however fragile, however unspoken, felt like the only path forward that didn't lead to utter isolation or destruction. But trust was a fragile ember, easily extinguished by doubt or betrayal. Could she risk fanning that ember by revealing the full extent of what she knew, what she suspected, especially the vision implicating Croft? Hayes might dismiss it as hysteria, proof that the mob had rattled her senses. Or worse, if Croft was involved, revealing her suspicion could alert the blacksmith, putting both her and the sheriff in greater danger. No, she couldn't reveal the vision of Croft yet. But the other evidence, the page detailing Dubois' treachery, the bundle belonging to Elias Thorne, felt too crucial to keep hidden any longer, especially if Hayes was truly investigating the Miller's past connection, perhaps presenting that tangible proof, found amongst her mother's things, could solidify their tentative truce, force Hayes to confront the depth of Dubois' crimes, and maybe, just maybe, earn a measure of real trust between them. It was still a gamble, but it felt like the right gamble. A step towards collaboration, towards dragging the truth into the light, guided by both fact and feeling. She waited, nerves stretched tight, through the long morning. The town outside was unnaturally quiet, as if subdued by shame or simply gathering its breath after the previous day's eruption. Charlie Miller passed by occasionally, his presence a small comfort, but Lila knew he couldn't stand guard forever. The serpent, whoever it was still out there. It was early afternoon when she saw Sheriff Hayes riding back into town. He looked exhausted, dust-caked, his face grim as granite. He didn't head straight for the jailhouse, instead reining in his horse directly in front of her damaged house. He swung down, his movement stiff, weary, and looped the reins around the rickety fence post. He took in the splintered door, the nailed boards, his expression hardening. He looked up, his gaze meeting Lila's as she watched cautiously from behind the parlor curtain. He gave a curt nod, then turned and walked towards the jailhouse without a word. He knew Charlie must have told him about the mob. Lila waited, her heart pounding. Would he come back? Would he demand answers? Or would he retreat behind his badge, dealing with the aftermath through official channels, keeping her at arm's length? Minutes stretched into an hour. Lila paced the parlor, the hidden page and the bundle feeling like burning weights against her skin. She rehearsed what she would say, how she would present the evidence, trying to anticipate his reaction, his skepticism. Finally, unable to bear the waiting any longer, she made a decision. She wouldn't wait for him to come to her. She would go to him. It felt like seizing control, however small, asserting her role in uncovering this truth, not just as a passive conduit for whispers, but as an active participant. Taking a deep breath, she tucked the folded page securely into her dress pocket. The bundle, heavier and bulkier, she wrapped again and placed inside her sturdy market basket covering it with a clean linen cloth. She couldn't risk carrying it so openly, but leaving it behind felt wrong. She unbolted the damaged door, stepping out into the afternoon sun, ignoring the curious stares from windows across the street. She walked with determined steps towards the jailhouse, the basket heavy on her arm, her resolve fragile but holding. The sheriff's office door was closed. Lila hesitated for only a moment, then knocked firmly. "Come in," Hayes's voice, rough with weariness, called from within. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. The small office was filled with the familiar sense of dust, stale coffee, and Hayes's own faint aroma of leather and trail dust. He was sitting slumped in his chair behind the cluttered desk, his hat off, rubbing his temples as if trying to ward off a headache. He looked up as she entered, surprise flickering in his tired eyes, quickly followed by a guarded, weary expression. "Miss Hawthorne," he said, his voice flat. "Charlie told me what happened here yesterday. Despicable. I've had words." "I know you have your duties, Sheriff," Lila interrupted quietly, stepping further into the room, closing the door behind her. "But I didn't come about the mob." She walked towards the desk, stopping in front of it. She could feel his wary gaze on her, assessing, waiting. "I came," she continued, her voice low but steady, "because of our conversation in the cemetery about old sorrows and secrets." Hayes straightened slightly in his chair, his eyes sharpening, losing some of their weariness, replaced by intense focus. He didn't speak, just watched her, waiting. Lila took another deep breath. "My mother, she kept things hidden, things I didn't understand until recently, things connected to Miller's Pass, to Josiah Dubois." She saw a flicker of something in his eyes. Recognition? Confirmation? He still didn't speak, letting her continue. "Among her belongings," Lila said, reaching into her pocket, her hand trembling slightly as she drew out the brittle folded page, "I found this." She placed the paper carefully on the desk in front of him, between the cold coffee pot and the stack of wanted posters. The silence in the small office was absolute, broken only by the buzzing of a fly against the grimy window pane. Hayes stared at the folded page for a long moment, then slowly reached out and picked it up. His large, calloused fingers handled the fragile paper with surprising care. He unfolded it, his eyes scanning the faded ink. The columns of names: Ashton, Thorne, the calculations, the chilling notation at the bottom. J.D. final tally. His share secured, the rest in washed away clean. Flood provides perfect cover. Ensure E.D. never suspects origin of funds. Lila watched his face, searching for a reaction. His expression remained largely impassive, honed by years of hiding his thoughts, but she saw the slight tightening of his jaw, the almost imperceptible narrowing of his eyes as he absorbed the damning words. He read it through twice, then slowly lowered the paper to the desk, his gaze lifting to meet hers. "Where exactly did you find this, Miss Hawthorne?" he asked, his voice carefully neutral, devoid of accusation, but heavy with unspoken questions. "Tucked away in the back of my mother's old journal," Lila answered honestly. "The journal where she wrote about the flood, about Thorne and Ashton being lost." He nodded slowly, processing. "Your mother, did she ever speak of this? Give any indication she knew what it meant?" "No," Lila said. "Her journal entries only speak of sadness, of the tragedy. I don't know how she came by this page, or if she understood its significance. Perhaps she sensed its darkness, its danger, and simply hid it away." Hayes leaned back in his chair, his gaze distant, focused inward. He looked from the page to Lila, then back to the page. The tangible proof, discovered by the medium. It challenged his worldview in a fundamental way, yet he couldn't deny the evidence before him. Josiah Dubois, he murmured, more to himself than to her, built his whole life here on this. He tapped the page with a finger. Stolen gold. Covered up deaths. He looked at Lila again, a new intensity in his eyes. This explains what O'Malley might have known, why someone would kill him to keep it quiet. He hadn't dismissed it. He hadn't accused her of forgery. He had accepted the page for what it appeared to be, evidence of a profound foundational crime. A fragile ember of trust glowed a little warmer between them. "There's more, Sheriff," Lila said quietly, gesturing towards the basket resting on the floor beside her chair. Hayes frowned, glancing at the basket. "More?" Lila knelt, lifted the basket onto the desk, and removed the linen cloth, revealing the calico-wrapped bundle. "I found this hidden, too, beneath a loose floorboard in my parlor. I believe it belonged to Elias Thorne." Hayes stared at the bundle, then back at Lila, his expression a mixture of astonishment and dawning understanding. He reached out and carefully unwrapped the calico, revealing the contents. The carved bird, the tintype of the smiling couple, the geologist's hammer, the spectacular gold nugget, the packet of letters tied with the faded blue ribbon. He picked up the tintype first, studying the faces of Elias and his wife. He gently touched the large nugget, then the hammer. Finally, he picked up the letters, his rough fingers surprisingly gentle as he examined the faded script. He didn't read them, merely held them, feeling their weight, their history. "Thorne's possessions," he said, his voice thick with realization. "Recovered somehow and hidden all these years. Not washed away clean after all." He looked directly at Lila, and for the first time, she saw not skepticism, not grudging respect, but something akin to awe, mixed with a profound unease. "You sensed him, his wife maybe, their sorrow." "I sensed a sorrow," Lila corrected softly. "A woman lost, abandoned near the sluice gate. Not his wife, someone else." Hayes absorbed this, his mind clearly working, connecting this new information with what he'd found at Coyote Jaw Rock, the mother of Pearl Button, the burned remains. Another victim, he breathed, someone Dubois silenced along with Thorne and Ashton. He looked back at the items spread on his desk, the proof of Thorne's life and success, Dubois' note detailing the cover-up, and now the implication of a third, unknown victim. The full, horrific scope of the Millers' past crime lay exposed between them. He ran a hand over his face, the weariness seeming to deepen, etched now with the horror of understanding. "All these years," he muttered, "buried, right under our feet." He looked at Lila, truly looked at her, seeing not just the medium, the suspected fraud, but the woman who had unearthed these secrets, guided by forces he couldn't comprehend. "You holding on to this, finding this, it put you in incredible danger, Miss Hawthorne, more than you knew." "I suspected," Lila admitted quietly. "The killer," Hayes said, his voice hardening, becoming the lawman again, focused sharp. "It wasn't Dubois, not directly. Someone else silenced O'Malley. Someone protecting Dubois' legacy, or maybe their own involvement." He stood up, pacing the small office, energized now by the terrible clarity. "Someone who knew O'Malley had found something. Someone who might suspect you know something, especially after the mob yesterday." He stopped pacing, facing her. "We need to assume they know you have this." He gestured towards the desk. "Or that you know enough to be dangerous. You can't stay at your house alone." "I won't be driven out, Sheriff," Lila said firmly, though fear prickled beneath her resolve. "This isn't about being driven out," Hayes countered, his tone urgent. "This is about staying alive long enough to see justice done." You have evidence crucial to a 20-year-old triple homicide and a recent murder. You are a material witness and potentially the killer's next target. He paused, making a decision. You'll stay here, in the spare cell. It's secure, safer than anywhere else in town right now. Lila stared at him, shocked. Locked in a cell? Like a prisoner? Sheriff, It's not punishment, Miss Hawthorne, he said quickly, softening his tone slightly, seeing her reaction. It's protection. Until I can unravel this, find out who silenced O'Malley, who's pulling the strings now. I need you safe. I need this evidence safe. He gestured again to the items on the desk. She looked at the small barred cell visible through the open doorway at the back of the office. It looked stark, unwelcoming, but Hayes was right. It was likely the most secure place in Redemption Gulch, and his insistence, his fierce determination to protect her, felt real, genuine, born not just of duty, but of the shared knowledge, the terrible secrets they now possessed. The ember of trust, kindled by her gamble in revealing the evidence, flared brighter, warmer. All right, Sheriff, she said quietly, nodding her assent. If you think it's best. He gave a curt nod, relief flickering briefly in his eyes. I do. He began carefully gathering the items, Thorne's possessions, Dubois' note placing them reverently into a locked evidence box. We keep this between us for now. No one else needs to know what you found or what we suspect. Not even Charlie, not yet. The fewer people who know, the safer we both are. Lila watched him, understanding the unspoken promise, solidifying between them. They were allies now, bound by shared secrets and shared danger, operating in the space between his facts and her feelings. Trust kindled like embers in the darkness had finally caught, promising light, but also threatening to consume everything if they weren't careful. Chapter 17, Echoes from the Rattlesnake Mine. The jail cell was small, stark, and surprisingly clean. A narrow cot covered with a couple of rough blankets, a bucket in the corner, thick stone walls, and a heavy barred door that Sheriff Hayes locked securely behind Lila. It felt strange, confining, yet paradoxically safer than she had felt in days. The solid walls seemed to hold back the fear that had pressed in on her from the town, the barred door a tangible barrier against the unseen threats. Through the bars, she could see into the main office, where Hayes sat at his desk, the locked evidence box containing the secrets of Miller's past resting beside him like a sleeping beast. He brought her a tin plate of beans and biscuits from the hotel next door and a cup of coffee that was marginally better than his usual office brew. They ate in near silence, the only sounds the clink of cutlery, the ticking of the large clock on the wall, the occasional creak of Hayes's chair. The earlier intensity, the shared revelations, had given way to a quiet, watchful tension. They were allies now, yes, but the path forward remained shadowed, dangerous. Lila found herself studying the sheriff across the small space. The lines of exhaustion were still etched deep around his eyes, but the weary frustration seemed replaced by a grim, focused determination. The discovery of the evidence, the confirmation of his suspicions about Miller's past, seemed to have energized him, solidified his resolve. He carried the weight of the truth heavily, but he carried it squarely. Seeing him like this, stripped of some of his defensive skepticism, burdened but resolute, Lila felt the fragile trust between them deepen. He was a man bound by duty, haunted by his past, yet capable of facing hard truths, even those that came wrapped in whispers and intuition. You mentioned, Hayes said suddenly, breaking the silence, his voice low, That the anger you sensed from O'Malley, it felt directed towards the same source as the older sorrow, towards Dubois, towards deception. Lila nodded, putting down her fork. Yes, it felt intertwined, like O'Malley hadn't just stumbled onto a secret, but into a whole nest of them. Hayes leaned forward, resting his forearms on the desk. The gold O'Malley found, the nuggets hidden under his floorboard, they were rougher, different from that large, pure nugget you found with Thorne's things. He paused, thinking aloud. Maybe Thorne found the main vein, the source. Maybe the woman. Maybe she had her own smaller stash, hidden away. And maybe Dubois only recovered Thorne's main find, leaving the woman's gold behind, undiscovered until O'Malley came digging near that sluice gate 20 years later. It made a chilling kind of sense. So O'Malley found her gold, Lila mused, and maybe evidence of her fate. Enough to suspect Dubois, enough to try and leverage it. Enough to get himself killed, Hayes finished grimly. But who knew? Who knew enough about Dubois' past, about Miller's past, to recognize the threat O'Malley represented and silence him? He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Dubois is dead. His wife, Elmira, she seems genuinely clueless, devastated by the implications about her husband. Who else benefits from keeping those 20-year-old secrets buried? Lila hesitated. The image the serpent had shown her flashed in her mind, Silas Croft. His eyes cold and calculating in the saloon light. Should she mention it? Frame it as a feeling? An intuition? Before she could decide, Hayes continued, following his own train of thought. We need to look at who Dubois associated with, back then and now. Who were his business partners, his confidants? He frowned. He was a solitary man, mostly. Kept his own counsel. The mercantile was his life. Besides Elmira, there weren't many people close to him. He paused. Except, perhaps, Silas Croft. Lila stiffened. Hayes had arrived at the same name. Through logic, not psychic intrusion. Croft? She echoed, keeping her voice carefully neutral. The blacksmith? They came to Redemption Gulch around the same time. Nearly 30 years ago, Hayes recalled, tapping a finger on the desk. Both young men seeking opportunity. Dubois built the mercantile. Croft the smithy. Pillars of the town. Side by side all these years. They weren't close friends. Not in the backslapping saloon-sharing way. But there was a mutual respect. Shared history. Croft did all the ironwork for Dubois' expansions, repaired his wagons. They relied on each other in a quiet way. He fell silent, staring unseeingly at the wall, clearly troubled by the implication. Croft, he murmured again. He suffered his own tragedy. His son Benjamin killed in the Rattlesnake mine cave-in. What, 10 years back? Yes, Lila confirmed softly. A terrible accident. Was it? Hayes asked sharply, his gaze snapping back to her. Suddenly intense? Accidents happen in mines, God knows. But Rattlesnake, that was Dubois' venture too, wasn't it? He financed the reopening of that old mine, brought in investors, hired the crew. Lila hadn't known Dubois owned the Rattlesnake mine. The connection sent a jolt through her. Dubois, Croft, a mine disaster. The parallels with Miller's past were chilling. I believe so, she stammered. I don't know the details. Croft's son died in Dubois' mine, Hayes said slowly, the pieces clicking into place in his own mind. Did Croft blame Dubois? Was there bad blood beneath the surface, or was there something else? Something connecting that cave-in to Dubois' other secrets? The question hung in the air, heavy with possibility. Lila thought of the image again, Croft dealing cards, his eyes cold. What if his grief wasn't just grief? What if it was a mask concealing knowledge, complicity, or even guilt related to his own son's death? somehow tied to Dubois. "The serpent," Lila whispered, almost unconsciously, the name slipping out. "Serpent!" Hayes frowned, looking at her sharply. "What serpent?" Lila flushed, realizing her slip. How could she explain the cold presence, the whisperer of chaos? The manipulator she sensed lurking behind the events? "It's just a feeling I had," she said evasively, "during the mob yesterday. A coldness, a sense of someone manipulating things from the shadows, enjoying the fear." She hesitated, then plunged ahead, deciding to share part of it, framing it carefully. "And I had a brief, disturbing image. The back room at the last chance. O'Malley. And Silas Croft." Hayes leaned forward intently, his skepticism momentarily forgotten, replaced by urgent curiosity. Croft? What was he doing? "Dealing cards," Lila said, choosing her words carefully. "He looked different, cold, calculating. Not like the grieving father we know, and O'Malley was angry. There was someone else there, too, in the shadows, behind O'Malley." Hayes absorbed this, his expression grim. A vision? Or just a feeling? "It felt like something shown to me," Lila admitted hesitantly, "by that cold presence. I don't know if it was the truth or a trick meant to mislead." Hayes was silent for a long moment, staring at the scarred surface of his desk. He didn't dismiss her out of hand. He seemed to be weighing her words, filtering them through his own knowledge, his own suspicions. "Croft," he repeated softly. "He was at your seance, too. Heard everything that was said about the ledger, about Miller's Pass." He stood up abruptly, pacing the small confines of the office again, agitation radiating from him. If Croft is involved, if he helped Dubois cover up Miller's Pass, or if there's some connection between that and his son's death at Rattlesnake, then O'Malley finding out about Miller's Pass would have threatened him too, directly. He stopped, facing Lila through the bars. "The image you saw, Croft dealing cards, O'Malley angry. Maybe O'Malley confronted him, tried to blackmail him too. The figure in the shadows, Croft's accomplice." The theory fit disturbingly well. But Croft, the solid, dependable blacksmith, it felt jarring, wrong, yet the coldness Lila had sensed in the vision, the calculation, felt chillingly real. "We need more," Hayes stated, his voice tight. "This is all circumstantial. Feelings, visions, old connections. We need proof linking Croft to O'Malley's murder or to the older crimes." He ran a hand through his hair. "Rattlesnake mine. It's been abandoned for years, boarded up since the investigation after the cave-in. The official verdict was geological instability, pockets of gas, a tragic accident. But if it wasn't," Lila breathed, "if something else happened there, something Dubois and maybe Croft needed to hide." "Exactly." Hayes stopped pacing again, a new, dangerous idea dawning in his eyes. "The mine records, the investigation report. They should be filed here, in the town archives, such as they are." He glanced towards a dusty, overflowing cabinet in the corner. "And the mine itself. Maybe there's something still there. Something overlooked." He looked at Lila, a silent question in his eyes. He couldn't officially investigate the closed Rattlesnake mine case, based on a medium's vision and years-old speculation. But the potential connection, the link between Dubois, Croft, and two separate tragedies, was too compelling to ignore. "The archives first," he decided. "Let's see what the official record says about Benjamin Croft's death." He spent the next hour rummaging through the poorly organized cabinet, pulling out dusty ledger-bound volumes and tied bundles of documents. Lila watched through the bars, her own mind racing, connecting dots, sensing echoes. She thought of Croft's immense silent grief, a grief that had seemed to define him for a decade. Was it possible that grief was compounded by guilt, by knowledge of something more sinister than a simple cave-in? Finally, Hayes extracted a thin, brittle file labeled Rattlesnake Mine Inquiry, Year 10. He blew a cloud of dust off the cover and carried it back to his desk, opening it carefully. He read through the pages, his expression growing tighter, grimmer. Standard stuff mostly, he muttered, scanning the pages. Geological surveys citing unstable shale formations. Testimony from other miners, none of whom saw exactly what happened, just heard the rumble, the collapse in that particular shaft where Benjamin Croft was working alone. He frowned. Odd, that. Sending the owner's son, barely 18, to work a potentially unstable shaft alone? He read further. Medical report from Doc Evans. Cause of death. Asphyxiation and crush injuries, consistent with cave-in. He flipped a page. And here, a statement from Josiah Dubois, principal owner and investor, expressing profound sorrow, vouching for safety protocols, promising support for the Croft family. He scoffed. Easy promises for a man sitting on stolen gold. He turned another page, then stopped, leaning closer, reading intently. Wait a minute. This is Silas Croft's testimony. He read aloud, slowly, disbelief creeping into his voice. I inspected the timbers in that shaft myself the day before. Seemed sound. Ben was a careful boy. Knew the risks. I told Josiah it was unstable weeks ago. Needed reinforcing. He said the funds weren't there. Pushed to keep extracting ore. Hayes looked up, his eyes wide with implication. Croft warned Dubois. He knew the shaft was dangerous. And Dubois ignored him, prioritized profit over safety, resulting in Croft's own son's death. A wave of cold understanding washed over Lila. This wasn't complicity. This was motive, a deep festering motive for revenge against Josiah Dubois, hidden for 10 years beneath a veneer of stoic grief. Croft hadn't been Dubois' partner in crime. He was potentially his bitterest enemy. So Croft hated Dubois, Lila breathed, for letting his son die. It looks that way, Hayes said grimly. He blamed him, but he kept quiet all these years. Why? Fear? Or was he waiting? Waiting for what? Leverage, maybe? Hayes speculated. Did Croft know something about Miller's Pass all along? Something he could use against Dubois? Or did he only find out recently? Perhaps from O'Malley himself? The serpent's image flashed in Lila's mind again. Croft dealing cards. O'Malley angry. Had O'Malley, seeking allies against Dubois, approached Croft, revealing what he knew about Miller's Pass, perhaps unaware of the deeper animosity between the two men? Had Croft seen an opportunity? Not just for blackmail, but for a more permanent, colder form of revenge? The vision, Lila said, her voice barely a whisper. Croft dealing cards, O'Malley angry. Maybe O'Malley told Croft about Miller's Pass. Maybe Croft helped him, planned something with him against Dubois. Or maybe, Hayes countered darkly, Croft saw O'Malley not as an ally, but as a loose end, a threat to his own long-simmering plans. If O'Malley exposed Dubois prematurely, Croft might lose his chance for whatever retribution he envisioned. He looked at the file again. And if O'Malley was confronting Croft in that back room, maybe threatening to expose Croft's own silence or knowledge? The shadowy figure behind O'Malley. The glint of steel. It hadn't been Croft wielding the knife in the vision. It had been someone else. Croft's accomplice? Or someone Croft hired? The serpent, Lila murmured again, understanding dawning. The cold, manipulative presence. It wasn't Croft. It was someone else involved. Someone perhaps orchestrating events, playing Croft's grief and O'Malley's greed against each other, benefiting from the chaos? Who? The second figure in the shadows. We need to go to the mine, Hayes said decisively, closing the file. The official report might be whitewashed. Maybe there's something still there, something Croft or Dubois missed, something that explains what really happened to Benjamin Croft. He looked at Lila through the bars, a new intensity in his gaze. And maybe your abilities might sense something there, Miss Hawthorne, something the official reports didn't capture. He was asking for her help again, not just for information, but inviting her, the medium, to investigate a cold crime scene alongside him, relying on her intuition as much as his own eyes. The trust between them, kindled like embers, was now burning brighter, fueled by shared danger and the terrible echoes from the Rattlesnake Mine. Chapter 18, When the Veil Thins to Nothing. The decision to investigate the abandoned Rattlesnake Mine felt like stepping across a threshold, leaving the realm of established facts and tentative theories for something far more volatile and uncertain. For Sheriff Hayes, it meant deliberately choosing to explore a cold case based on fragmented evidence, troubling connections, and the unsettling insights of a woman whose abilities fundamentally challenged his worldview. For Lila, it meant leaving the relative, if confining, safety of the jail cell and venturing towards a place saturated with tragedy, a place where the echoes of the past might be overwhelming, potentially even dangerous, guided by the chilling possibility that Silas Croft, the man she'd viewed with sympathy, might be entangled in layers of darkness far deeper than simple grief. Hayes made the arrangements quickly, quietly. He left Charlie Miller on a strict watch in town, armed with the knowledge that Croft was now a person of significant interest, but instructing him to maintain a normal routine, not to alert the blacksmith prematurely. The element of surprise was crucial. Hayes saddled 2 horses, securing ropes, lanterns, shovels, and his rifle alongside Lila's shotgun. He unlocked Lila's cell, the metallic click echoing in the tense silence of the office. "Stay close," he instructed gruffly as they stepped out into the harsh afternoon light, trying to ignore the few curious glances cast their way from passers-by. "We ride out east first, make it look like we're heading towards Miller's Pass again, if anyone's watching. Then we circle back north towards Rattlesnake Mountain, less direct, but hopefully throws off anyone tailing us." Lila nodded, pulling her bonnet down to shield her face, her senses already prickling with a nervous energy that was different from fear. It was anticipation, a heightened awareness that often preceded a strong psychic connection, as if the destination itself was calling to her. The bundle containing Thorne's possessions and the damning page about Dubois remained locked securely in Hayes's evidence box, but Lila felt their weight psychically, anchors to the tragedies they were now actively pursuing. They rode in silence for the first hour, the familiar landscape east of town, feeling different today, charged with unspoken purpose. Hayes rode slightly ahead, his eyes constantly scanning the horizon, his hand never far from the Colt Peacemaker on his hip. Lila followed, acutely aware of the vastness of the prairie around them, the feeling of being exposed, watched, even in the seemingly empty wilderness. She focused on her breathing, trying to remain centered, open to any impressions, any whispers carried on the dry wind. Once Hayes judged they were far enough out, he veered sharply north, heading towards the dark, brooding shape of Rattlesnake Mountain looming in the distance. The terrain became rougher, rockier, climbing steadily. The air grew thinner, cooler. The silence here felt older, deeper, the silence of ancient rock and wind-scoured peaks. As they neared the base of the mountain, the entrance to the abandoned Rattlesnake Mine came into view, a dark scar on the mountainside, boarded up with heavy, weathered timbers bearing "Faded Danger Keep Out" warnings. A few dilapidated structures, remnants of the mining camp, a collapsed bunkhouse. The skeletal frame of an ore processing shed stood nearby like weathered tombstones. The place radiated an aura of neglect, of failure, and something else. A profound, lingering sadness that resonated sharply with Lila's senses. They dismounted, tethering the horses out of sight behind a rocky outcrop. Hayes checked his rifle, then handed Lila the shotgun. "Know how to use this?" he asked curtly. Lila nodded. "My father taught me. For snakes and prairie wolves mostly." She hoped she wouldn't have to use it for anything else. Hayes surveyed the boarded-up mine entrance. Looked secure, but old wood rots. He tested the timbers. One of the lower boards was loose, warped by years of sun and snow. Using the claw end of a hammer he'd brought, he worked at it, prying it outwards until there was a gap large enough for them to squeeze through. A gust of cool, damp air, thick with the scent of wet rock, stale earth, and something metallic, perhaps rusting equipment or mineral deposits, breathed out from the opening. It felt like the sigh of a long dormant beast. "All right," Hayes said, pulling a lantern from his saddlebag and lighting the wick. "Stay right behind me. Watch your step. These old mines are full of unstable ground, sudden drops, bad air. And keep quiet. Sound travels strangely underground." He ducked through the opening, holding the lantern high. Lila followed, squeezing through the gap into the sudden, profound darkness of the mine shaft. The transition from the bright, hot sunlight to the cool, echoing dark was jarring. The lantern cast flickering, inadequate light, revealing rough-hewn rock walls, glistening with moisture, heavy support timbers disappearing into the blackness ahead, and the uneven, debris-strewn floor sloping downwards. The silence here was absolute, oppressive, broken only by the drip of water somewhere in the distance and the sound of their own breathing. Lila immediately felt the weight of the place. It wasn't just sadness. It was heavier, denser, layers of hope, desperation, back-breaking labor, and then abrupt finality. The energy felt choked, cut off. She could sense the residual fear, the panic of the cave-in 10 years ago, trapped within the rock itself. They moved slowly, carefully, deeper into the main shaft. Side tunnels branched off, dark maws promising forgotten workings or dangerous dead ends. Hayes shone the lantern into a few, revealing collapsed timbers, flooded sections, nothing obviously disturbed. "According to the report," Hayes murmured, his voice hushed, absorbed by the oppressive silence, "Benjamin Croft was working a secondary vein. Deeper in, shaft 3. B?" They continued downwards, the air growing heavier, damper. Lila felt a growing pressure in her temples, a sign of strong residual energy. She could sense the presence of the miners who had toiled here, their echoes faint but persistent. But stronger than that was the feeling of sorrow, concentrated, specific. Benjamin Croft's sorrow, or something more complex. They reached a junction where shaft 3 branched off the main tunnel. Hayes consulted a faded map from the inquiry file. This way should lead to 3B further down. Shaft 3 was narrower, the timbers looking older, more precarious. Debris littered the floor, fallen rocks, discarded tools, the skeletal remains of an ore cart, rusted onto its tracks. The feeling of tragedy intensified here. Lila could almost hear the echoes of shouting, the rumble of collapsing rock, the sudden terrifying silence that followed. "He was working alone?" Lila whispered, the question feeling loud in the stillness. Hayes nodded grimly. "Sent down here alone by Dubois, despite Croft Sr. warning him. It was unstable." They reached the entrance to shaft 3B. It was completely blocked by a massive rockfall, a jumble of boulders and shattered timbers sealing the tunnel from floor to ceiling. This was where Benjamin Croft had met his end. Hayes shone the lantern over the rockfall. "They never recovered the body," he said quietly. "Too dangerous. Sealed the shaft right here." He ran his hand over the cold rock. "Just left him in there." Lila stepped closer, drawn by an almost unbearable concentration of emotion emanating from the blocked shaft. It wasn't just the panic and pain of the young man's final moments. It was something else. A deep, aching sense of betrayal, a bewildered sorrow, and beneath it, fainter but distinct, another layer, guilt. Guilt? Why would Benjamin Croft feel guilt in his final moments? Lila closed her eyes, instinctively reaching out with her senses towards the overwhelming presence behind the rockfall. The veil here, saturated with violent death and unresolved emotion, felt incredibly thin, almost non-existent. Images flooded her mind, sharp, chaotic. The creak of timbers, the gleam of sweat on young Benjamin's face as he swung a pickaxe, the glint of gold in the rock seam, a richer vein than expected, excitement, hope, then a deeper rumble, fear, the timbers groaning, splintering, dust choking the air, the roar of collapsing rock, darkness, pain, trapped. But then something else intruded. Another presence in the shaft before the collapse. Not his father, not Dubois, someone else. An argument, a struggle. It was confused, fragmented, overlaid with Benjamin's own terror and pain, and the guilt. It wasn't about the cave-in itself. It felt connected to keeping a secret, protecting someone. Lila? Hayes's voice, sharp with concern, cut through her concentration. "You all right? You look pale as death." She opened her eyes, gasping slightly, leaning against the cold rock wall for support. The intensity of the impressions had left her dizzy, shaky. He wasn't alone," she stammered, trying to make sense of the fragmented images. "Not right before. Someone else was here." Hayes frowned. "The report said he was working alone." "The report might be wrong," Lila insisted, her voice trembling slightly, "or incomplete. There was an argument, maybe a fight, and guilt. He felt guilty about something." Hayes stared at her, then at the impassive rockfall sealing the young man's tomb. His pragmatic mind warred with the undeniable conviction in her voice, the intensity of her reaction. He knew she couldn't have known the details of the report, the layout of the mine, yet her feelings were specific, adding layers the official inquiry missed. "Who?" Hayes asked urgently. "Did you sense who else was here?" Lila shook her head, frustrated. It was unclear, muddled by his fear. "Not his father, I don't think. Someone slighter, quicker?" The shadowy figure from the saloon vision flashed in her mind. Could it be the same person? Hayes ran a hand over his jaw, thinking hard. If someone else was here, if there was a struggle, maybe the cave-in wasn't entirely accidental. Maybe it was encouraged. Maybe Benjamin found something he shouldn't have, just like O'Malley. Something related to Dubois' secrets? Or something related to his father? Lila suggested, voicing the uncomfortable thought. What if Benjamin discovered his own father, knew about Miller's past, or knew Dubois was responsible for the dangerous conditions here? Maybe the argument was about that, and the guilt over confronting his father, or over keeping his father's secrets? The possibilities tangled, each darker than the last. Was Croft a grieving father seeking revenge? Or was he complicit in older crimes, perhaps even silencing his own son when the boy discovered too much? The image of Croft's cold eyes in the saloon seemed suddenly more menacing. We need to look around, Hayes decided, pushing aside the unsettling speculations for now, focusing on the physical search. Maybe whoever else was here left something behind. Maybe the struggle dislodged something. He began meticulously examining the area around the rockfall, shining the lantern into crevices, sweeping the beam across the floor. Lila, still feeling shaky but driven by the need for answers, joined him, her senses stretched thin, probing the dense energy of the place. She noticed scrape marks on the rock wall near the blocked shaft entrance, marks that looked fresher, less weathered than the surrounding rock. And on the floor, partially hidden beneath fallen debris, she saw something glinting faintly. She knelt, pushing aside loose rock. It was a small, tarnished brass button, different from the ones Hayes had found at Miller's Pass. This one was plain, functional, the kind found on sturdy work overalls. She picked it up, a faint residue of energy clinging to it. Not Benjamin's youthful hope or terror, but something colder, calculating. "Sheriff," she called softly, holding out the button. Hayes came over, examining it closely. "Doesn't look like standard minor issue," he observed. "Too plain." He took it, turning it over in his palm. Could have come off during a struggle. He continued his search, moving further back along shaft 3, away from the immediate site of the cave-in. Lila remained near the blocked entrance to 3B, her senses still attuned to the powerful, emotional residue. The feeling of betrayal was overwhelming. Benjamin felt betrayed. But by whom? His father, Dubois? The unknown person in the shaft with him? Then another whisper brushed against her consciousness, faint, almost lost in the weight of Benjamin's tragedy. It wasn't the sorrowful woman from Miller's Pass. It wasn't O'Malley's rage. It wasn't the serpent's cold malice. This was different. Young, male, filled with a bewildered sadness. Shouldn't have listened, trusted him. Pa, father. Benjamin Croft's spirit, lingering here, trapped in his tomb, whispering his regret. He'd trusted his father, listened to him, and felt betrayed. Had Silas Croft told his son to work that dangerous shaft, knowing the risks? Had he somehow contributed to his own son's death, perhaps as part of a complex long-game revenge against Dubois? Or was the betrayal simpler, more direct? The whisper faded, leaving Lila breathless, chilled to the bone. The implications were horrifying. Silas Croft, the stoic victim, might be the architect of unimaginable darkness. "Lila!" Hayes's voice, sharp with discovery, echoed from further down shaft 3. "Over here. Look at this." Lila hurried toward the sound of his voice, leaving the oppressive presence at the rockfall behind. Hayes stood near a pile of discarded timbers, his lantern beam focused on something wedged between them. It was a miner's pickaxe, its head rusted, its handle splintered. Not unusual in an abandoned mine, but this one was different. Embedded in the splintered wood of the handle, almost invisible, was a dark, dried stain. And lodged near the head, caught in a crack, was a single strand of dark, coarse hair. "Doesn't look like Benjamin's," Hayes said grimly, carefully extracting the strand of hair with the tip of his knife and placing it in an evidence pouch. "And this stain," he scraped a tiny sample of the dried substance. "Could be blood, old blood." He examined the pickaxe more closely. "This wasn't just dropped here," he stated. "Looks like it was used, forcefully, maybe as a weapon, or to deliberately weaken timbers before the accident. A pickaxe, potentially used as a weapon, a dark hair that wasn't Benjamin's, a button from someone else's clothing, an argument before the collapse, Benjamin's feeling of betrayal, his whisper about trusting his father. The veil in the rattlesnake mine hadn't just thinned. It felt ripped away entirely, revealing a horrifying convergence of spectral whispers and tangible evidence. The truth about Benjamin Croft's death was far uglier than a simple cave-in, and his father, Silas Croft, stood squarely in the center of it, implicated not just by Lila's vision, but by the physical clues left behind and the heart-wrenching whisper of his own betrayed son. The echoes from the mine screamed of murder, premeditated and monstrous, potentially linking the darkness here directly to the killings at Miller's Pass and the recent silencing of Finn O'Malley. Chapter 19, The Weight of Forbidden Knowledge. The ride back from Rattlesnake Mountain was steeped in a silence far heavier than the oppressive quiet of the mine shaft they'd left behind. The vast, sun-bleached landscape, usually indifferent, seemed watchful now, complicit in the secrets they carried. Beside Sheriff Hayes, Lila rode numbly, the horrifying whispers and images from the mine echoing in her soul. Benjamin Croft's bewildered sense of betrayal, the chilling possibility of his own father's involvement in his death. It was a truth so monstrous, it felt like a physical weight pressing down on her chest, stealing her breath. The world seemed tilted on its axis, familiar faces potentially masking unimaginable darkness. Hayes rode with a grim, contained intensity, his usual wary cynicism replaced by something harder, sharper. The evidence they'd found, the button, the hair, the blood-stained pickaxe, combined with Lila's disturbing impressions and the revelations from the inquiry file, formed a narrative thread that led directly, terrifyingly, to Silas Croft. It wasn't just about Dubois' old crimes anymore. The darkness had spread, festered, potentially corrupting the very image of paternal grief that had defined the blacksmith for a decade. Hayes felt the foundations of his own world shifting. He, the man of facts and evidence, now carried knowledge gleaned partly from spectral whispers, corroborating physical clues that pointed towards an evil almost too profound to contemplate. A father potentially sacrificing his son, either through negligence fueled by bitterness towards Dubois or through something even more deliberate and horrifying. The unspoken knowledge hung between them, thick and suffocating, as the dust rising from their horses' hooves. They avoided each other's eyes, each lost in their own processing of the terrible possibilities. Lila kept seeing Croft's face, the stony grief she'd witnessed at the seance, the cold calculation in the serpent's vision, the bewildered betrayal in his son's dying thoughts. Which was the mask? Which was the man? The ambiguity was a torment. Hayes wrestled with the practicalities, the professional nightmare. How did you accuse a man like Silas Croft, respected despite his reclusiveness, of such crimes based on circumstantial evidence and the word of a medium? How did you proceed without tipping him off, without unleashing whatever violence he was capable of? The sun beat down relentlessly, mirroring the harsh glare of the truths they now faced. The silence stretched, broken only by the plodding hoofbeats and the creak of saddle leather. Occasionally, Hayes would glance back, scanning their trail, his hand resting loosely on his thigh, near his Colt. The threat wasn't just behind them, in the haunted mine. It was ahead, waiting in Redemption Gulch, perhaps swinging a hammer at an anvil, seemingly innocuous, yet potentially coiled like a viper. He warned Dubois, Hayes said suddenly, his voice raspy, breaking the long silence. He didn't need to specify who. Croft knew that shaft was unstable. He told Dubois, and Dubois ignored him, sent the boy down there anyway. Lila nodded, staring straight ahead at the shimmering heat haze rising from the prairie. Benjamin felt betrayed. The words were soft, heavy. He whispered about trusting his father. Hayes absorbed this, his jaw tightening. So Croft blames Dubois, rightly so, for ignoring the warning. But why keep quiet for 10 years? Why let everyone believe it was just a tragic accident? He shook his head, puzzling through it. Unless there was more to it. Maybe Croft did know something about Miller's past even back then. Maybe Dubois used Benjamin's death to ensure Croft's silence? A threat? Or a payoff? The possibilities twisted, each more complex and ugly than the last. Had Croft been Dubois' unwilling accomplice all along, bound by shared guilt or threat? Or had he nursed his grievance in silence, waiting for the perfect moment for revenge? O'Malley's arrival, his knowledge of Miller's past, could have been that catalyst. O'Malley, Lila murmured, thinking aloud. If he confronted Croft, told him what he knew about Miller's past, maybe even hinted he knew about Dubois' responsibility for Benjamin's death. Croft would see him as a threat, Hayes finished grimly. A threat to his secrets, whatever they are, or a threat to his plans for Dubois if he had any. He lapsed back into silence, the implications settling like alkali dust. The closer they got to Redemption Gulch, the heavier the atmosphere seemed to become. The weight of their forbidden knowledge felt physically oppressive. It was the knowledge of the serpent hiding in plain sight, the knowledge that the town's foundations were built not just on rock and resilience, but on murder, greed, and lies. It was the knowledge that the man hammering horseshoes, a familiar fixture of their daily lives, might be capable of filicide and orchestrating brutal killings. As the first familiar outlines of the town appeared on the horizon, the spire of the half-built church, the false front of the mercantile, the squat shape of the saloon, Lila felt a fresh wave of apprehension. Returning here, knowing what they knew, felt like walking into a minefield. Every interaction would be fraught, every glance potentially loaded with hidden meaning. They rode into town via the less-used northern track, avoiding the main street as much as possible. The town felt unnaturally quiet, drowsing in the late afternoon heat. A few figures moved listlessly along the boardwalk, seeking shade. No sign of unusual activity. No hint that the fragile peace had been further disturbed in their absence. Hayes led the way directly to the back of the jailhouse, wanting to get the horses settled and themselves out of sight quickly. As they dismounted in the small corral behind the office, the rhythmic clang of a hammer on an anvil carried clearly on the still air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound came from the smithy, just down the alleyway. Silas Croft was at work. The familiar industrious sound, usually a comforting backdrop to town life, now sounded ominous, each strike echoing like a judgment, like the closing of a trap. Lila froze, her hand on her horse's flank listening. The steady rhythm felt chillingly normal. A mask of mundane routine, hiding unimaginable darkness. Hayes paused too, his face grim, his eyes fixed on the wall separating the corral from the alley, as if he could see through it to the man working within. The proximity, the normalcy, was jarring after the horrors they'd uncovered in the mine. He's there, Hayes stated unnecessarily, his voice low, tight. They quickly unsaddled the horses, moving with a shared unspoken urgency to get inside. Back in the relative security of the office, Hayes locked the door behind them, the sound loud in the sudden quiet. He walked to the desk, took out the evidence from the mine, the button, the pouch with the hair sample, the notes he'd made about the pickaxe, and placed them carefully alongside the items from Elias Thorne and the page from Lila's mother. The collection of secrets felt potent, dangerous, sitting there on the dusty desk. All right, Hayes said, turning to face Lila, his voice regaining its professional edge, though underscored by a new seriousness. We know Croft had deep motive to hate Dubois. We know he likely lied or omitted crucial details in his testimony about his son's death. We have physical evidence suggesting Benjamin wasn't alone, that there was a struggle, potentially a deliberate weakening of the mind supports, and a weapon involved. We have your impression of Benjamin feeling betrayed by his father. He drew a deep breath. And we have your vision of Croft in the saloon with O'Malley shortly before the murder, potentially involving an accomplice. He paced the floor, agitation returning. It points to Croft, strongly, but it's not enough to arrest him. Not yet. Not for O'Malley's murder, and certainly not for Benjamin's. Not after 10 years based on this. He gestured towards the evidence. A good lawyer would tear it apart. We need something more direct. Something tying him specifically to O'Malley's death. Lila nodded, understanding the legal chasm between suspicion and proof. The accomplice, she said. The figure in the shadows in my vision. The one holding the glinting object. The knife? Could be, Hayes agreed. If Croft orchestrated it, he might not have wielded the blade himself. He's strong, but maybe not quick, not stealthy. Maybe he hired someone, or coerced someone. He stopped pacing, frowning. Who would Croft trust enough, or have enough leverage over, to involve in murder? They both thought, scanning the faces of Redemption Gulch in their minds. Few people seemed close to the solitary blacksmith. What about the serpent? Lila asked quietly. The cold presence I felt? The manipulator? Hayes looked uncomfortable, but didn't dismiss it outright this time. A feeling, he said slowly. Hard to act on a feeling. But if there is someone else involved, someone pulling strings, they're likely the one who'd be most threatened by us digging into this. The watcher by my house, Lila suggested. The one who threw the rock? Possibly, Hayes conceded. Trying to scare you off before you found anything concrete. Before you came to me. He looked at the evidence box again. Whoever it is, they failed. Now they know the investigation is focusing on the past. On Miller's Pass, on Rattlesnake Mine. They know we're getting closer. He met Lila's gaze, the weight of their shared knowledge heavy in his eyes. Which means the danger hasn't passed, Lila. It's likely increased. For both of us. He used her first name. The slip was unconscious, perhaps, born of the intensity of the moment, the shared peril. But it resonated. A subtle shift in the dynamic, acknowledging a connection beyond witness and lawman. Lila felt it too, a flicker of warmth amidst the fear. What do we do now, Sheriff? Hayes resumed pacing, thinking aloud. We can't confront Croft directly. Too risky. He'd deny everything, destroy any other evidence, and know exactly who's onto him. We can't search his property without more solid grounds for a warrant. He stopped, turning back to her. We need to find the accomplice, the person in the shadows. Or we need to find evidence linking Croft directly to O'Malley. Maybe something O'Malley had that Croft needed back. Maybe a witness who saw them together that night who hasn't come forward yet. The saloon, Lila murmured. The back room. That's where the vision took place. Exactly, Hayes said. I need to lean on the barkeep again. The regulars. Someone must have seen something, heard something, even if they were scared to say it before. Maybe now, with time past, with me pressing harder. He trailed off, knowing the difficulty of prying information from the Last Chance Saloon's clientele. And what about me? Lila asked. I can't stay locked in here indefinitely. Hayes looked at the cell, then back at her. He knew she was right. Keeping her confined wasn't a long-term solution, and it prevented her from potentially sensing anything further. But letting her return to her house felt irresponsible, dangerous. No, he agreed, but you can't go back to your house yet either. It's too exposed. He thought for a moment. The hotel next door. Mrs. Gable owes me a favor or two. I can arrange a room for you there. It's public, people coming and going, harder for someone to approach you unnoticed. And it's close. I can keep an eye out. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than the cell, better than her isolated house. Lila nodded her agreement. One more thing, Hayes said, his voice lowering again conspiratorially. The evidence we found today, the button, the hair, the pickaxe details, no one knows about it except us. We keep it that way. If Croft or his accomplice thinks the mine investigation yielded nothing, it might make them complacent, or it might force their hand some other way. It was a dangerous game they were playing, a game of concealment, of calculated risks burdened by the terrible weight of what they knew or suspected. They possessed forbidden knowledge of respected men turned monstrous, of buried crimes echoing through decades, of ghosts demanding justice, and that knowledge made them targets. Hayes took the evidence from the mine and locked it away securely with the Miller's Pass items. He turned back to Lila, the unspoken alliance solidifying in his steady gaze. All right, Miss Hawthorne, he said, reverting to formality, perhaps for the benefit of any unseen listeners, spectral or otherwise. Let's get you settled at the hotel. Then I've got some questions to ask down at the saloon. He held the door open for her, a simple gesture, yet laden with their new understanding. As Lila stepped out of the jailhouse and into the long shadows of the late afternoon, the clang of Croft's hammer still echoing down the alleyway, she felt the crushing weight of their secrets settle upon her. The truth was emerging, piece by agonizing piece, but bringing it fully into the light might require walking through a darkness deeper and more treacherous than any she had yet encountered. Chapter 20, A Reckoning Under a Crimson Sky. The stay at the Redemption Gulch Hotel offered Lila a semblance of normalcy, yet felt profoundly unsettling. The thin walls seemed to absorb the town's nervous energy. The muffled sounds from adjacent rooms in the street below, a constant reminder of the proximity of danger. Mrs. Gable, the proprietor, treated her with a stiff, wary politeness dictated by Sheriff Hayes's request, but Lila saw the flicker of fear and suspicion in the woman's eyes. The same look she saw mirrored in the faces of other guests and staff she encountered in the hallways. She was still the outsider, the suspected witch, now quartered in their midst under the sheriff's protection, a fact that likely fueled even more lurid speculation. She spent most of her time confined to the small, sparsely furnished room, staring out the window at the dusty street, feeling like a prisoner in slightly more comfortable surroundings. Hayes checked in on her periodically, his visits brief, professional, his face offering little reassurance. His renewed questioning at the Last Chance Saloon had yielded nothing substantial. The regulars maintained their wall of silence, either genuinely ignorant or too afraid of Silas Croft or whoever else might be involved to speak up. The trail, despite the horrifying discoveries at the mine, seemed to have gone cold again in the harsh light of day. The weight of their shared knowledge pressed heavily on Lila. Knowing Silas Croft's potential monstrosity, seeing him move through the town with his mask of stoic grief firmly in place, felt like carrying a live coal in her hands. Every clang of his hammer drifting from the smithy grated on her nerves. She found herself scanning faces in the street, wondering who the accomplice might be, who the serpent was, hiding behind an ordinary facade. Was it one of the miners who had threatened her? Jedediah Smith? Someone closer to Dubois' business dealings? Or someone entirely unexpected? The cold presence she'd felt, the manipulator, remained elusive, leaving only a residue of unease. Meanwhile, the whispers she usually sought seemed muted, distant, perhaps dampened by the unfamiliar surroundings of the hotel or overwhelmed by her own fear and the town's ambient anxiety. The sorrowful woman from Miller's Pass was silent. Benjamin Croft's tragic echo hadn't followed her from the mine. Even O'Malley's angry spirit seemed to have retreated. It left Lila feeling cut off, adrift, armed with terrible suspicions but lacking the intuitive guidance she usually relied upon. 2 days passed in this strained limbo. The sky, previously a harsh, indifferent blue, began to take on a hazy, bruised quality. The air grew thick, heavy, unnaturally still. Dust devils danced listlessly in the street. An oppressive tension seemed to build, mirroring the one tightening in Lila's chest. It felt like the prelude to a storm, not just meteorological, but emotional, explosive. Late on the second afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the hazy sky in lurid streaks of orange and crimson, Sheriff Hayes appeared at her hotel room door. His face was grim, set in hard lines, but his eyes held a new, sharp intensity. "It's time," he said without preamble, his voice low and urgent. "Get your shawl. We're going for a walk." "Where?" Lila asked, her heart beginning to pound. "To see Croft," Hayes replied flatly. "Not an official confrontation. Not yet. Just a conversation. See if we can rattle his cage, gauge his reaction." He paused, his gaze meeting hers directly. "And I need you there." Lila stared at him, taken aback. "Me? Why?" "Because," Hayes said, his voice dropping further, "you unsettle him. Whether he believes in what you do or not, your presence, your knowledge, it gets under his skin. I saw it at the seance. And maybe," he added, the words costing him an obvious effort, "maybe you'll sense something definitive, a flicker of guilt, a confirmation." He was openly asking her to use her abilities, not just as a source of information, but as a tool in a direct, dangerous encounter. The trust between them had crossed another threshold. Fear warred with a sense of grim necessity. Facing Croft, knowing what she suspected, felt terrifying. But hiding, waiting while the serpent potentially plotted its next move, felt worse. "All right, Sheriff," she agreed, grabbing her shawl, her hands surprisingly steady now that the moment of action had arrived. They left the hotel quietly, walking not directly towards the smithy, but taking a slightly roundabout route that led them towards the edge of town, near where the trail branched off towards Rattlesnake Mountain. The crimson sky bled across the horizon, casting long, dramatic shadows, bathing the town in an eerie, apocalyptic light. The air was electric, the silence profound, as if the town itself was holding its breath. They found Silas Croft outside his smithy, near the large quenching trough, washing the grime of the day from his powerful hands and forearms. He moved with his usual deliberate slowness, the setting sun glinting off the wetness on his skin, highlighting the corded muscles beneath his rolled-up sleeves. He looked up as they approached, his expression initially neutral, perhaps mildly surprised to see the sheriff accompanied by the medium. "Sheriff," he greeted, his voice the familiar low rumble. "Miss Hawthorne." He nodded curtly to Lila, his eyes lingering on her for just a fraction of a second longer than necessary. A flicker of something unreadable, suspicion, anxiety. In their depths before his usual stoic mask settled back into place. "Silas," Hayes responded, his tone casual, relaxed, belying the tension thrumming beneath the surface. "Just taking a walk before nightfall. Thought we'd stop by." Croft reached for a rough towel, drying his hand slowly, his gaze watchful. "Everything all right, Sheriff? Town seems edgy." "Been a rough few days," Hayes conceded easily. "Murder case still open. Folks get nervous." He leaned against the rough-hewn wall of the smithy, seemingly at ease. "Actually, Silas, I had a question for you. About the old days. About Josiah Dubois. Croft paused in drying his hands, his eyes narrowing almost imperceptibly. Dubois? What about him? Just tying up loose ends, Hayes continued smoothly. Thinking about his history here. You knew him longer than most. Came here around the same time, didn't you? Aye, Croft confirmed, resuming his drying, his movements deliberate. 30 years, near enough. Ever partners in business? Hayes asked casually. Croft shook his head. No, Josiah kept to his mercantile. I kept to my forge. Different worlds. But you knew about his other ventures? Hayes pressed gently. Like the rattlesnake mine? At the mention of the mine, Croft's hands stilled completely. His gaze flickered towards Lila, then back to Hayes. Colder now, more guarded. I knew he financed it, Croft said, his voice flat. Cost me my son. The words were delivered with the familiar weight of grief. Yet today, knowing what lay in the inquiry file, knowing Benjamin's whispered betrayal, the grief felt rehearsed, a shield. Lila watched him intently, opening her senses, pushing past her fear. She felt the familiar wave of sorrow emanating from him, the 10-year ache of loss. It was real, undeniably real. But beneath it, shielded, suppressed, lay something else. A core of bitterness, hard and cold as pig iron, and a layer of deception. A conscious effort to project only the grief, to hide the complex, dangerous emotions simmering beneath. Terrible tragedy, Hayes murmured sympathetically, playing his part. Read the inquiry report again recently. Noticed you'd warned Dubois about the instability in that shaft. Croft's knuckles whitened where he gripped the towel. I warned him. He wouldn't listen. Cared more for the ore than my boy's life. The bitterness flared, raw and real for a moment, before being quickly banked. Must have been hard, Hayes said quietly. Living side by side all these years, knowing that... Croft merely grunted, turning to hang the towel on a hook. He presented his broad back to them, a wall of contained emotion. It was then that Lila felt it again. The cold, slithering presence she'd encountered during the mob attack. It wasn't emanating from Croft himself, but it was near, observing, like a snake coiled in the shadows cast by the setting sun. It felt amused, anticipatory. The serpent was here, watching the confrontation unfold. Careful, Sheriff. The whisper slithered through Lila's mind. Don't poke the grieving bear too hard. He might bite. It paused, then added with chilling amusement, or perhaps his little friend will. Little friend? The accomplice? Lila frantically scanned the area around the smithy, the deep shadows near the wood pile, the alleyway leading back towards the main street, the darkened windows of the adjacent buildings. She saw nothing, no one out of place, but the presence felt close, focused, radiating a cold, intelligent malice. Hayes, oblivious to the silent warning Lila received, decided to press harder, shifting his line of questioning. Funny thing, Silas, he said, his voice still deceptively casual. Been looking into Dubois' past before Redemption Gulch. Seems he ran a freighting outfit for a while. Operated out near Miller's Pass, around the time of the big flood. Croft turned slowly, his face impassive, but his eyes were like chips of flint. Ancient history, Sheriff. What's that got to do with anything? Maybe nothing, Hayes shrugged. Maybe something. Seems Finn O'Malley was interested in Miller's Pass, too. Found this map on him. Hayes wasn't showing the map, just referencing it, testing the reaction. Croft's expression didn't change, but Lila felt a surge of cold energy from the hidden watcher, a spike of alarm quickly suppressed. O'Malley was a fool, Croft stated flatly, chasing ghosts and worthless claims. Maybe, Hayes conceded, but someone killed him for it. He let the silence hang for a moment, then added softly, "Found something else too, Silas. Out at the old rattlesnake mine." This time, Croft couldn't entirely hide his reaction. A flicker of genuine shock, quickly masked, crossed his face. His gaze darted involuntarily towards the dark entrance of the smithy behind him. "Rattlesnake," he repeated, his voice rougher now. "What were you doing out there? Place is condemned. Dangerous." "Following leads," Hayes said vaguely. "Found signs that maybe Benjamin wasn't alone when that shaft collapsed. Signs of a struggle. Signs the cave-in might not have been entirely accidental." Croft went utterly still. The stoic mask crumbled, replaced by a look of raw, visceral shock, quickly followed by a dawning horror, then a flash of pure, unadulterated fury. But the fury wasn't directed at Hayes. It seemed directed inwards, or perhaps towards a memory. "Lies," Croft choked out, his voice thick. "Who told you lies?" Lila felt the cold presence surge again, triumphant, amused. "Hook, line, and sinker," it whispered. He believed it was an accident all these years. Delicious. It wasn't Croft. Croft hadn't orchestrated his son's death. He hadn't known the cave-in might have been deliberate. He was the grieving father consumed by bitterness towards Dubois, yes, but not the monster they had begun to suspect. The serpent had lied, manipulated, planted the image of Croft in the saloon to mislead them, to turn suspicion onto the blacksmith while it remained hidden. Who then? Who had been in the mine with Benjamin? Who had benefited from his death, from Dubois' secrets, from O'Malley's silencing? Who was the serpent? As Croft grappled with the sheriff's horrifying implication, his face contorted with disbelief and rage, a movement flickered in the deep shadows of the smithy doorway behind him. A slighter figure, moving with unnerving speed and silence, stepped out. The figure raised a hand, sunlight glinting off the barrel of a small, easily concealable Derringer pistol aimed directly at Sheriff Hayes. Lila saw it all in a fraction of a second, the movement, the gun, the face revealed in the crimson light. A face she knew. A face that made no sense, yet suddenly, horrifically, did. Adeline Petty, the timid seamstress, the anxious woman twisting her handkerchief at the seance. His little friend, the serpent's whisper echoed, laced with victory. "Sheriff, look out!" Lila screamed, shoving Hayes hard just as the Derringer fired with a sharp crack. The bullet hissed past where Hayes' head had been, smacking into the wooden wall behind him. Hayes stumbled from Lila's push, drawing his Colt with a lightning speed as he hit the ground, rolling, coming up into a crouch, weapon leveled. Silas Croft, startled by the gunshot and Lila's shout, spun around, seeing Adeline Petty standing there, the smoking Derringer in her hand. Her face transformed. Gone was the anxious timidity, replaced by a mask of cold, desperate resolve. Her eyes, usually darting nervously, were fixed on Hayes with chilling intensity. "Adeline?" Croft breathed, bewildered. "What?" "Stay out of this, Silas," Adeline snapped, her voice sharp, unrecognizable. She swung the small pistol towards Lila. "You, meddling, you should have stayed quiet." Hayes fired his Colt. Not at Adeline, but a warning shot into the dirt near her feet, kicking up dust. "Drop it, Adeline, now!" he roared, his voice booming with authority. Adeline flinched but didn't drop the gun. Her eyes darted between Hayes, Lila, and the stunned blacksmith. She looked trapped, desperate. Lila stared at her, her mind reeling, trying to connect the pieces. Adeline Petty? The seamstress? How? Why? What was her connection to Dubois, to Miller's Pass, to Rattlesnake? The serpent. Had it been Adeline all along, manipulating events, planting visions, throwing suspicion onto Croft? Then she remembered Adeline at the seance, twisting her handkerchief, her anxiety palpable. and her alibi for O'Malley's murder, delivering Mrs. Gable's dress lining, then coming straight to Lila's house. Had that been a lie? Had she gone to the saloon? Was she the figure in the shadows behind O'Malley? And the whispers Lila had felt near the unmarked children's graves in the cemetery. The humming lullaby. Had that been Adeline's lost child? Did her own past tragedy somehow connect her to Dubois, give him leverage over her, or fuel her own dark motives? The confrontation hung suspended in the crimson twilight. Hayes crouched, gun ready. Adeline desperate, armed, Croft stunned into immobility. Lila watching, her mind racing, the weight of forbidden knowledge threatening to crush her. The reckoning had arrived, not as a slow unraveling, but as a sudden violent explosion under the blood-red sky. The serpent had shed its skin, revealing the desperate, dangerous figure beneath. And the final, deadly act was about to play out. Chapter 21, Gunfire and Departing Souls. The world seemed to hold its breath in the instant after Hayes's warning shot echoed through the unnaturally still air. The crimson light of the dying sun painted the scene in stark, bloody hues. Adeline Petty, the seamstress, no longer timid but cornered and dangerous, her small derringer wavering slightly but still aimed with deadly intent. Sheriff Hayes, low and ready, his Colt steady, his face a mask of grim focus. Silas Croft, the blacksmith, frozen between them, his face a canvas of shock, disbelief, and dawning, horrified understanding. And Lila standing near the smithy wall, her heart hammering against her ribs, her mind frantically trying to assemble the fractured pieces of this terrible revelation. Adeline Petty, the serpent in the shadows. It defied logic, yet felt chillingly right. The cold presence Lila had sensed, the manipulator enjoying the chaos, it hadn't been the raw bitterness of Croft or the frantic anger of O'Malley's ghost. It had been something quieter, more insidious, masked by years of practiced anxiety and unassuming invisibility. The town seamstress, privy to countless conversations, moving unnoticed through homes and businesses, gathering threads of gossip and secrets like scraps of fabric. Why? Lila's mind raced back through the fragments. Adeline's palpable anxiety at the seance. Had it been fear of exposure? Her presence near the children's graves in the cemetery, was there a connection to Dubois there? Had he wronged her in some way related to a lost child, giving him leverage? Or had she been involved with Dubois? Perhaps in his earlier, less scrupulous freighting days near Miller's Pass? Could she have been the woman who lured the unknown victim there, the one whose gold O'Malley found? Had she been Dubois' accomplice all along, bound by shared guilt? Adeline, put the gun down, Hayes repeated, his voice low, commanding, trying to de-escalate, to regain control. It's over. Whatever happened, whatever secrets you're protecting, it ends now. Over, Adeline laughed, a harsh, brittle sound utterly unlike her usual nervous titter. It's never over, Sheriff. Not while people keep digging. Not while she... Adeline spat the word, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at Lila, keeps listening to things she shouldn't. So Adeline had been the watcher. She had thrown the rock. She saw Lila not just as a meddler, but as a genuine threat, someone whose abilities could potentially expose her long-buried secrets. What secrets, Adeline? Croft asked, his voice hoarse, finally finding words, taking a hesitant step towards her. What does any of this O'Malley Miller's Pass have to do with you? Everything, Adeline shrieked, her composure cracking, revealing the raw desperation beneath. She gestured wildly with the derringer, momentarily swinging it away from Lila and Hayes. Dubois, he promised me a share back at the pass, said it would set me up, give me a new life after. Her voice broke, choked with an old raw grief that Lila suddenly recognized the same profound sorrow she'd felt near the children's graves. After my baby died, Dubois said the gold would make it better. The confession hung in the blood-red air. Adeline had been at Miller's Pass. She hadn't been the victim abandoned in the flood. She had been Dubois' accomplice. Perhaps she was the one who lured Thorne, Ashton, and the unknown woman to the downstream camp. Perhaps she was the one who benefited from their deaths alongside Dubois. He lied, Adeline continued, her voice trembling with fury and betrayal now. He took it all, said the flood washed my share away, left me with nothing but his damned charity, his condescending help setting me up as a seamstress here, keeping me quiet, keeping me under his thumb all these years. Her gaze flickered towards Croft. Just like he used your Ben, Silas. Sent him down that shaft knowing it was bad. Probably hoped the boy would find something Dubois could steal, too. Just like at Miller's Pass. Dubois used everyone. Croft stared at her, the pieces clicking into place in his own mind. The bitterness towards Dubois now compounded by the horrifying realization that Adeline, the quiet woman he'd known for decades, was deeply entangled in the web of deceit that had cost him his son. And O'Malley, Hayes pressed, seizing the opening, trying to keep her talking, keep her distracted. What about O'Malley, Adeline? That fool, Adeline spat. He found the sluice gate, found her little stash. Her eyes darted towards Lila again. The gold Dubois missed. O'Malley came sniffing around, asking questions, talking about Miller's Pass. He even came to me asking if I remembered anything from back then. Then he tried to blackmail Dubois, or thought he did. Dubois was already dead, but O'Malley didn't know that for sure. So you silenced him, Hayes stated flatly. Adeline laughed again, that high, brittle sound. He was going to ruin everything, stir it all up again. Dubois was dead finally. I was free. I couldn't let O'Malley bring it all crashing down. She glanced towards Croft again. I thought maybe Silas would help. He hated Dubois, too. I tried to feel him out. And that night at the saloon. Lila understood now. The image the serpent Adeline had shown her wasn't entirely false. Adeline had been talking to Croft, perhaps trying to gauge his willingness to act against O'Malley, maybe even trying to frame him or draw him in. And the figure in the shadows behind O'Malley, it had likely been Adeline herself, waiting for her moment. You killed him, Croft said, his voice heavy with disgust and disbelief. You put a knife in his back. He deserved it, Adeline shrieked, swinging the gun back towards Croft. He was going to destroy me. In that instant, as Adeline's attention shifted to Croft, Hayes saw his chance. He moved, not firing, but lunging forward, trying to close the distance, to disarm her without further bloodshed. But Adeline was faster than she looked, fueled by desperation. She sidestepped to Hayes's lunge, firing the Derringer again, wildly this time. The shot went wide, pinging off the metal quenching trough near Croft. Croft reacted instinctively, years of handling heavy tools giving him surprising speed. He lunged towards Adeline, not to attack, but seemingly to wrestle the small gun from her grasp before she could fire again at Hayes or Lila. No! Adeline screamed, twisting away from Croft, bringing the Derringer up again. Time seemed to slow. Lila saw Hayes recovering, bringing his Colt back into line. She saw Croft grappling with Adeline, their bodies tangled in desperate struggle. She saw the small Derringer caught between them, pointing erratically. Then, another shot exploded, deafeningly loud in the confined space. It wasn't Hayes's Colt. It was the Derringer, fired during the struggle. Adeline gasped, her eyes wide with shock, then slowly crumpled to the ground, Croft stumbling back from her, staring down at his own hands as if they had betrayed him. A dark stain blossomed rapidly on the front of Adeline's plain dress, high on her chest. Silence descended again, absolute, profound, broken only by Adeline's ragged, gurgling breaths and the distant, indifferent clang of a faraway church bell tolling the evening hour. Hayes rushed forward, kicking the fallen Derringer away, kneeling beside Adeline. He felt for a pulse, his face grim. Lila hurried over, instinctively wanting to help, though she knew little of treating gunshot wounds beyond the basic knowledge gleaned from her mother's remedies. Croft stood frozen, staring at the spreading stain on Adeline's dress, then at his own hands, a look of utter horror dawning on his face. I didn't mean, he stammered. Adeline's eyes fluttered open, finding Lila's face hovering above her. A faint, ironic smile touched her lips. The medium, she rasped, her voice thin and fading. You heard them all, didn't you? The ghosts? Her eyes glazed over, staring up at the crimson sky. A final, shuddering breath escaped her lips, and then she was still. The serpent was dead. Killed by her own desperate machinations, the final shot fired perhaps accidentally in the struggle, or perhaps turned deliberately upon herself in a final act of defiance or despair. Hayes lowered his head for a moment, then looked up, his gaze meeting Lila's over Adeline's still form. The raw shock, the grim finality of the moment, hung heavy between them. Then his eyes shifted to Croft. The blacksmith looked utterly broken. The fight seemed to have drained out of him, leaving only a hollow shell. He sank to his knees beside Adeline's body, tears finally tracing paths through the grime on his face. Tears not just for his son, perhaps, but for the weight of his own long-held bitterness, for the terrible violence that had just unfolded, for the woman he'd known for decades, revealed as a monster in her dying moments. She was at Miller's Pass, Croft mumbled, looking at Hayes, his eyes filled with a terrible, dawning comprehension. She was working for Dubois even then. Maybe she was involved in what happened to Ben, too? Did Dubois make her? The questions tumbled out, fragmented, horrified. Hayes didn't answer immediately. He rose slowly, holstering his Colt. The immediate threat was over, but the echoes remained. He looked down at Adeline Petty, and then at the devastated blacksmith, then at Lila, her face pale but composed. The witness to it all, the catalyst, the one who heard the whispers that had finally led them to this bloody reckoning. We don't know, Silas, Hayes said finally, his voice weary but firm. We don't know everything yet. But Adeline Petty killed Finn O'Malley, and her secrets died with her. He glanced towards the darkening smithy, or maybe not all of them. He knew the investigation wasn't truly over. Adeline was the killer, yes, but questions remained. Had she acted entirely alone in killing O'Malley? What was her exact role at Miller's Pass? Had Dubois forced her silence? Or was she a willing, greedy participant? And was there any truth to Croft's dawning fear that she, under Dubois' orders perhaps, had played a role in the Rattlesnake Mine accident? Some secrets, perhaps, would remain buried with the dead. The crimson sky deepened towards purple, stars beginning to prick the darkening expanse. The departing souls O'Malley, the victims of Miller's Pass and Rattlesnake, and now Adeline herself, seemed to leave behind a profound quiet, an exhaustion that settled over the three figures left standing amidst the aftermath. The gunfire had ceased, the immediate danger passed, but the weight of the truth, the cost of its revelation, lingered heavy in the twilight air. Justice, of a sort, had been served, but peace felt a long way off for Redemption Gulch, and for those who carried the burden of its secrets. Chapter 22, Shards of Truth in the Aftermath. The arrival of Deputy Charlie Miller, alerted by the sound of gunfire echoing through the unnaturally still evening, broke the stunned tableau outside the smithy. His eyes widened in shock as he took in the scene. Adeline Petty's still form lying in the dust. Silas Croft kneeling beside her, looking utterly broken. Sheriff Hayes standing grimly over them, and Lila Hawthorne, pale but composed, observing it all with those unsettlingly calm dark eyes. "Sheriff, what happened?" Charlie stammered, his hand hovering near his own weapon. "It's over, Charlie," Hayes said, his voice heavy with exhaustion. "Adeline Petty killed Finn O'Malley. She resisted arrest. There was a struggle. The gun went off." It was the official version, concise, omitting the layers of complexity, the whispers, the 20-year-old secrets that underpinned the violence. For the town's sake, perhaps, simplicity was best. Charlie stared at Adeline's body, then at the blacksmith, aghast. "Adeline? But why?" "Old secrets," Hayes replied curtly. "Greed, fear, same old story." He gestured towards Croft. "Help him up, Charlie. He's in shock. Take him inside the smithy, stay with him, and send someone for Doc Evans, though it's too late for her, and cordon off this area." Charlie, swallowing hard, nodded and moved to help the blacksmith, who rose unsteadily, looking like a man sleepwalking through a nightmare. As Charlie led Croft into the shadows of the smithy, Hayes turned back to Lila. The crimson sky had deepened to a bruised purple, the first stars emerging like distant, indifferent witnesses. The air felt thin, cold, carrying the metallic tang of spent gunpowder and something else, the faint, lingering psychic residue of Adeline's desperate, violent end, overlaid with Croft's shattered grief and the quiet sorrow that seemed to emanate from Lila herself. "You all right?" Hayes asked, his voice softer now, the lawman's gruffness tempered by the shared ordeal. Lila nodded, pulling her shawl tighter. "Just processing. Adeline's confession, her connection to Miller's Pass, her hatred of Dubois, her motive for killing O'Malley had answered many questions. Yet Lila felt a profound sense of unease, a feeling that shards of truth remained hidden, buried beneath the surface. Adeline's final words, her dying confession, felt incomplete, perhaps even self-serving. Had she truly acted alone? Or was the serpent metaphorically apt, shedding one skin, the timid seamstress, only to reveal another layer of deception beneath? "She was the serpent," Lila murmured, more to herself than to Hayes. "The coldness I felt, the manipulation." Hayes looked down at Adeline's body, his expression troubled. She played a long game, fed on bitterness, her own and maybe Croft's too. Used Dubois' death as a chance to, what? Secure her freedom? Ensure the past stayed buried? He shook his head. Hard to fathom that level of deception hiding behind lace and trembling hands. "Fear can wear many masks, Sheriff," Lila said quietly, "and secrets fester." She thought of the hidden page, the bundle of Thorna's belongings, secrets her own mother had kept, perhaps sensing their dangerous power. Doc Evans arrived, bustling and efficient, his examination confirming the obvious. As arrangements were made to remove Adeline's body, Hayes drew Lila aside, away from the growing knot of curious onlookers kept back by Charlie Miller. "The items you found," Hayes said, his voice low. "Thorne's things, Dubois' note, they corroborate part of Adeline's story. Dubois' treachery at Miller's Pass, the stolen gold. But they don't explain her specific role or definitively prove she killed O'Malley, even if her dying actions confirmed it." "Does it matter now?" Lila asked wearily. "She confessed in a way. She's dead." "It matters for the truth," Hayes countered, his jaw set stubbornly. "And it matters for Croft." He glanced toward the darkened smithy where Charlie kept watch over the blacksmith. "He deserves to know exactly what happened to his son, if we can find out." Adeline hinted Dubois was responsible, maybe used her, but we don't know for sure. Was Benjamin's death truly orchestrated, or was it a tragic consequence of Dubois' negligence and Croft's own bitterness seized upon later by Adeline for her own ends? The question hung between them. Adeline, the serpent, had likely twisted narratives to suit herself. Could they trust anything she'd claimed in those final desperate moments beyond her involvement at Miller's Pass and her hatred for Dubois? The mine, Lila said softly. Benjamin's whisper. Betrayal. Trusting his father. It felt confused, like he didn't understand what was happening. Maybe Croft did tell him something, Hayes mused. Confided his bitterness about Dubois. Maybe even hinted at the Miller's past suspicions, if he knew them then. Maybe Benjamin confronted Dubois. Or maybe, his voice dropped lower, maybe Croft, in his anger, put the boy in harm's way, telling him to work that shaft despite the danger, blinded by his own rage against Dubois. And the guilt Benjamin felt was loyalty to his father, keeping silent about the danger, about his father's warnings being ignored. It was another possible interpretation, one that painted Croft not as a monster, but as a man whose consuming bitterness inadvertently led to his son's death, a tragedy born of flawed humanity rather than calculated evil. It felt more plausible, perhaps, than the idea of Croft deliberately silencing his own child. But it didn't explain the evidence of a struggle, the non-accidental nature of the cave-in suggested by the pickaxe, the button, the hair. Unless Adeline had been there too, at Rattlesnake. If Dubois had somehow coerced her into ensuring Benjamin was silenced, perhaps because the boy had stumbled onto something incriminating about Miller's Pass, or because Dubois simply wanted Croft removed or neutralized as a potential threat. Adeline, Lila breathed, the pieces clicking into a new, horrifying alignment. She was the little friend the serpent whisper referred to. Maybe she was the figure in the shadows in the mine, not just the saloon. Maybe she caused the cave-in, under Dubois' orders, or for her own reasons, perhaps seeing Benjamin as another threat to the secrets she shared with Dubois. Hayes stared at her, considering the possibility. It fit Adeline's revealed capacity for violence and deception. It explained the evidence of a struggle, the potentially planted pickaxe. It absolved Croft of the most monstrous suspicion, aligning instead with Benjamin's feeling of betrayal directed perhaps towards Dubois, or towards Adeline herself if he realized her intent in those final moments. It makes a terrible kind of sense, Hayes admitted slowly. Dubois uses Adeline to silence Benjamin, who perhaps discovered too much. Croft blames Dubois, unaware of Adeline's direct involvement, nursing his grief and hatred for 10 years. Then O'Malley shows up, threatening to expose the Miller's Pass secrets, implicating both the dead Dubois and the very much alive Adeline. She silences O'Malley, then tries to manipulate us, throw suspicion onto Croft, using his known bitterness as a convenient scapegoat. It was a complex, ugly tapestry, woven over decades. Adeline Petty, the quiet seamstress, the secret keeper, the serpent, potentially responsible for multiple deaths, directly or indirectly, fueled by greed, fear, and old resentments. Her death, while violent, felt almost like a necessary excision, lancing a boil that had poisoned Redemption Gulch for far too long. So, Lila asked quietly, what happens now? To Silas Croft? Hayes sighed, running a hand over his tired face. Officially, Adeline Petty killed O'Malley and died resisting arrest. The older crimes, Miller's Pass, Rattlesnake Mine, the main perpetrators, Dubois and Adeline, are dead. Proving anything definitively against Dubois posthumously is difficult. Proving Adeline's role in Benjamin's death based on what we've found circumstantial at best. He looked towards the smithy again. As for Croft, he omitted information 10 years ago, fueled by bitterness. He suffered for it. He suffered because of Dubois' negligence and possibly Adeline's malice. Arresting him now? For what? Withholding testimony based on the grief and suspicion? It doesn't feel like justice. He seemed to be arguing with himself, weighing the letter of the law against the complex, messy truth they had uncovered. Sometimes, he continued, his voice low, weary, the past is best left buried, especially when digging it up only causes more pain, and the guilty can no longer face earthly judgment. Lila understood. Pursuing Croft, trying to untangle the precise degree of his knowledge or culpability 10 years ago felt unnecessary. His punishment had been living with the grief, the bitterness, the unanswered questions, and now the horrifying revelation of Adeline's betrayal. Perhaps that was enough. The evidence, Lila prompted gently. Thorne's belongings? Dubois' note? Hayes nodded. They stay locked away. Officially, they're part of the O'Malley investigation, corroborating motive for Adeline. Unofficially, he met Lila's gaze. They hold the truth. Maybe someday, maybe Thorne's family can be found, the letters returned. Maybe the gold nugget can provide them some belated compensation. But the note implicating Dubois, that stays buried. Let Elmira keep her illusions if she can. It felt like a compromise, a tidying up of loose ends that left jagged shards of truth beneath the surface. But perhaps in a town built on harsh realities and necessary illusions, it was the best outcome possible. A measure of peace, bought at the price of full disclosure. And me? Lila asked, the uncertainty returning. Could she go back to her life? Would the town ever see her as anything other than the harbinger of trouble? Hayes looked at her, a long, considering look. The shared ordeal, the reliance on her unsettling abilities, the confirmation of truth she had sensed it had irrevocably changed the space between them. The skepticism hadn't vanished entirely. Perhaps it was too deeply ingrained, but it was tempered now by a hard-won respect, an acknowledgement of a reality broader, stranger than he had previously allowed. The town saw Adeline Petty revealed, he said slowly. They saw her desperation, her violence. They know she killed O'Malley. The blame, it shifts, Lila. It finds a new target. You're still the medium, the woman who talks to ghosts. Some will always fear that. But you're not the witch who brought murder upon them. Adeline holds that title now, even in death. He offered a faint, weary smile. Might take time, but redemption, Gulch, it forgets slowly, but it forgets eventually, especially when there's a new story to tell. He gestured towards her house, the door still awkwardly boarded. Get your door fixed, light your candles. Keep listening to your whispers. Just maybe be a bit more careful who you share them with. It was acceptance. Conditional, perhaps, cautious, certainly, but acceptance nonetheless. He wasn't telling her to stop, wasn't dismissing her reality. He was acknowledging her place, her nature, within the fabric of the town, however unusual. The trust between them, kindled like embers, tested by gunfire, had settled into a steady, quiet glow. Thank you, Sheriff, Lila said softly. The words inadequate, but heartfelt. He nodded, the connection acknowledged, the unspoken promises fulfilled in their own way. He turned back towards the smithy, towards the broken man within, towards the necessary fictions required to stitch the town back together. Lila watched him go, then turned and walked slowly back towards the hotel, leaving the scene of the reckoning behind her. The crimson sky had faded to deep indigo, the stars emerging bright and clear in the clean-washed air. The weight of forbidden knowledge remained, but it felt different now, less like a burden, more like a responsibility. She had navigated the darkness, faced the serpent, listened to the echoes of the dead, and helped bring forth a fractured, painful, but necessary truth. The veil had thinned to nothing, revealing the complex interplay of human greed, grief, and deception. And in the aftermath, amidst the shards of truth, she had found an unexpected ally, and perhaps a fragile path back towards her own quiet place in the world, listening to the whispers, but no longer entirely alone. Chapter 23, Beyond the Threshold. The morning after Adeline Petty's violent end dawned strangely quiet over Redemption Gulch. The lurid crimson stains had bled from the sky, leaving it pale, washed out, as if exhausted by the previous night's drama. From her window in the small hotel room, Lila watched the town slowly come back to life, but it was a subdued awakening. People moved with a hushed purpose, casting furtive glances towards the smithy, towards the jailhouse, towards Lila's own boarded-up house down the street. The raw anger of the mob had dissipated, replaced by a mixture of shock, morbid curiosity, and perhaps a dawning sense of collective shame. Adeline Petty, the quiet seamstress, the killer. The story, stripped down to its essential verifiable facts by Sheriff Hayes, had spread quickly. O'Malley had likely been blackmailing her over some old connection to Josiah Dubois. She had panicked and silenced him. She had resisted arrest, the gun going off in the struggle. It was a neat narrative, believable enough for a town desperate for answers, for a return to normalcy. It conveniently buried the deeper, messier truths about Miller's Pass, about Rattlesnake Mine, about decades of festering secrets, allowing the town to cauterize the wound without probing its infected depths. Lila sat by the window sipping lukewarm coffee, feeling the psychic residue of the previous night cling to her like dust. Adeline's desperate energy, Croft's shattered disbelief, Hayes's grim resolve, the echoes lingered. She felt drained, yet strangely calm. The immediate threat was gone. The serpent was dead. But the knowledge she carried, the full, tangled story that Hayes had chosen, perhaps wisely, to keep buried, felt like an indelible mark upon her soul. A knock came at the door. Not the sharp rap of authority, but a lighter, more hesitant sound. Lila opened it to find Sheriff Hayes standing there, holding not a weapon but a covered plate from the hotel kitchen. He looked as weary as she felt. The lines around his eyes deeper, but the hard edge of suspicion in his gaze was gone, replaced by a quiet consideration. "Thought you might need breakfast," he said gruffly, avoiding her eyes as he handed her the plate. "Figured you wouldn't want to face the dining room just yet." "Thank you, Sheriff." Lila accepted the plate, touched by the unexpected gesture. It felt like more than just consideration. It felt like acknowledgement, like care. "Charlie's keeping an eye on your place," he continued, leaning against the door frame, not quite inviting himself in, but clearly wanting to talk. "And I had a word with Croft." Lila looked up, curious, apprehensive. "How is he?" Hayes sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Broken, but functional. The shock of Adeline's involvement, the confirmation that Dubois' negligence directly led to Benjamin's death, it seems to have broken the bitterness in a way, left him hollowed out. He understands the official story regarding Adeline and O'Malley. He understands the need for discretion regarding the rest." He paused, meeting her gaze. "He asked about you, asked if you were all right." Lila absorbed this. Croft, even in his devastation, had asked about her. Perhaps the shared ordeal, the revelation of Adeline as the true manipulator, had forged an unlikely unspoken understanding between them two. "He'll need time," Hayes added. "Lots of it. But I don't think he's a threat. Not anymore." His fight was with Dubois and with his own grief. Adeline's death, it ended something for him, too. It felt like a plausible assessment, a shard of truth salvaged from the wreckage. Croft wasn't the monster, just another victim, albeit one whose long-nursed bitterness might have inadvertently contributed to the chain of events. And the town? Lila asked quietly. They're processing, Hayes said with a shrug. They have a killer. They have a motive. Adeline protecting herself from exposure, related to Dubois. It satisfies the need for answers. The whispers about you, they'll linger for some, maybe. But Adeline's guilt is the louder story now. You're yesterday's news, mostly. He offered a faint wry smile. In Redemption Gulch, that's about as close to exoneration as you get. Lila managed a small smile in return. It wasn't perfect, but it was a path forward. So I can go home? Whenever you feel ready, Hayes confirmed. I'll send Charlie over later to help properly secure that door. In the meantime, he hesitated, clearly uncomfortable but pushing himself. Thank you, Lila, for everything, for trusting me with what you found, for facing Croft with me, for... He trailed off, unable to articulate the rest, for being right, for showing me something beyond the facts, for helping me solve this. We helped each other, Sheriff, Lila said softly, acknowledging the truth of their strange alliance. He nodded, accepting that. Get your door fixed, he repeated his earlier advice, but don't stop listening. It was the closest he could come to validating her world, a significant concession from the man who had once dismissed her as a charlatan. He tipped his hat, a gesture that felt less formal, more personal than before, and turned, walking back down the quiet hotel hallway, leaving Lila with her breakfast and the heavy weight of the aftermath. Later that day, Lila walked back to her house. The street felt different. People still watched her, but the hostility seemed replaced by a wary curiosity, perhaps even a grudging respect in some eyes. They knew she had been involved, knew she had stood beside the sheriff when the killer was revealed. She was still the medium, still other, but she was no longer the sole focus of their fear. Her house stood waiting, the boards across the door a stark reminder of the violation. Charlie Miller arrived shortly after, carrying new lumber and tools, sent by Hayes. He worked diligently, awkwardly, occasionally glancing at Lila with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Heard you were right there, Miss Hawthorne, he mumbled as he hammered a new plank into place. When Adeline, well, took guts. Lila merely nodded, not wanting to encourage discussion. As Charlie finished the repairs, making the door solid and secure once more, Lila felt a symbolic sense of closure. The physical breach was mended. Now the internal work, the psychic cleansing, could begin. After Charlie left, Lila walked through her small house. The air still felt disturbed, not by the mob's lingering anger, but by the echoes of the secrets revealed, the violence enacted, the souls departed. Adeline's desperate energy, Benjamin's confused sorrow, O'Malley's bitter rage, the Miller's past woman's long-held grief, their traces lingered like faint perfume in a closed room. She went to the parlor, the heart of her work, her connection. She lit not the dozen candles of a formal seance, but a single stick of sandalwood incense, its fragrant smoke curling upwards, carrying her intention, peace. She sat at the table, not reaching out, not seeking contact, but simply holding the space, acknowledging the presences, offering release. She thought of Adeline, the serpent shedding its skin only to be consumed by its own venom. Lila felt not hatred, but a profound sadness for the waste, for the life twisted by greed, grief, and secrets into something unrecognizable. She sent out a silent wave of release, hoping Adeline's troubled spirit could find some measure of peace, or at least move on from the place of her final desperation. The faint, cloying scent of decay that had accompanied Adeline's psychic presence seemed to thin, dissipate. She thought of O'Malley, his rage fueled by perceived injustice. Perhaps now, with Adeline's guilt revealed, his spirit could relinquish its bitterness. The sharp, angry coldness Lila associated with him seemed less potent, receding. She thought of the lost woman from Miller's Pass. Her fate was still unmarked, her identity unknown beyond Lila's senses and O'Malley's cryptic note. But Adeline's death, the death of one of her likely betrayers, perhaps offered some small measure of justice, some easing of the sorrow that had kept her tethered for so long. Lila sensed a faint sigh, feeling not of peace, perhaps, but of quiet resignation, a loosening of the ties that bound her whisper to the place of her demise. And finally, she focused on the blocked shaft in the rattlesnake mine, on the bewildered spirit of Benjamin Croft. She sent warmth, understanding, compassion towards the echo of his final moments. "Your father grieves," she projected silently. "He didn't know the whole truth. He blames himself, perhaps, but his bitterness was for Dubois. You weren't betrayed by his deliberate hand. Whether the lingering echo could perceive the message, she didn't know. But the frantic, guilty energy she'd sensed in the mine felt calmer, less agitated, perhaps finally beginning to rest. As the sandalwood burned down, leaving only a fine gray ash, the atmosphere in the parlor seemed to lighten. The oppressive weight lifted. The silence no longer felt watchful or menacing, but simply quiet, holding the potential for peace. It wasn't a complete erasure of the past. The tragedies were too deep for that, but it felt like a turning point, a settling. Lila rose, feeling drained but lighter than she had in days. She went to the window, pushing aside the curtain. Dusk was gathering again, but tonight the colors seemed softer, gentler. Down the street, the light in the smithy was extinguished. Silas Croft was done for the day, facing his long night, his long path towards reconciling his grief with the terrible truths he now knew. Lights glowed in the windows of houses along the street, families gathering, life resuming its familiar rhythms, albeit forever changed by the secrets unearthed. She saw a lone figure walking slowly down the street towards her house. Sheriff Hayes. He carried something in his hand, a small bundle of firewood. He stopped at her gate, hesitated, then opened it and walked up the path, depositing the wood neatly on her porch. He looked up, saw her watching from the window, and simply nodded, a silent gesture of support, of continued alliance. He didn't linger, just turned and walked back towards the jailhouse, towards his own solitary burdens. Lila watched him go, a complex mix of emotions swirling within her. Fear, relief, sorrow, gratitude, and something else, something quiet and steady, like the glow of embers banked for the night. Trust, understanding, a connection forged in darkness, tested by violence, settled now into a quiet acceptance of their different worlds touching, overlapping, finding common ground in the shared landscape of human struggle and resilience. She turned from the window, looking around her small, familiar parlor. It felt like hers again. The threshold between worlds, between her inner life and the outer demands of Redemption Gulch, felt clearer now, less fraught. The journey through the valley of the shadow had been terrifying, costly. Souls had departed. Truths remained fragmented, but she had endured. She had listened. She had played her part. And beyond the threshold of fear and suspicion lay the quiet, ongoing work of living, of healing, of tending the fragile embers of hope in a world forever marked by the ghosts of its past. The path forward wasn't clear, but for the first time in a long time, it felt possible. Epilogue, where sunflowers lean toward the light. Autumn arrived in Redemption Gulch, not with a blaze of glory, but with a slow, sighing surrender. The fierce prairie winds that had carried dust and whispers through the tense summer months softened, turning cool, carrying the dry, papery scent of dying sunflowers and the tang of wood smoke from newly lit hearths. Cottonwood leaves along the sluggish creek turned a brittle gold, shivering loose in the breeze, scattering across the dusty boardwalks like forgotten coins. The relentless sun, which had beaten down on murder and fear, now slanted low, casting long, gentle shadows, bathing the town in a honeyed, melancholic light. It had been 3 months since the reckoning outside Silas Croft's smithy. 3 months since Adeline Petty's secrets had died with her in the blood-red dusk. The initial shockwave that rippled through the town had subsided, leaving behind a quieter, more somber community. The official story, Adeline's guilt in O'Malley's death, her desperate end had been absorbed, digested, becoming another layer in the town's sedimented history of hardship and survival. The deeper, uglier truths about Miller's Pass, about Rattlesnake Mine, remained buried, locked away in Sheriff Hayes's evidence box, and in the shared silent knowledge he held with Lila Hawthorne. Lila moved through this quieter town with a newfound sense of tentative peace. The stares still followed her sometimes. The whispers hadn't vanished entirely. She would always be the medium, the woman who walked the threshold between worlds. But the fear, the raw hostility, had largely dissipated. Adeline's revealed guilt had provided a more conventional scapegoat, shifting the focus of the town's unease. Now the glances Lila received were more often tinged with curiosity, sometimes even a wary respect. They knew she had stood with the sheriff at the end, that she hadn't flinched from the violence. In the harsh calculus of the frontier, resilience earned its own form of acceptance. She had resumed her seances, though less frequently now and with a subtly shifted intention. Fewer people came seeking dramatic pronouncements or answers to burning questions. More often, they sought simple solace, a quiet connection, a confirmation of peace for departed loved ones, the very work Lila had always intended, before the darkness surrounding Dubois and O'Malley had intruded. She found her own connection to the Vale felt different to calmer, clearer, less besieged by frantic or malevolent energies. The departure of Adeline's manipulative presence, the partial resolution for the spirits tied to Miller's Pass and Rattlesnake, seemed to have quieted the psychic static, leaving the threshold clearer, though no less profound. Her house, the door now solid and well repaired, felt like a sanctuary once more. She tended her herb garden, the frosted leaves releasing sharp, clean scents into the crisp autumn air. She read her mother's journals, understanding now the cautious wisdom behind the sparse entries, the weight of knowledge her mother might have sensed and chosen not to carry openly. She found particular comfort in the entry detailing the simple birth of a healthy child, a counterpoint to the tragedies that had unfolded. One cool afternoon, as Lila swept dried leaves from her porch, she saw Elmira Dubois approaching hesitantly up the path. The widow looked older, thinner. The lines of grief still etched deeply around her eyes, but the frantic panic Lila had witnessed during the seance was gone, replaced by a quiet, weary resignation. She carried a small basket covered with a cloth. "Miss Hawthorne," Elmira murmured, stopping at the bottom step, not quite meeting Lila's eyes. I know it's been some time, but I wanted to thank you." Lila paused in her sweeping, surprised. "Thank me, Mrs. Dubois. For what?" "For your discretion," Elmira said, her voice low. "Sheriff Hayes, he returned Josiah's ledger, explained about Adeline Petty, her desperation, her connection to Finn O'Malley through some old grievance with my husband. She drew a shaky breath. He didn't burden me with unnecessary details about other matters, older matters. She finally looked up, her gaze holding a flicker of understanding, a shared acknowledgement of truths left unspoken. I suspect my Josiah perhaps wasn't always the man I believed him to be. Perhaps he carried burdens I never knew, but the sheriff and you allowed me to keep some measure of peace, allowed his memory to rest without total disgrace. I am grateful for that kindness. She held out the basket. It's not much, just some apple preserves from the old tree behind the mercantile. Lila accepted the basket, the simple gesture feeling significant. Thank you, Elmira, she said softly, using the widow's first name. May you find peace yourself. Elmira nodded, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek before turning and walking slowly back towards the town. A figure still shrouded in grief, but no longer drowning in terror and suspicion. Lila watched her go, understanding the difficult compromise Hayes had made, the mercy inherent in leaving some stones unturned, some truths unspoken, allowing the living to heal, even if the picture remained incomplete. Silas Croft remained in Redemption Gulch, though he was a changed man. The clang of his hammer still echoed from the smithy, providing a steady rhythm to the town's days. But the man himself seemed quieter, more withdrawn than ever. The consuming bitterness that had radiated from him was gone, replaced by a profound, hollow sorrow. He kept to himself, his interactions brief, functional. Lila saw him sometimes at the feed store or walking home at dusk, his broad shoulders stooped, his face etched with a grief that now seemed less like a shield and more like an open wound. He never spoke of Adeline, of Benjamin, of the events of that crimson evening. He simply endured, finding his solace perhaps in the heat of the forge, the repetitive shaping of metal, the familiar weight of his tools. The town, sensing his deep, altered grief, largely left him alone, offering a wide berth of quiet respect. The monster they might have suspected him of being had been revealed as someone else entirely, leaving Croft simply as a man marked by unbearable tragedy, both old and new. Sheriff Hayes remained a steady presence in Lila's life, though their interactions were infrequent, often unspoken. He would sometimes stop by her house near dusk, as he had that first evening after the reckoning, leaving a small bundle of firewood on the porch, or perhaps a sack containing fresh coffee beans he'd picked up from the newly arrived freight shipment. He rarely stayed to talk, usually just offering a nod, a quiet acknowledgement across the distance. Occasionally, however, he would knock, accepting a cup of coffee in her parlor, the scene of their first antagonistic meeting now transformed into a space of quiet understanding. They didn't speak of the specifics of the case anymore. The evidence remained locked away, the full truth tacitly buried. Instead, they talked of the town, the changing seasons, the small events that made up daily life. Hayes would sometimes ask obliquely if she'd sensed any disturbances, any lingering unrest from the other side. His skepticism hadn't vanished, but it had softened, making room for a grudging acknowledgement of a reality. Lila, in turn, would sometimes share vague impressions, a feeling of peace settling over the cemetery, a sense of the older sorrows receding. She never offered unsolicited predictions or dramatic pronouncements. Their communication existed in the space between words, in shared glances, in comfortable silences, grounded in the terrible knowledge they alone carried in its entirety. A bond forged in violence and secrets had settled into a quiet, respectful companionship, the unspoken promise of mutual support, a steady undercurrent beneath the surface of their lives. There was no overt romance, no dramatic declarations, but a deep implicit trust had grown, solid and dependable, as the bedrock beneath the prairie. One crisp late autumn afternoon, Hayes stopped by, accepting coffee, sinking into the chair opposite Lila at the polished table with a weary sigh. "Telegram came," he said after a moment, stirring sugar into his cup. "Took some doing, but I managed to track down Elias Thorne's family back east. Descendants of his brother. Sent them the letters you found, and," he paused, looking uncomfortable, "arranged for the value of that large nugget to be transferred to them. Called it settlement from an old prospecting partnership." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest. "That was good of you, Sheriff. Truly good." He shrugged, deflecting the praise. "Seemed right. Close that chapter, at least." He sipped his coffee. "They were grateful. Asked if Thorne's final resting place was known. I told them. I told them he was lost at Miller's Pass, remembered fondly by those who knew him here. Another necessary fiction. The truth of the desecrated pyre at Coyote Jaw Rock was too brutal to share." "And the other one?" Lila asked softly. "The lost woman? The one whose gold O'Malley found?" Hayes shook his head, his expression grim. No way to know who she was. No records, no name. Nothing left but ash and that pearl button. Her story died with Adeline and Dubois. He looked out the window, his gaze distant. "Some souls, I suppose they remain lost, unmarked." A profound sadness settled over Lila. The woman who had whispered her plight to Lila, whose abandonment felt so palpable, would remain nameless. Her fate officially unknown. It felt incomplete, unjust. Yet perhaps her story being known, even only to Lila and Hayes, offered some small measure of acknowledgement, preventing her total erasure. Lila held on to that thought, a silent promise to remember the unnamed woman, even if the world could not. After Hayes left, leaving behind the scent of strong coffee and the quiet strength of his presence, Lila stood by her window looking out at the landscape, preparing for winter. The sunflowers in her garden, once bright and defiant, now bowed their heavy heads, their seeds scattered, their cycle complete. The prairie stretched vast and indifferent toward the horizon, holding its secrets close. Her life in Redemption Gulch would continue, marked by the events of that tumultuous summer, but not defined by them. She would still be the medium, the listener at the threshold. She would still light her candles, offer solace, navigate the delicate space between the living and the dead. The town might never fully understand her, might always hold her slightly apart, but she had found her footing, her resilience confirmed. She had faced the darkness, both external and internal, and emerged not unscathed, but whole. She thought of the evidence locked away in Hayes's office, the tangible shards of truth. She thought of Silas Croft, finding his own path through profound grief and betrayal. She thought of Hayes himself, the skeptic forced to confront the limits of his facts, finding an unexpected alliance, perhaps even a measure of peace, in the shared burden of knowledge. The veil between worlds, she knew, would always be thin in places like Redemption Gulch, places built on hope and hardship, haunted by memory and loss. Sometimes it thinned to nothing, revealing truths harsh and blinding. Other times it remained mercifully intact, allowing life to continue, allowing fragile hopes to take root again, like sunflowers, leaning towards the light after a long, dark storm. Lila Hawthorne stood at that threshold, no longer afraid but watchful, listening, ready for the whispers yet to come, accepting the weight and the wonder of her place between the worlds. The end.